Marshall Peak. Chapter 5109, Ray of Hope for the Black Ink Clan. The instant Yang Kai was attacked, he responded with his saber. He Yuan's consciousness promptly backed off, but he couldn't be as quick as the saber light. Struck by the saber light, He Yuan groaned in pain like an injured beast. His powerful consciousness weakened in an instant, and it was obvious that he was wounded. As horror overwhelmed him, thinking that he was doomed, He Yuan heard something crack. As his consciousness refocused, he realized that the saber in the hands of Yang Kai's avatar had shattered upon impact. An elated He Yuan roared at the feudal lords who were running away. His weapon has been destroyed. Do not fear. Upon hearing that, the feudal lords turned around and realized that, just like what He Yuan had said, the saber in Yang Kai's hands had fallen apart for some reason. In an instant, they become energized. The consciousnesses were all essentially naked, so the feudal lords were stunned when they saw Yang Kai summoning a saber. After He Yuan was done barking, he madly activated his power and charged towards Yang Kai. Seeing that, the feudal lords promptly assisted him. At that moment, Yang Kai was immensely pressured. In the end, the soul-splitting saber was just an emperor artifact. Although it had been nurtured in his soul over the years, its original quality couldn't be changed. It couldn't bear the power of Yang Kai's spiritual energy, so 3 strikes had been its limit. Therefore, before Yang Kai could kill all of his enemies, the saber broke apart. Presently, with He Yuan leading the charge, the attacks from the feudal lords' consciousnesses came right at Yang Kai in a continuous manner from all directions. Regardless of how powerful Yang Kai's soul was, he couldn't possibly bear such a bombardment. Seeing that Yang Kai's consciousness became immobile, as though it had been suppressed, the feudal lords struck their opponent harder, determined to take him down. Yang Kai was aware that he was in an unfavorable position. It had to be said that the Black Ink clan had come up with a brilliant method to deal with him. In such a place, space principles were practically useless. This was purely a contest of the strength of their spiritual energy. He had to quickly come up with a solution, otherwise he would be doomed. At the most critical moment, Yang Kai realized that since he could summon the soul-splitting saber to this place, what about the soul-warming lotus? The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure, so if he could summon it, there wouldn't be any suspense regarding the outcome of this battle. However, he had never summoned the soul-warming lotus to fight his enemies before. Usually, he would only counterattack when others attempted to invade his knowledge sea, so the idea of summoning it hadn't crossed his mind. As he thought about this, a 7-colored light burst from his figure. When the feudal lords, who were bombarding Yang Kai with their attacks, saw the light, they were bewildered. He Yuan had no idea what was going on either, but through his battles with Yang Kai, he came to realize that this human had all sorts of tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, the moment the 7-colored light appeared, he felt that something was off and promptly shouted, "Take him down now." As soon as he finished speaking, he focused all of his power and charged towards Yang Kai. At this moment, he had no choice but to ignore the royal lord's order that Yang Kai had to be captured alive. Whether Yang Kai could survive this strike would depend on his luck. Following He Yuan's order, the feudal lords wouldn't dare to hold back any of their strength and madly attacked. Invisible attacks came right at Yang Kai from all directions and drowned him. However, the 7-colored light only became brighter and soon filled the space. The feudal lords watched apprehensively while He Yuan turned solemn. A moment later, the storm subsided as the originally noisy space fell silent. A lotus that radiated a light of 7 colors abruptly appeared in the place where Yang Kai previously stood. The lotus spun gently, exuding an aura that the Black Ink clansmen coveted. "What is that?" one of the puzzled feudal lords asked. Although he had no idea what this 7-colored lotus was, he could clearly feel that it was hugely beneficial to any Black Ink clansman who could possess it. "Where is he?" There was another feudal lord who was concerned about Yang Kai's whereabouts. Other than the 7-colored lotus sitting in the place where Yang Kai previously stood, the human himself was nowhere in sight. "I suppose he's dead. Although he is strong, he couldn't possibly survive that bombardment." "Well done. That human was too arrogant as he had no regard for us. He deserved his death." Besides these feudal lords, He Yuan also believed that Yang Kai had perished. Yang Kai had indeed showcased powerful spiritual energy, but regardless of how formidable he was, he couldn't possibly stave off the joint attack of all the feudal lords and He Yuan. However, if Yang Kai was really killed, how was He Yuan going to explain himself to the royal lord? This was giving He Yuan a headache. Also, what was this 7-colored lotus that Yang Kai had left behind? While he was puzzled, the flower petals of the spinning 7-colored lotus started to unfurl, and as that happened, a figure revealed itself. Seated among the stamens, this person radiated a vague glow. Upon making out the person's face, He Yuan was shocked. That was because not only wasn't Yang Kai dead, he wasn't even wounded. How can this be? He might have been lucky enough to have survived the bombardment of attacks, but how was it possible that he wasn't injured at all? Could the strange lotus have blocked all their attacks? Before He Yuan could figure it out, Yang Kai's soul power burst forth. The power of this soul was as magnificent as the ocean, and as profound as the abyss. As the mass of spiritual energy increased in intensity, the special space started trembling. It wouldn't be polite if I didn't offer a gift in return. Please accept this. The moment the clear voice reverberated across the space, clearly discernible spirit energy turned into visible saber lights that pointed in all directions as they hovered above Yang Kai's head. Faced with the saber lights, the feudal lords felt chills running down their spines. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, the spiritual energy saber lights shot out in all directions and mercilessly rained down on them. The feudal lords were horrified as they all scrambled to escape or defend themselves. Nevertheless, their efforts were futile. As the saber lights swept across the space, half of the feudal lords' consciousnesses were destroyed. Even He Yuan was struck by 2 saber lights and roared in pain. The surviving feudal lords' consciousnesses all trembled in fear. He Yuan knew that if they let Yang Kai attack again, all of the Black Ink clansmen here would be killed. Yang Kai's soul was unimaginably powerful. Besides that, he had a lot of special offensive skills when it came to the soul, something that the Black Ink clan were not aware of previously. Ignoring his own injuries, He Yuan launched another attack in an attempt to turn the tide. Seeing that, some of the feudal lords joined in and made a move. However, the incident that took place the next moment sent He Yuan into a state of despair. The attacks of He Yuan and the feudal lords were all blocked by the 7-colored lotus. As a result, Yang Kai wasn't harmed one bit. Now, He Yuan could confirm that the reason Yang Kai was safe earlier was that the latter had this strange 7-colored lotus. He wondered what kind of treasure it was that could defend against so many spiritual energy attacks. Even a territory lord like him was unable to hurt Yang Kai despite having personally made a move. The defensive strength of the 7-colored lotus was simply impenetrable. With the protection of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai had no more worries. As his spiritual energy condensed into another attack, he slashed out at the surviving Black Ink clansmen. More and more of the feudal lords were eliminated, and inside the feudal lord Black Ink nests in Kong Chan's territory, numerous bodies passed out and collapsed to the ground. These feudal lords no longer reacted regardless of how loud the other Black Ink clansmen called out to them. Within moments, fewer than 5 of the original 30 feudal lord remained. These consciousnesses were running about madly as Yang Kai relentlessly chased after them, completely powerless to counterattack. He Yuan's aura was also weakening by the breath. It was not possible to use any kind of technique in a pure clash of spiritual energy, so in such a place, it was hard for He Yuan to use his formidable strength. Finally, one of the feudal lords shouted, "Sir He Yuan, we can't persevere any longer. Please open this space, otherwise all of us will die." He Yuan was unperturbed though, for he firmly believed that the 7-colored lotus wasn't as impenetrable as it seemed. He thought that by exerting more force with his attacks, he could shatter the lotus defense. However, his goal was still not achieved after so many of the feudal lords' consciousnesses perished. Regardless, their defeat in this place didn't mean that the Black Ink clan had lost. They still had a chance to turn things around. That was because the moment Yang Kai entered this space through the Black Ink nest's power, He Yuan managed to ascertain his whereabouts. This could be achieved easily, For Yang Kai made use of a feudal lord's black ink nest to come into this space. Just by finding out which black ink nest it was, He Yuan could effortlessly discover where Yang Kai was. After all, the fiefs and black ink nests of the feudal lords were fixed. Therefore, the moment Yang Kai's consciousness entered this space, He Yuan ordered more than 10 feudal lords to rush over to Yang Kai's location. He Yuan's initial plan was to damage Yang Kai's consciousness, so that this team could easily capture him in a weakened state. However, things were not going to plan. Not only was Yang Kai not injured, but he had also made use of a 7-colored lotus to commit a massacre. They were not in a favorable position in this special space, so it was inevitable that so many feudal lords' consciousnesses were wiped out. Nevertheless, as long as Yang Kai's consciousness was trapped here, he couldn't return to his body, and the team that He Yuan had sent would soon capture Yang Kai. That was the reason He Yuan refused to open this space despite the fact that so many feudal lords were injured or dead. There was still a ray of hope for them to turn things around. With that said, regardless of how swift the team of feudal lords were, it would take them at least 4 hours to arrive at the black ink nest where Yang Kai was located. Could He Yuan persevere for another 4 hours? He had no idea, but he knew that there were not a lot of feudal lords' consciousnesses left. Once they were all dead, he would have to face Yang Kai alone. Despite the fact that a lot of feudal lords were killed, He Yuan continuously channeled his power to attack the 7-colored lotus in the hope that he could shatter its defense. There was no doubt that the outcome was disappointing for him, as the 7-colored soul-warming lotus was so impregnable that even a territory lord like him couldn't hope to destroy it. Martial Peak, Chapter 5110 Unconstrained. Shrieks were heard reverberating across this special space, each one representing the demise of a feudal lord's consciousness. He Yuan felt his heart sinking. When the last feudal lord's consciousness died, Yang Kai slowly turned around. While standing on the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, he stared dispassionately at He Yuan's consciousness. The tide of spiritual energy swirled around Yang Kai like a violent storm. "You're the only one left, He Yuan. Are you ready to die?" Yang Kai stepped towards his enemy, the 7-colored soul-warming lotus following closely. He Yuan roared, "You'll pay for underestimating me." Despite the ferocity in his tone, it was apparent that he was just acting tough. Just now he had joined forces with more than 30 feudal lords, but they still couldn't hurt Yang Kai at all. Instead, they were the ones that were wiped out. More than 30 feudal lords had died, and he was the only one left now, so how was he supposed to be a match for Yang Kai? The only thing he could do was to stall for time so that the team he had sent could capture Yang Kai. After a sneer, Yang Kai said, "Let's see how you're going to make me pay then." Upon finishing his words, he drove the soul-warming lotus to charge towards He Yuan. A flustered He Yuan promptly ran away. While relentlessly chasing after him, Yang Kai mocked him by saying, "Didn't you say you'll make me pay the price? Is this how you do it? It's an eye-opener for me, Sir He Yuan." He Yuan was thoroughly ashamed and had the urge to stop in his tracks and fight it out with Yang Kai, but he didn't have the courage to do so. His consciousness was already wounded after the exchanges of moves with Yang Kai. If his injuries were exacerbated, he would have to get into a black ink nest and recuperate for a long time. Therefore, he did his best to avoid fighting with Yang Kai so that he wouldn't get hurt. Yang Kai wasn't a fool, so he soon realized what the other man was trying to achieve. "Are you stalling for time?" Certainly, He Yuan wouldn't respond to him, but his silence only confirmed Yang Kai's speculations. After giving it a thought, he figured out the other man's plan. "If I'm not mistaken, there should be some black ink clansmen coming to capture me. Am I right?" He Yuan finally responded saying, "You can't flee. Surrender without a fight now." Yang Kai sneered, "We'll talk if you can survive." Upon figuring out He Yuan's plan, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't waste any time on him. He was worried that his physical body would be harmed by the black ink clansmen coming to attack him, so he exerted even more force with his attacks. Although He Yuan was trying to dodge, it was hard for him to do so. Left with no choice, he had to exchange moves with Yang Kai several times, which resulted in his aura weakening even further. On the other hand, with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai became increasingly ferocious, abandoning all semblance of defense and only attacking. Barely an incense stick later, He Yuan realized that he could no longer persevere. His consciousness was badly wounded. It would take him several hundred years to heal this kind of injury. If he clashed with Yang Kai again, his consciousness would be destroyed, just like what happened to the feudal lords. Despite his unwillingness, there was nothing else he could do. He had paid a huge price, losing more than 30 feudal lords and suffering horrible injuries himself. However, he still hadn't managed to capture one seventh-order human like Yang Kai. This was the biggest humiliation in his life. Nevertheless, things had come to such a point where he could no longer turn things around. If He Yuan still didn't give up, he would be killed by Yang Kai before the team of feudal lords he sent could capture him. Therefore, at the last moment, he promptly decided to escape. Just as Yang Kai dashed forward with his violent tide of spiritual energy, he realized that He Yuan was nowhere in sight. At the same time, this special space, which had been locked since his arrival, was reopened. He ran away. Yang Kai ground his teeth, thinking that it was such a shame. If he could keep fighting with He Yuan, he had the confidence to kill the latter's consciousness. Unfortunately, He Yuan was the one who could decide whether he would open up the space, and he didn't give Yang Kai a chance to kill him. Killing a territory lord would be a huge contribution. By doing so, not only could it significantly weaken the Black Ink clan's power, but it could also reduce the possible casualties of the human soldiers on the battlefield. Although Yang Kai had killed a territory lord before, he had joined forces with Bai Yi at that time to do so, and Zhu Feng, the territory lord in question, was already badly injured. Despite that, it had still been a perilous situation. In the end, Yang Kai managed to deal a lethal blow to Zhu Feng only by resorting to his dragon bead. The chance to fight with He Yuan this time was rare, and it was impossible to have such a chance again. However, even though He Yuan had fled, it wasn't like Yang Kai had achieved nothing. When he was dealing with He Yuan just now, he managed to ascertain his whereabouts. If he raced after him now, he might be able to kill him. Therefore, the instant Yang Kai realized that He Yuan had fled, he quickly retracted his consciousness and dashed out of the feudal lord's Black Ink nest. It was silent all around him with no Black Ink clansmen in sight, so he turned to look in a particular direction and shot into the sky. As space principles undulated, Yang Kai charged forward swiftly. About an hour later, he saw a group of Black Ink clansmen rushing over in his direction. What surprised him was that this team was entirely composed of feudal lords, about a dozen in total. This was obviously unusual. The strongest Black Ink clansmen had left to deal with the human army from Yinyang Pass, and although there were still a lot who stayed back, and Yang Kai had come across many of them recently, it was the first time he saw a group that consisted of only feudal lords. This powerful team was obviously tasked with capturing Yang Kai. Was this the arrangement He Yuan had made? When Yang Kai was dealing with He Yuan earlier, these feudal lords must have been heading in his direction. Unfortunately, they came too late as the battle in the special space had ended long ago. They were still on their way when Yang Kai happened to run into them. It seemed that He Yuan was really located in that direction. While Yang Kai had discovered the team of feudal lords, the other party had certainly seen him as well. These feudal lords, who were moving at full speed, were flabbergasted as they stopped in their tracks and got ready to fight. Recently, Yang Kai had sent a shockwave across the Black Ink clan. All the teams that had come across Yang Kai were destroyed. Although they were all feudal lords, they still didn't have the confidence to defeat Yang Kai here. However, this human's consciousness was supposed to be trapped inside the Black Ink nest's network, and they just had to go over and capture his body. So, why was he here? Had He Yuan failed in his attempt to injure this human in that special space? Before these feudal lords could figure it out, Yang Kai was seen turning into a ray of light and charging towards them. Before he even arrived, his spear turned into countless shadows. The instant both parties clashed, the feudal lords exclaimed and grunted, feeling that the violent force had torn their defenses apart. In an instant, they were all blown backwards. Yang Kai directly moved past them and left this place without turning his head, soon disappearing from sight. The place was in a mess as black blood and black ink strength scattered everywhere. The feudal lords looked around with horrified expressions. 3 of them were killed by Yang Kai in the blink of an eye, and the rest were injured. It seemed that this human was even more powerful than they had heard. The surviving feudal lords were glad that Yang Kai didn't intend to kill them. They had no idea why he was in a hurry, as he only attacked them once and left. Otherwise, all of them would have lost their lives. One of the feudal lords suddenly realized something. Is he after Sir He Yuan? When the feudal lords heard that, a myriad of expressions came over them. Even if that was true, there was nothing they could do. Now they could only hope that He Yuan could capture that human. Otherwise, all the Black Ink clansmen in Mu Guang's royal domain would be humiliated. It only took Yang Kai another hour to rush over to a certain feudal lord's fief. The feudal lords guarding this fief were startled upon seeing Yang Kai, and before they could figure out what was going on, they were easily killed. When the only 2 feudal lords were dead, the other Black Ink clansmen in the fief certainly wouldn't be able to counterattack. Yang Kai directly barged into the Black Ink nest and searched around, but He Yuan was nowhere in sight. However, some of He Yuan's aura was left in the chamber inside the Black Ink nest, which suggested that he had been here not long ago. After dashing out of the Black Ink nest, Yang Kai caught a horrified high-rank Black Ink clansman by the throat and asked in a grim voice, "Where's He Yuan?" The high-rank Black Ink clansman breathed out a puff of Black Ink strength in an attempt to corrupt Yang Kai, but an unperturbed Yang Kai simply exerted more force with his hand and broke the other party's neck. He then caught another Black Ink clansman and asked, "Where's He Yuan?" Having witnessed what happened just now, the Black Ink clansman replied in horror, "I have no idea where Sir He Yuan went. He left in a hurry just now." "In what direction did he head?" The Black Ink clansman quickly pointed in a particular direction. Yang Kai tossed him away, and by the time the Black Ink clansman landed, he had lost his life. In the meantime, Yang Kai shot into the sky and raced after He Yuan. Since He Yuan had fled, it suggested that he was badly injured, and he had speculated that Yang Kai would come for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have immediately run away after leaving the special space. Although Yang Kai had promptly pursued, he was still too late. Even if Yang Kai chased after He Yuan now, he might not be able to find him as the void was too vast. He also wouldn't have any solution if He Yuan was determined to hide. However, he wouldn't want to miss this rare chance. It would be best if he could kill He Yuan, but there was nothing he could do if he couldn't find him. One day later, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks somewhere in the void. Although he had searched around a large area for the entire day, he still hadn't discovered He Yuan's whereabouts. He felt that it was such a shame. With that said, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him. Most of the Black Ink clansmen had left Mu Guang's royal domain to fight with the humans from Yinyang Pass, so there were not a lot of them left in this place. The territory lords who stayed back had to assist Mu Guang to deal with the old ancestor from Yinyang Pass, so they wouldn't have time to hunt Yang Kai down. Previously, he had to put his guard up as He Yuan was relentlessly pursuing him. Now that He Yuan had gone into hiding though, no one else in Mu Guang's royal domain could restrain him. In other words, Yang Kai could basically go anywhere in this royal domain. Given his mastery of the Tao of space, he wouldn't fall into danger as long as he was cautious enough. At the thought of this, he turned to look in a particular direction and grinned. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5111, Destroying Black Ink Nests. Kong Chan's home territory was located in a dead universe world, where there was a magnificent mid-rank Black Ink nest. Over the years, the Black Ink strength that had been emanating from the Black Ink nest had enveloped everything. There were over 1 million Black Ink clansmen living in this place, which was just as flourishing as He Yuan's territory. The strongest and most competent Black Ink clansmen had left with Kong Chan to intercept the human army, so although there were some feudal lords around, the rest of them were mostly high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen. Over the past few days, a slight sense of tension could be felt among the Black Ink clansmen in Kong Chan's territory. Rumor had it that a human named Yang Kai was on a killing spree in Mu Guang's royal domain. He had already destroyed 2 Territory Lord Black Ink nests, and his next target was Kong Chan's. Most of the Black Ink clansmen didn't believe this rumor. As far as they were concerned, even though the humans were strong and resilient, they couldn't resist the corruption of Black Ink's strength. Therefore, they had been hiding in their great passes all these years. Faced with the Black Ink clan's soldiers, they could only defend themselves. How was it possible that a single human had barged into the Black Ink clan's territory, and even destroyed Black Ink nests belonging to the powerful territory lords? One day though, a 30,000-meter-long creature, which was covered in scales and radiating a golden light, arrived at this place, wielding a giant spear in its claws. The horrifying pressure this creature exuded sent chills down the spines of these high-ranked and low-ranked Black Ink clansmen. The humongous creature descended from the sky and forcefully swept his spear across the territory lord's Black Ink nest. The Black Ink nest, which had stood in this place for tens of thousands of years, given birth to countless Black Ink clansmen, and provided a resting place for all the Black Ink clansmen who were born here, was cut in half with just one strike. As the Black Ink nest fell, Black Ink's strength gushed out of it like a flood. The Black Ink clansmen in Kong Chan's territory were naturally flustered. The feudal lords promptly shot into the sky to repel the enemy. However, the Black Ink clansmen, who were much larger than ordinary humans, appeared as petite as ants in front of this behemoth. The terrifying creature didn't even spare these feudal lords a glance as he opened his mouth and spat out a horrifying flame. In an instant, many Black Ink clansmen were slaughtered. Kong Chan's territory was set ablaze, and countless Black Ink clansmen perished. The terrifying creature flitted across the sky, and wherever he went, he easily killed all the Black Ink clansmen within his reach. On top of that, he swept his claws across all the shops that were filled with resources. The moment his claws came into contact with the shops, they simply disappeared. Barely a cup of tea's time later, Kong Chan's territory was dyed with black blood. The Black Ink clansmen tried their best to resist by bombarding the creature with their attacks. Their attempt wasn't effective in the beginning, but soon, the creature grunted in pain as his blood scattered about. The battle didn't last for long. Only an incense stick of time had passed from when the terrifying creature appeared to when he was forced to retreat. Despite that, over 100,000 Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives and Kong Chan's territory had been destroyed. Innumerable amounts of resources and manpower were lost. What sent these Black Ink clansmen into despair though was that Kong Chan's Black Ink nest was thoroughly destroyed. Black Ink nests were the foundation of the Black Ink clan. It could be said that all the Black Ink clansmen living in this place were nurtured by this Black Ink nest. To them, Kong Chan's Black Ink nest was profoundly important to them, a symbol of their very lives. But now this Black Ink nest was destroyed. Although it was still alive, it would inevitably wither after it was cut down by the giant creature. Soon this Black Ink nest would perish. These Black Ink clansmen were furious as they vowed to get their revenge, but how were they supposed to look for the colossal creature? After breaking the siege, the creature abruptly disappeared. Furthermore, after the territory lord's Black Ink nest was destroyed, all the feudal lord Black Ink nests in Kong Chan's territory died. The information network had been disabled, so their ability to coordinate their efforts was severely hampered. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was hiding inside a Black Ink cloud and recuperating. In the past, he would be nervous when he recuperated as he was worried that He Yuan would find him. However, he didn't have to worry about that now. In the Black Ink nest space, he had severely injured He Yuan's soul. Just like him, He Yuan was probably hiding somewhere and recuperating, so he wouldn't dare to mess with Yang Kai. He should be glad that Yang Kai stopped trying to look for him. Without any territory lords around, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of the other Black Ink clansmen given his current strength. In such a situation, his presence in the Black Ink clan was like a flood dragon plunging into an ocean or a tiger in the mountains. He was simply unstoppable. Several days later, Yang Kai dashed out of the Black Ink cloud and headed straight in a particular direction. Although he ran into some Black Ink clansmen on his way, he easily killed them off as they were no match for him. Sometime later, he arrived at a new territory lord's territory. He had destroyed 3 mid-rank Black Ink nests already, so the Black Ink clansmen were obviously aware of his plans. Knowing that he had targeted the black ink nests belonging to the territory lords, the black ink clansmen resisted in an even more ferocious manner. The instant Yang Kai assumed his grand dragon form, the feudal lords, who had been hiding, rushed out to deal with him. Upon seeing so many black ink feudal lords, Yang Kai counted and realized there were over 100 of them. Despite being a grand dragon, Yang Kai still felt apprehensive. He was indeed powerful and able to escape from a territory lord, as he was no match for such a master. However, there was no way he could defeat 100 feudal lords in a frontal clash. Yang Kai had no idea whose territory this was, but from the looks of it, he knew that all of the feudal lords who stayed behind had gathered together in this place to defend the territory lord's black ink nest. It was no wonder that when he arrived at a feudal lord black ink nest to ascertain the location of the territory lord's black ink nest earlier, he faced no organized resistance at all. That was because they were all waiting for him here. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai still charged at the feudal lords, who apparently hadn't expected that he would be so unrelenting. Seeing that the 30,000-meter creature was coming at them with a gigantic spear, the feudal lords instinctively dodged. The Grand Dragon directly plowed through the feudal lord's lines, forcefully enduring the attacks that came at him. Dragon blood splashed everywhere and dragon scales were shattered and broken, while some unlucky feudal lords were instantly killed as they came into contact with Azure Dragon's spear. With that said, the casualties were insignificant compared to the total number of feudal lords in this place. Regardless, Yang Kai just had to break through their blockade. Ignoring the attacks coming from behind, he directly struck the territory lord's black ink nest with his Azure Dragon spear. After a long time of dealing with the Black Ink clan, Yang Kai came to realize that the black ink nests were actually quite frail. Basically, the black ink nests were defenseless. Even if he was in his human form, he could easily destroy a black ink nest with one strike, not to mention in his Grand Dragon form with the Azure Dragon spear in his claws. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't need to get tangled up with these feudal lords. His target had always been to destroy the territory lord's black ink nest. As a Grand Dragon with the Azure Dragon spear, Yang Kai's attack was unimaginably destructive. Following the strike, the black ink nest collapsed to the ground. Yang Kai didn't even take another glance at it as he flew across the sky above the prosperous city and spat out dragon breath, instantly killing tens of thousands of weaker black ink clansmen. The 100 feudal lords were relentlessly pursuing him from behind as they continuously cast violent attacks at him in an attempt to take him down. Although Yang Kai did his best to dodge the attacks, his figure was too massive, so almost all of them struck him, causing him to tremble and roar. In such a situation, he couldn't possibly rob the shops, as a moment of delay would greatly exacerbate his injuries. Despite thinking that it was such a shame, he had achieved his main goal. Therefore, Yang Kai did not hesitate to shoot into the sky and leave. The feudal lords were still chasing after him. However, after Yang Kai returned to his human form, he manipulated space principles several times and easily shook off his pursuers. Since Yang Kai was nowhere in sight, these feudal lords had no choice but to give up. They turned around and saw that the black ink nest was withering and could not be saved. Although they had caused some damage to the Grand Dragon, they didn't manage to make him stay behind, and he had successfully fled in the end. Another territory lord black ink nest was destroyed, and all of the black ink clansmen in Mu Guang's royal domain were alerted. No one knew when Yang Kai would jump out of nowhere and make a move on another territory lord's black ink nest. More importantly, no one knew which territory lord black ink nest would be his next target. Based on this experience, though, they understood that even 100 feudal lords couldn't stop Yang Kai from destroying a black ink nest. It wasn't that they were unable to defeat Yang Kai, but that he could break through their formation and head straight to the black ink nest, though he would be injured in the process. Presently, the royal lord and several territory lords were dealing with the old ancestor from Yinyang Pass while He Yuan had gone missing. The feudal lords couldn't find anyone who could take charge, leaving the entire royal domain leaderless and flustered. Now the only thing the feudal lords could do was to gather together around their respective territory lords' black ink nests and wait. They had to prepare should Yang Kai launch a surprise attack on them all of a sudden, and they could only hope that they could stop him or kill him on the spot eventually. Therefore, in Muguang's royal domain, every territory lord Black Ink Nest now had over 100 feudal lords surrounding it. Through the territory lords' Black Ink Nests that hadn't been affected, they constantly exchanged information and reported on Yongkai's whereabouts. The territory lords' territories neighboring the Black Ink Nest that Yongkai previously destroyed were the center of attention. They speculated that Yongkai's next target would be one of those territory lords' Black Ink Nests. Therefore, countless weaker Black Ink clansmen were sent from these territory lords' territories to search for Yongkai. As time passed, Yongkai was still nowhere in sight though, and the pressure on the Black Ink clan intensified. Based on past experiences, Yongkai would go into hiding every time he destroyed a Black Ink nest, but when he reappeared, he would stir up a bloody storm. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5112, I Can Give It a Try. The Black Ink clan speculated that Yongkai was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate. After all, every time he appeared, he would be wounded. However, it wouldn't take him a long time to recover. The human named Yongkai seemed to have an incredible restorative ability. Regardless of how badly injured he was, he could always recover in 10 days to half a month. Based on the information they had gathered from the Black Ink disciples, this kind of restorative power must have something to do with his Dragon Clan bloodline. Dragon Clan members were known to be able to heal their wounds quickly. As expected, Yongkai reappeared half a month later. Just like the Black Ink clan had speculated, he appeared in a neighboring territory lord's territory of the Black Ink Nest that he previously destroyed. Although over 100 feudal lords were already waiting there, and they had set up a restrictive spirit array with the help of the Black Ink disciples, they still couldn't ward off the 30,000-meter-long Grand Dragon. Just like what happened previously, the Grand Dragon destroyed the Black Ink Nest and shattered the universe world it sat on. Although he was badly injured, he still managed to break through the siege and escape. Another territory lord's Black Ink Nest was gone for good. This caused the Black Ink clansmen to be furious. The destruction of the Black Ink Nests united all these Black Ink clansmen, as the feudal lords swore that they would kill Yongkai for the humiliation he had inflicted upon them. The Black Ink clan intensified their search for Yongkai, which made it hard for him to recuperate in peace. Despite their best efforts though, a mid-rank Black Ink nest would be destroyed by Yongkai every half a month. Faced with the ferocious Grand Dragon, these Black Ink clansmen didn't have a solution as there were no powerful masters among them who could confront the enemy head-on. One day, when Yongkai transformed into a Grand Dragon and arrived at a territory lord's direct territory, he saw nearly 200 feudal lords charging towards him. After an intense battle, he managed to kill quite a number of them, but their defense line held, so he was unable to get close to the Black Ink Nest. Faced with so many feudal lords, he wouldn't dare to be reckless, otherwise he would most likely be killed. Left with no choice, he fled for now. It had been about half a year since Yongkai destroyed the first territory lord's Black Ink Nest. During this period of time, he had destroyed 10 territory lords' Black Ink Nests. In the past, the feudal lords were unable to stave him off regardless of how hard they tried. But this time, they managed to force him to withdraw without achieving his goal. Seeing that the Grand Dragon turned around to flee, the feudal lords became high-spirited and cheered in ecstasy. Some of the bold feudal lords even chased after Yongkai, but they eventually lost track of him. Although the feudal lords were unable to make Yongkai stay, it was the first time they gained a victory against this opponent. With their hard work and perseverance, they saved a territory lord's Black Ink Nest that Yongkai had targeted. This was a meaningful victory for all the Black Ink clansmen that was worth celebrating. Unlike how joyful the Black Ink clansmen were, Yongkai was extremely vexed. He had repeatedly made a move recently, and even though he had made a huge contribution by destroying quite a number of territory lord Black Ink Nests and killing a lot of feudal lords, he came to the realization that as time passed, he faced increasingly strong resistance. One thing he had noticed was that the number of feudal lords he had to face increased each time he arrived at a new Black Ink Nest. Furthermore, he found many of the feudal lords familiar. In other words, he had seen them before. After giving it a thought, he soon realized that those familiar-looking feudal lords came from the other territories to help. His target was clear: which was to destroy Territory Lord Black Ink nests. Usually, a territory where a Territory Lord's Black Ink nest was located would have 100 or so feudal lords inhabiting it. Once he managed to destroy the nest though, these feudal lords would head to the neighboring Black Ink nests to provide reinforcements. That was the reason he came across so many feudal lords on this day, and many of them looked familiar to him. It was apparent that he faced them before. In that case, as he destroyed more Black Ink nests, he would face stiffer resistance. Young Kai was unable to achieve his goal on this day, as nearly 200 feudal lords went all out to protect the Black Ink nest. Although he had turned into a grand dragon, he was still unable to break through their defenses, and instead, he was terribly injured. It seemed that he had to stop this game at this point. If he still recklessly continued, an accident was likely to happen. Fortunately, he had already destroyed a lot of Territory Lord Black Ink nests, thus dealing a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan. He had also snatched vast amounts of resources from several Territory Lords' territories, and killed countless Black Ink clansmen. It could be said that he had made a huge contribution. Despite his reluctance, Young Kai still decided to end his actions here. He believed that after the chaos he raised this time, the foundation of the Black Ink clan in Muguang's royal domain had been severely damaged. It would take them several hundred to 1,000 years to fully recover. The Black Ink clan must be extremely vexed that 10 Territory Lord Black Ink nests had been destroyed, which resulted in several dozen more feudal Lord Black Ink nests withering as well. Since he had made up his mind, Young Kai found a remote place to recuperate in peace. It was destined that his journey back home wouldn't be smooth sailing though. Other than the fact that he would run into a lot of Black Ink clansmen along the way, he would also have to deal with the Black Ink clan army besieging Inyang Pass. Several days later, Young Kai, who was recuperating, suddenly thought of something. He turned into a soul avatar and appeared in his small universe. This was a place with lush mountains and clear rivers. The 300 artifact refiners that Young Kai had kept inside his small universe were settled down here. In any case, other than recuperating in such a serene place, there was nothing else they could do. This was Young Kai's small universe after all. If they activated their world forces as they pleased, it would cause a burden on Young Kai. They might even damage or contaminate Young Kai's small universe. With that in mind, they had been doing nothing recently, which was why they were quite bored. However, after such a long time, they still had no idea what was going on in the outside world, and Young Kai didn't seem to have the intention of releasing them. It was expected that Wu Xinghe and the others were worried about Young Kai, and they wanted to ask him what was going on. Therefore, the moment Young Kai's soul avatar appeared, they promptly surrounded him. "What's wrong, senior brothers?" Young Kai asked. Wu Xinghe said, "Junior brother Yang, haven't we returned to the inner sanctum?" Young Kai shook his head. "Not yet. There's been an accident. We're still inside the Black Ink clan's territory. We're still in enemy territory." Guanning was astounded. Wang Sibo asked with concern, "What kind of accident? Is there anything we can help you with?" Young Kai shook his head. "The Black Ink clan's territory is filled with Black Ink clouds and Black Ink strength, so it's best you stay here lest you become corrupted again." Wu Xinghe and the other Grandmaster artifact refiners had cut off large sections of their small universes, causing them to drop to the 6th order from the 7th order open heaven realm, so that Young Kai could easily keep them inside his own small universe. Now that their orders had dropped and their small universes were incomplete, they would easily be invaded by Black Ink strength. The other artifact refiners were unable to help either because they were only in the 5th order and 6th order open heaven realm. As for what accident occurred, it's no big deal. Recently, I've been destroying some Black Ink nests. Young Kai briefly told them what he had been up to. It wasn't that he wanted to brag, but he understood that these artifact refiners were apprehensive as they had been staying in his small universe, and unable to find out what was going on in the outside world. Therefore, he decided to tell them what he had done to let them know that it wasn't that he was unable to return to the inner sanctum. He just didn't want to go back without dealing a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan first. Upon hearing that Young Kai had single-handedly destroyed so many Territory Lord Black Ink nests and killed countless Black Ink clansmen, These artifact refiners were dumbfounded. They couldn't really believe what they had just heard. After all, Yang Kai was just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although most of the strongest Black Ink clansmen had left the royal domain, even an 8th Order Division commander would be unable to pull off such a feat. However, they knew that it wasn't necessary for Yang Kai to lie to them. In other words, such things had really happened. Wu Xinghe and the others were astonished as admiration was written all over their faces. A moment later, Wu Xinghe came to his senses and asked, "Junior brother, you mean, after a territory lord's black ink nest is destroyed, all of the subnests that originated from that black ink nest will wither as well?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's right." Wu Xinghe quickly ran the numbers in his mind. A territory lord's black ink nest is connected to several dozen feudal lord black ink nests. In other words, hundreds of feudal lord black ink nests have been destroyed as a result. "I think so." All of them gasped. Wang Xibo said in a shaking voice, "You've also injured He Yuan." Yang Kai nodded. "He wanted to fight me using only our souls, but he had no idea that I possessed the soul-warming lotus. He basically found the wrong opponent. Unfortunately, even though I've managed to wound his soul, I have no idea where he is now. I've failed in my attempts to find him. Otherwise, I could seize this chance and end his life." The soul-warming lotus. Wu Xinghe muttered under his breath. He had certainly heard of this supreme treasure before, but it never crossed his mind that such a valuable item was in Yang Kai's possession. With the soul-warming lotus protecting Yang Kai's soul, it was expected that He Yuan would lose in such a contest. Anyway, the Black Ink clan have suffered immense losses recently. However, the feudal lords who are still around have gathered together around the surviving territory lord Black Ink nests, so I'm no longer able to keep attacking. It's time we went home. Upon hearing that, Wu Xinghe nodded. "You'd better keep yourself safe, junior brother. You're just a 7th Order master now, but you've managed to make such a huge contribution. When you ascend to the 8th Order in the future, you'll be a pillar of strength for the human race. You must prioritize your safety at all times." Yang Kai replied humbly, "Many thanks for your compliment, senior brother. How confident are you that you can kill He Yuan if you find him?" Wang Xibo suddenly asked. After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai shook his head. "I have no idea. However, since He Yuan's soul is damaged, he must be significantly weakened now. If I run into him, I'll stand a chance to end his life. Why do you ask, senior brother Wang?" A hint of hesitation flashed through Wang Xibo's face. Realizing something, Yang Kai asked, "Do you have a way to locate He Yuan?" Wang Xibo remained silent. Nevertheless, his silence meant that he definitely had a way to find He Yuan. Yang Kai promptly said, "Senior brother Wang, if you have a solution, why don't you tell me about it? Although I've destroyed a lot of mid-rank Black Ink nests and severely damaged their foundation, Black Ink nests can still be hatched again. It will just take them some time and energy to nurture these Black Ink nests. However, it will be different if we have a chance to kill He Yuan, who is one of the top 5 territory lords serving Mu Guang. Killing He Yuan will deal much longer-lasting damage than destroying 10 territory lord Black Ink nests. His death will be a severe blow to the Black Ink clan." After a sigh, Wang Xibo said, "I wouldn't dare to say that I can definitely find him, but I can give it a try." Yang Kai's eyes brightened. "I'm all ears." Wang Xibo went on to say, "He Yuan has a defensive artifact that was made by me. Martial Peak. Chapter 5113. Why is he here again? After giving it some thought, Yang Kai soon realized what the other man was talking about. That arm ring? Certainly, he was aware that there was an arm ring on He Yuan's right arm. After all, he had frequently come into contact with him. Although Yang Kai knew that it was an artifact made by a human artifact refiner, it never crossed his mind that it was crafted by Wang Xibo. As expected, Wang Xibo nodded. Indeed, it was an arm ring. Back then, He Yuan found me and told me to make a defensive artifact for him. Therefore, I specifically made the arm ring for him. Although the defensive artifact isn't very strong, it's not weak either. It might save his life at a critical moment. Since you've seen it before, it means that he's still wearing it. Yang Kai nodded. And it will be easy then. Wang Xibo put on a smile. Junior brother, you're an artifact refiner yourself, so you know that we have a habit of leaving unique marks on the artifacts we make to show that they are our works. Certainly, Yang Kai was aware of this custom. Just like Wang Xibo had said, many artifact refiners had a habit of leaving their unique mark on the artifacts they refined. Of course, they wouldn't leave a mark on every artifact they crafted, only the special and unique ones. The reason artifact refiners did such a thing was that they wanted to make a name for themselves. On the other hand, an artifact with a unique mark of an artifact refining grandmaster would be costly. The marks could either be conspicuous or hidden. It was fully at the artifact refiner's discretion. In fact, Yang Kai had done such a thing as well. However, he didn't leave a unique mark but instead a kind of hidden restriction. He left such a restriction in every artifact he refined for the feudal lords. When he dealt with Xiaogu, he activated the corresponding restrictions, disrupting the flow of energy in the artifacts on Xiaogu's body, rendering them brittle and useless. That was how he managed to kill him with one strike back then. Therefore, he could easily understand what Wang Xibo was talking about at this moment. Did you leave a mark in that arm ring? And Wang Xibo nodded. There was no doubt that the arm ring he made for He Yuan was valuable, which was why he left his unique mark on it. I can make something to trace that mark. Perhaps it will allow you to find He Yuan. However, if he's hiding in a sealed world or if he's too far away, it won't work. If He Yuan was hiding in a sealed wood, he couldn't be traced as the signal from the mark couldn't be traced across a world barrier. On the other hand, if he was too far away, they simply would be able to connect to the mark. With that said, it was worth giving it a try, and Yang Kai promptly said, "In that case, please do what you can, Senior Brother Wang. It would be best if we can seize this chance to kill He Yuan, but if that's not possible, we can just return to the inner sanctum." Certainly, Wang Xibo wouldn't turn him down. However, he wasn't able to freely use his power in Yang Kai's small universe. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only look for a safe place first. Fortunately, there were a lot of sealed worlds within the Black Ink clan's territory. While Yang Kai was raising chaos, he discovered a lot of hidden portals to sealed worlds, but he didn't have time to explore them. Hence, it wasn't hard for him to find a sealed world now. It only took him a day to locate a sealed world, and after opening the portal, he entered and let Wang Xibo out from his small universe. He had already prepared all the materials needed for artifact refining. It wasn't difficult to craft a tracker, but it would still most likely take Wang Xibo several days. Yang Kai thus released Wu Xinghe and the others so that they could protect Wang Xibo while he searched around the sealed world for any potential dangers. By doing so, he could explore this place as well. If there were any rare spirit herbs or profound spirit fruits, he could pick them. As he explored the sealed world, Yang Kai pondered on where He Yuan was hiding. Although Wang Xibo could craft a tracker, it wouldn't be useful if He Yuan was too far away. Therefore, Yang Kai had to speculate where He Yuan was so that they could make better use of the tracker. Since He Yuan's soul had been badly injured, he must be recuperating now. A black ink nest would be the best choice if a black ink clansman wanted to recuperate. As a territory lord, He Yuan certainly had to go into a territory lord rank black ink nest to properly heal. However, Yang Kai was causing a storm in Mu Guang's royal domain, targeting mid-rank black ink nests. Hence, He Yuan might not have the guts to enter one. If he was cornered by Yang Kai in a black ink nest, he would be in hot water. Hence, Yang Kai was 80% sure that He Yuan wasn't in any black ink nest. He believed that He Yuan would be hiding in a region where those territory lords' black ink nest had already been destroyed. That was because there were no longer black ink nests in such a place. Judging from what Yang Kai had been doing, he wouldn't revisit such a place. Thus, it would be considered a safe zone for He Yuan. He might even be hiding in his own territory to fool his opponent. A few days later, Yang Kai returned from the depths of the sealed world. There were no valuable items in this sealed world. He had picked a few herbs, but there were no profound spirit fruits. During this period of time, Wang Xibo had finished making the tracker. Seeing Yang Kai, he passed something that looked like a compass to him and explained, "With the help of this thing, you'll be able to detect the arm ring as long as it's within range. You should find He Yuan when you detect the arm ring's presence." "Got it." Yang Kai nodded. "Be cautious, junior brother. Although He Yuan has been weakened, he's still a territory lord. Run away if you can't defeat him," Wang Sibo said with concern. Yang Kai replied, "Don't worry, senior brother. I have to bring all of you back to the inner sanctum, so I won't take any big risks." After moving Wang Sibo and the others back inside his small universe, Yang Kai left the sealed world. Upon identifying the direction with the help of his universe chart, he headed straight towards He Yuan's territory. Yang Kai held the compass in his hand, and he would take a look at it from time to time. Nevertheless, it didn't react along the way. Whenever he ran into a group of Black Ink clansmen, he would directly kill them all. There wasn't even a single feudal lord among the Black Ink clansmen that he came across, so how were they supposed to stop him? It seemed that his speculation was right. All the feudal lords had headed to the neighboring mid-rank Black Ink nests to help and waited for Yang Kai to arrive. Therefore, there wasn't a single feudal lord among the Black Ink clansmen on patrol. Yang Kai went on a killing spree for the next 7 to 8 days before he arrived at He Yuan's territory. He headed straight to He Yuan's home territory, since he speculated that He Yuan was trying to deceive him by hiding in the least likely spot for him to look. This place also made sense for He Yuan though, as this was where his foundation was. If he wanted to recuperate without relying on a Black Ink nest, this place would be the best choice. However, when Yang Kai arrived at the universe fragment and took a look at the compass, he realized that there was no reaction. "Is He Yuan not here?" Yang Kai frowned. He certainly had trust in the thing Wang Sibo crafted. This compass wasn't a complicated artifact and Wang Sibo was an artifact refining grandmaster, so the items he refined couldn't possibly be useless. Since the compass didn't react, it suggested that He Yuan wasn't here. It seemed that Yang Kai's speculation was wrong, so he was disappointed. Nevertheless, since he was already here, he wouldn't want to go back without achieving anything. As he took a glance at the shattered universe fragment, he activated the power of his dragon vein and roared. The next instant, he turned into a 30,000-meter-long dragon. Life hadn't been peaceful for the Black Ink clansmen living on this universe fragment. When the human named Yang Kai appeared as a grand dragon previously, not only did he destroy the mid-rank Black Ink nest and kill a lot of Black Ink clansmen, but he also shattered the universe fragment. As a result, the city was ruined, and a lot of the resources in the shops were stolen. There was originally a mid-rank Black Ink nest that continuously produced Black Ink strength here, which was the foundation that the Black Ink clansmen relied on to survive. Now that the Black Ink nest was destroyed, the Black Ink strength around the universe fragment became thinner and thinner. A long time had passed, but the injured Black Ink clansmen still hadn't managed to recover. It was imaginable that the remaining Black Ink strength would be gone for good in no time. When that happened, the situation here would only exacerbate. On the other hand, He Yuan was missing. Initially, there were still some feudal lords in this area, but they had left soon after. It seemed that they had headed out to protect other mid-rank Black Ink nests. The Black Ink clansmen living on the universe fragment were apprehensive about their future. Although some high-rank clansmen assured them that He Yuan wouldn't abandon them, and that he would get another Black Ink nest to rebuild their foundation, their efforts did little to assuage these fears. Just as the Black Ink clansmen on the universe fragment were lost in their own anxiety, they heard a dragon roar coming from the distance, and it sounded familiar. The Black Ink clansmen looked up and saw that there was a colossal grand dragon with a golden glow descending from the sky, shaking its head and flicking its tail as it swam towards them. Why is he here again? The Black Ink clansmen on the universe fragment were stunned. It was said that this grand dragon had been targeting territory lord rank Black Ink nests, but since the Black Ink nest in this place had been destroyed, why was he here now? Before they could figure out the reason, the grand dragon was upon them. Wherever he went, Black Ink clansmen would die. When Yang Kai arrived at this place as a grand dragon previously, he faced resistance from a lot of feudal lords. However, this time, the The most powerful opponents were just high-rank Black Ink clansmen. Faced with Yang Kai's intense dragon pressure, these Black Ink clansmen were so terrified they ran away at first sight, not daring to clash with him. The Grand Dragon destroyed everything in sight, as though there was no one else in this place. As he breathed out his dragon breath, the Black Ink clansmen screamed in terror and pain. When Yang Kai left 2 hours later, the entire universe fragment was thoroughly shattered. Countless Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives during the carnage. It was estimated that over 100,000 Black Ink clansmen had perished. Although there wasn't a feudal lord among them, these high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen were still part of the Black Ink clan's foundation. Their deaths could potentially affect the Black Ink clan's survival as a whole. What's more, all the resources in all the shops had been snatched up. Although Yang Kai had previously looted several shops, he didn't obtain everything as he was in a hurry. This time, he could pillage without any worries, so he picked the Black Ink clan clean. The entire universe was shattered, and innumerable Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives. It could be said that He Yuan's home territory was thoroughly destroyed. This was probably the first territory lord territory to be completely wiped out by a human in history. Martial Peak. Chapter 51:14. Wearing out iron shoes while seeking one's feet. Unfortunately, He Yuan wasn't here. He Yuan's soul had been damaged, so if Yang Kai could find him here, he had the confidence to kill him. However, the void was expansive, so Yang Kai wasn't even sure where to start looking for him. Nevertheless, there was nothing he could do at this point. It was time he returned to Yinyang Pass. The Black Ink clan's army was currently besieging the Great Pass, but Yang Kai had no idea about the specifics over there. Since he had made up his mind, he headed straight towards Yinyang Pass. As space principles flared, his figure flickered. There weren't any obstacles along the way. Perhaps the Black Ink clansmen were too terrified of him now, so they wouldn't dare to wander about. Half a day later, just as he was about to leave He Yuan's territory and enter another territory lord's domain, the compass in his hand shook a little all of a sudden. Although he didn't find He Yuan in his home territory, Yang Kai still held out hope. Perhaps he might find a trace that would lead him to He Yuan on his way back, so he kept the compass made by Wang Si Bo on his person the whole time. Hence, he was pleasantly surprised that it finally reacted. The vibration was weak. However, Yang Kai was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and he had been hoping to find He Yuan, so he had been paying close attention to the compass. Therefore, the moment the compass vibrated, he immediately noticed it. Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and looked down, only to see that the pointer was slightly swaying as it pointed in a particular direction. His eyes brightened. Since the compass was reacting, it suggested that it had detected the arm ring's presence. He Yuan was always wearing the arm ring on his right arm, so wherever it was, He Yuan should be hiding there. The reason the pointer was swaying was that He Yuan was still far away. It was barely within the range where the compass could detect the arm ring, so it could only roughly point out a direction. That was enough though. Yang Kai was ecstatic. He initially thought that he would miss the chance to kill He Yuan, so he was surprised at the turn of events. He immediately concealed his aura and charged in the direction that the compass had pointed. There was no doubt that He Yuan was recuperating. Although his soul had been injured, he was still a territory lord. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy to take him down. Yang Kai reckoned that his best hope was to launch a sneak attack on him. As he got closer, the pointer gradually stabilized and eventually stopped swaying. Half a day later, Yang Kai hid inside a Black Ink cloud and silently examined the universe fragment in front of him. The universe fragment was pretty huge as it was left behind from a shattered universe world. Such universe fragments were innumerable on the Black Ink battlefield, especially inside the Black Ink clan's territory. Many feudal lords and territory lords built their bases on such universe fragments. He Yuan's home territory was also built on a universe fragment. As Yang Kai observed this place, he realized that there were no Black Ink clansmen moving around on the universe fragment. He Yuan was nowhere in sight, nor could he detect his aura. However, the compass was pointing in this direction. In other words, He Yuan must be hiding in this universe fragment. After observing for a bit, he still couldn't find He Yuan. Yang Kai frowned and dashed out of the black ink cloud before charging towards the universe fragment. Since he had no idea where He Yuan was, he could only search for him. He did his best to conceal himself as he moved around the universe fragment like a ghost. Initially, Yang Kai was worried that his whereabouts would be exposed. After all, regardless of how well he could conceal his aura, He Yuan might detect his presence in such close proximity. However, after he searched around most of the universe fragment, there was still no reaction from He Yuan. It was only then that Yang Kai set his mind at ease. It seemed that He Yuan was indeed badly injured. When a Black Ink clansman was horribly injured, the best way to recuperate was to enter an unconscious state. In other words, He Yuan was probably hibernating somewhere on this universe fragment. That would allow Yang Kai to make a move with ease. However, after inspecting most of the places on the universe fragment, he still couldn't find He Yuan. Fortunately, there came a moment when a hint of Black Ink strength caught his attention. In the Black Ink clan's territory, Black Ink strength was practically omnipresent. Some of it had even formed into Black Ink clouds. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't pay attention to this wisp of Black Ink strength initially. It wasn't until he realized there was something off about this particular patch of Black Ink strength that he decided to examine it. A moment later, he noticed that the source of the Black Ink strength was inside the universe fragment. In other words, He Yuan was hiding within the universe fragment. It was no wonder that Yang Kai was unable to find him even after such a long time. With that thought in mind, he traced the Black Ink strength and soon found a cave that led to the depths of the universe fragment. As he held his breath, Yang Kai snuck into the cave and descended for quite some time. The deeper he went, the thicker the Black Ink strength was. This led him to believe that his judgment was right. There came a moment when he saw light at the other end of the cave. There was a huge empty space in the center of the universe fragment, and as he looked up, Yang Kai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. That was because there was a several dozen meter tall Black Ink nest in the center of this universe fragment. Just like the other Black Ink nests that Yang Kai had seen before, this one looked like a dark flower bud, and as it breathed, the entire Black Ink nest pulsated like a heart. He was surprised that there was a Black Ink nest in this place. One had to know that he had destroyed He Yuan's Black Ink nest, so supposedly, all the subnests bred from it should have withered by now. Why was there still a Black Ink nest here? The only possibility was that this Black Ink nest wasn't a subnest of He Yuan's Black Ink nest, nor was it a subnest of any of the mid-rank Black Ink nests Yang Kai had destroyed. This might even be another mid-rank Black Ink nest, otherwise, it couldn't possibly have survived. However, its scale wasn't even comparable to the low-rank Black Ink nests. He Yuan must have hatched it in a hurry to help him recuperate, so he didn't have time to grow it yet. As Yang Kai looked down at the compass, the pointer was pointing at the Black Ink nest. Found you. Yang Kai stored the compass and examined the Black Ink nest in front of him. The entire Black Ink nest had been sealed up, so it was impossible for him to sneak inside without alerting He Yuan. Nevertheless, He Yuan still didn't react even though Yang Kai was in such close proximity. It seemed that he was really in a state of deep sleep. Yang Kai took a deep breath and reached out his hand, summoning the Azure Dragon Spear into his grip. The next instant, he madly pushed the power of his small universe. As a golden crow cawed, a great sun leapt up from behind Yang Kai. Fixing the great sun at the tip of his spear, he hurled it towards the Black Ink nest. At the same time, space principles flared, turning the local space viscous, giving He Yuan no chance to flee. Under the great sun, the several dozen meter tall Black Ink nest was blown away. Right then, a roar with a hint of fury reverberated across the space. The next instant, a golden light dazzled Yang Kai's eyes as a ring-shaped light shield appeared and blocked his attack. It was the arm ring refined by Wuxia bow. Yang Kai long ago realized that the arm ring was a defensive artifact that He Yuan wore on his right arm. Although he had been sound asleep, he as a territory lord, still instinctively reacted to the danger the moment Yang Kai launched the attack, and the arm ring shield was instantly activated. Wuxia bow was an artifact refining grandmaster, so the defensive artifact with his unique mark that he had personally refined certainly wouldn't be weak when it came to its defense. However, it wasn't enough to withstand Yang Kai's attack either. After all, he was significantly more powerful than an average 7th Order master. Furthermore, Golden Crow Cast the Sun was a divine manifestation, so ordinary secret techniques were not comparable to it. Under the Great Sun, the golden defense shattered and Yang Kai directly thrust his Azure Dragon spear towards He Yuan's chest. It was expected that He Yuan was in a terrible mood as he was faced with such an attack right after he awakened. As his power burst forth, he forcefully threw out his fist. In an instant, the ground cracked and rocks flew around. The universe fragment, which had been drifting around the void in silence over countless years, was subject to a violent clash, and in the next instant, it exploded into pieces. 2 figures shot out of it. While in midair, Yang Kai sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet. He almost couldn't bear He Yuan's all-out attack. Some of his ribs were broken and his 5 viscera and 6 organs were throbbing. Just like what Wang Xibo had said, even though He Yuan had been weakened, he was still a territory lord. Yang Kai stabilized himself and lifted his gaze, only to see that He Yuan was looking furious. There was a hint of puzzlement behind his eyes, as it was apparent that he hadn't figured out what was going on yet. The arm ring on his right arm had turned dim with cracks all over it. Most of its spirituality had been lost. It was only thanks to this arm ring that blocked Yang Kai's Golden Crow Cast the Sun at the critical moment that his life was saved. Otherwise, he could have been killed by Yang Kai in that sneak attack. Even so, blood was still streaming from his chest at this moment, as the blow had still hurt him. A short while later, He Yuan figured out what was going on. As he looked up and made out the person who launched a sneak attack on him, he said through clenched teeth, "It's you." Yang Kai spat out the blood in his mouth and sneered, "You're pretty lucky." It was thanks to the arm ring that Wang Xibo had made for He Yuan that Yang Kai could find He Yuan. Nevertheless, it was also because of the arm ring that his strike was rendered ineffective. His success and failure were all because of Wang Xibo. With that said, he had found He Yuan at the very least, and the battle had just started. "How did you know that I was here?" He Yuan was both surprised and shocked as he couldn't figure it out. The void was vast, and he was hiding inside an empty universe fragment to recuperate. How did Yang Kai discover him? One had to know that he randomly chose this place to settle down for the time being. No one else was aware of his whereabouts. Despite that, Yang Kai had still accurately located him and launched a sneak attack on him, which was inconceivable. "Is it hard to find you?" Yang Kai sneered as he wielded his spear. "I can smell the stench coming from your body even if we're billions of kilometers apart. So don't even think about hiding from me. Wherever you are, I can find you and kill you." Marshall Peak. Chapter 51:15 You Can't Run Away. He Yuan's expression darkened. "Do you think you're capable of doing it?" "You'll soon find out if I'm capable or not." Yang Kai snorted, looking high-spirited as he pointed his spear at his opponent. "Don't even think about running away, as today, either you die, or I perish. There is no third possibility." "Run!" He Yuan was so furious that he started laughing as his territory lord aura rose. Black ink strength swirled around his burly figure as he roared. "How dare a trivial ant like you challenge this lord? You court death." As his horrifying pressure burst forth, space started contorting. Under the influence of his fury, He Yuan's robust figure expanded and became even more intimidating. Standing in front of He Yuan, Yang Kai was so petite that it was as though he was really just an ant. In the next instant, a huge fist came at Yang Kai. Faced with such an imposing attack, Yang Kai had never been more solemn, because wherever the fist went, space would shatter apart. This showed how powerful a territory lord truly was. And the situation was quite unlike what Yang Kai had imagined. The damage to He Yuan's soul didn't seem to affect his strength at all. This reality surprised Yang Kai, but he didn't have time to ponder on it. Faced with He Yuan's punch, he didn't hesitate to cover himself in spear light and charge towards his opponent. As he infused his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm World Force into the Azure Dragon Spear, he was determined to pierce through whatever stood in front of him. As the violent forces clashed, Yang Kai felt an immense power sweeping across his figure. He almost lost grip of his spear as the force easily shattered all of his defenses, causing him to see stars as he was sent flying backwards while spraying out a mouthful of blood in mid-air. If not for the fact that he had the World Trees clone, his small universe would have turned upside down because of this one attack. Once a cultivator's small universe was shaken, his power would severely weaken. When that happened, his life or death would be controlled by his opponent. Despite the fact that Yang Kai's small universe was robust, he couldn't make up for the gap between their powers. A relentless He Yuan was determined to capture Yang Kai and charged forward, throwing out his fist again. Yang Kai raised his spear to intercept the attack, but his attempt was futile and he was sent flying away again. Hong hong hong. A violent force swept across the void with every attack that He Yuan launched. Despite being defiant, Yang Kai was powerless to counterattack, as though he was a mere sandbag. Barely a moment later he was covered in blood, looking completely battered. Struck by He Yuan's fist again, Yang Kai flew out several hundred kilometers, and crashed into a universe fragment and remained there, unmoving. He Yuan strode towards Yang Kai, and with every step he took, he crossed several dozen kilometers. It only took him a moment to reach Yang Kai, and as he looked down at him, he spoke in a voice so loud that it reverberated across the void. Have you lost all hope, Aunt? Don't worry. I won't kill you, for you are still useful to the Royal Lord. I initially had no idea where to look for you, but since you've delivered yourself right to me, I'll not let you go. Upon finishing his words, he extended his hand towards Yang Kai. Stop shamelessly boasting, Yang Kai sneered as he stood straight up without a warning, the blood on his face giving him a hideous look. Do you seriously think I'm unable to fight back? I was just trying to ascertain the gap between our strengths. As he spoke, He Yuan managed to grasp him. Yang Kai was stuck in the huge hand, and was restrained by thick black ink strength. Instantly He Yuan growled, feeling as though someone had stuck a knife into his head. The pain caused his figure to shudder. Just like Yang Kai had said, it wasn't easy to heal the damage to one's soul, and He Yuan's was badly injured during their previous confrontation in that special space. It was now a fatal weakness which Yang Kai could use against him. If he were at his peak, Yang Kai couldn't have easily attacked his soul. However, given the state he was in, He Yuan couldn't possibly fend off Yang Kai's attack on his soul. His injured soul was attacked once again, which caused his defense to slip and Yang Kai easily bypassed it with his spear. At the critical moment, He Yuan tilted his head and saved his remaining eye from being gouged out. Although there was now a wound on his head, physically he was still fine. Just as Yang Kai was ready to push out his spear again, He Yuan swung his arm out and swept him away. The next moment, he turned around and ran away at full speed. Yang Kai couldn't believe that his opponent had fled just like this. He had been targeting the damage in He Yuan's soul, so the latter was completely powerless to go against him. If He Yuan hadn't fled, he would be doomed. Since he didn't want to die though, He Yuan could only run away. As Yang Kai stared at his opponent's back, he slightly lowered his head. No one can flee from me. Don't even dream about it, He Yuan. Saying so, he manipulated space principles. Instantly, He Yuan's movements became sluggish, as though he was stuck in a quagmire. But soon a powerful force burst from his figure, which allowed him to struggle out of the constraint. Yang Kai frowned in surprise, for this was the first time he saw that someone able to break through his space principles restraint with such ease. However, He Yuan was still a territory lord while Yang Kai was just a 7th Order master, so the raw power difference between them was still quite large. It wasn't surprising that He Yuan could do this. Based on Yang Kai's observation, He Yuan was still able to fully utilize his strength as long as his soul wasn't attacked. But when his soul was targeted, his power would drop considerably. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to settle this issue quickly, but now it seemed that he had to act carefully. It would be terrible if He Yuan became desperate and went all out against him without caring for his own life. Yang Kai still remembered vividly that when he joined forces with Bai Yi to deal with the wounded Zhu Feng back then, they were almost killed despite the territory lord being terribly wounded. At the thought of this, Yang Kai chased after his opponent and shouted, "You can't run, He Yuan!" At the same time, he struck with his spear and manipulated space principles to restrict He Yuan's movements. Noticing the danger coming from behind, He Yuan turned around and roared before pushing out his fist. A well-prepared Yang Kai used the same trick by sending out a spiritual energy attack. Instantly, He Yuan staggered, and his punch was significantly weakened. While enduring the attack, Yang Kai jabbed his spear into the side of He Yuan's belly and madly surged his world force. A hole was formed in He Yuan's abdomen as a result. The two of them traded injuries, and seeing how Yang Kai was forced back, He Yuan quickly turned around and fled. Soon, Yang Kai caught up though and repeated the process. Barely half a year ago, Yang Kai had been running away from He Yuan for such a long time that the world force in his small universe had almost dried up. Now the prey had become the hunter. He was the one pursuing He Yuan. It seemed that He Yuan had run out of luck. He Yuan knew that he was unable to flee from Yang Kai as the latter was a master of the Tao of space. However, he didn't lose hope. Every time Yang Kai attacked him, he would be injured as well. As they kept wounding each other, He Yuan hoped that Yang Kai would be the one who could no longer persevere. Only then would he stand a chance to escape. Unfortunately for He Yuan, he wasn't aware that this was the situation Yang Kai had deliberately created. In fact, Yang Kai wasn't unable to dodge He Yuan's counterattacks at all. There were several times when he could have completely evaded such attacks, but he still chose to clash with He Yuan despite knowing that he would be wounded as well. Martial Peak. Chapter 51:16. Why are you here? Yang Kai wanted to give the prey in front of him the illusion that he could still survive and escape. Yang Kai's cultivation may not be as high as He Yuan's, but in terms of restorative abilities, He Yuan was far inferior to him. Trading injuries put Yang Kai at an advantage. He Yuan was destined to grow weaker over the course of this chase, and at the right time, perhaps He Yuan would die from exhaustion even without his intervention. Nonetheless, He Yuan was not an idiot. He might not know what Yang Kai was planning, but he was still trying his very best to escape from his pursuit. He repeatedly fled to the fiefs of a few feudal lords, hoping to use the Black Ink clansmen in those territories to stop Yang Kai. However, the remaining Black Ink clansmen in those feudal lord fiefs were basically just the low and high-rank clansmen with no feudal lords at all. How could they possibly stop Yang Kai? They might delay him for a few breaths, but it was impossible for He Yuan to completely escape. The chase continued across billions of kilometers and He Yuan's injuries became more and more severe. He was riddled with wounds now, and not a single part of his body was left unbloodied. The fury and grievance boiling in his heart could not be expressed in words. He was far stronger than Yang Kai in terms of raw power, but Yang Kai kept deliberately targeting his heavily injured soul, rendering him unable to display the strength of a territory lord. Otherwise, why would he be in such a miserable condition? Several times, He Yuan had an urge to turn around and fight to the death with Yang Kai, but in the end he didn't have the courage to do so. In his current state, he would not survive if he truly tried to fight to the death with Yang Kai. He wasn't even sure that he could take Yang Kai down with him at this point. His desire to survive pushed him to constantly flee, hoping for some miracle to happen which would help him overcome his current crisis. Suddenly, a variable indeed appeared. At some point, He Yuan suddenly felt a few familiar and powerful auras rapidly approaching him. Obviously, they were other territory lords, existences like him. He could even ascertain the identities of these people from the auras. He Yuan was overjoyed. Currently, most of the territory lords in Mu Guang's royal domain had basically led their respective armies to fight against the humans from Yinyang Pass. Only a few territory lords remained to guard critical areas like the royal city. However, He Yuan also knew that the territory lords in the royal city had been assisting the royal lord in besieging the human old ancestor. He Yuan had been recuperating recently, so he had no idea about the current situation of the battlefield. Since he could sense the auras of these territory lords appearing in the distance, though, it meant that the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord had come to an end. Regardless of what the final outcome of the battle was, these territory lords could provide some assistance at the front lines. And judging by the direction they were heading, it seemed that they were heading in that direction. Running into them here was truly a stroke of luck. He Yuan immediately flew in the direction of the territory lords without a moment of hesitation. So long as he met up with them, Yang Kai, who was chasing after him, would definitely have to act cautiously. He could even team up with the other territory lords and find a way to capture Yang Kai. With their help, even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he might not be able to escape. At this moment, He Yuan couldn't help but recall a saying passed down in the human race: every cloud has a silver lining. But right then, a petite figure appeared in his sight all of a sudden. He Yuan suddenly felt so cold. It was like he had been frozen solid. When He Yuan sensed the auras of these territory lords, Yang Kai also noticed them. Even from a great distance, the monstrous auras of these territory lords were as clear as the bright moon in the night sky. Yang Kai immediately became anxious. He had originally planned to slowly exhaust He Yuan to death as, no matter how weakened, the latter was still a territory lord. If he was forced into a corner, Yang Kai had no idea what kind of methods He Yuan could pull out in desperation. However, the sudden appearances of other territory lords had thrown his plans off entirely. He could sense Mietxiong and Qing Lei among these auras, and apart from those two, he also sensed the aura of another unfamiliar territory lord. In other words, there were 3 territory lords up ahead. What are they doing here? According to the information Yang Kai had received, a few territory lords were assisting Mu Guang in besieging the old ancestor. That was why, when he had severely wounded He Yuan's soul, Yang Kai had been able to continue acting freely within the Black Ink clan's territory. After all, there was no other territory lord present to stop him. But now 3 of them had appeared all of a sudden. Has the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord ended? Who won? Yang Kai had no time to give it another thought though, as he only hesitated for a moment before immediately activating his space principles and disappearing like a ghost. The next moment he appeared, he was not too far behind He Yuan. He promptly manipulated the local space principles to seal the surrounding space and thrust out his Azure Dragon Spear. At the same time, he fired a blast of his spiritual energy straight at He Yuan's head while shouting, "He Yuan, suffer death!" The 3 territory lords were still some distance away, so Yang Kai figured he still had enough time to escape after killing He Yuan. Yang Kai was already prepared to defend against He Yuan's final counterattack, but He Yuan appeared as if he was completely oblivious to the danger even when this fearsome spear thrust was upon him. Rather, all his attention was focused on something in front of him. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed by as a petite figure, holding a longsword, flew past He Yuan. The longsword was devoid of even a stain of black blood, and just so happened to collide with Yang Kai's spear. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets at the sight of this figure, and he frantically retracted his spear, but the powerful impact still caused his vitality to tumble in his chest. The petite figure rushed to Yang Kai and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Yang Kai was also stunned as he asked in a dumbfounded voice, "Old ancestor?" He had not expected to run into the Yinyang Pass old ancestor here. Yang Kai had been wondering about the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord when he felt the auras of Mietxiong and the other territory lords up ahead. Nonetheless, it never crossed his mind that the old ancestor would suddenly appear before him the next moment. Does this mean that the old ancestor was fighting Mu Guang for an entire half a year? Astonishing. However, now was obviously not the time to reminisce about such things. The 3 territory lords behind the old ancestor were relentlessly chasing after her, and would be here soon. So after the old ancestor finished asking, she mustered her world force, wrapped Yang Kai in it and shouted, "Let's get out of here first." Yang Kai could only allow himself to be dragged along by the old ancestor, flying forward as fast as lightning. While escaping, he took a quick look back and saw He Yuan's huge body collapse into countless pieces all of a sudden. Apparently, in the brief moment the old ancestor passed him by, she had ruthlessly attacked him. He Yuan was already on his last legs and had no strength to take on an attack from an old ancestor. A load had been taken off Yang Kai's mind when he saw this. He Yuan might not have died at his hands, but in the end he didn't escape. "Didn't I tell you to meet up with the army? Why are you still here?" the old ancestor curiously asked as she led Yang Kai away. Yang Kai respectfully replied, "Mu Guang's army moved to engage the army from Yinyang Pass. At first, the huge army was blocking my path, so it was difficult for me to break through alone. I wasn't able to join up with the others. Later, something happened, so I stayed here." "You might be young, but your courage isn't small," the old ancestor indifferently stated. Who knows whether she was mocking him or praising him? She then suddenly asked, "Were you the one who injured that guy?" "He Yuan." Yang Kai nodded. "Yes, it was me." "No wonder he didn't have any strength to resist my attack," the old ancestor instantly understood. "If he was at his peak, I might not have been able to kill him in my current state." Yang Kai was taken aback after hearing this and immediately took a closer look at the old ancestor's face. "Are you injured?" The old ancestor gloomily nodded. "My injuries aren't light." But the next moment, she suddenly sneered. "Don't worry, that old hag's injuries are even worse. She's currently unconscious inside her black ink nest." Yang Kai's heart was shaken. He knew that the old hag she was referring to should be Mu Guang. Both of them had fought countless times since they had taken command of this war zone. So a deep blood feud had already been forged between the two. Both were supreme masters of their respective race, and they had always been on par with each other. Since the old ancestor had suffered heavy injuries, Mu Guang would not have fared any better either. Otherwise, not just these territory lords would be chasing after the old ancestor. Just now, Yang Kai had been wondering why someone like the old ancestor was even being chased by a few territory lords, but now he knew the answer. Apparently, her injuries were quite serious. However, there was one thing that piqued Yang Kai's curiosity. "Old ancestor, those territory lords don't seem to be injured at all." The old ancestor pursed her lips in disdain. "These cowards were just hovering around in the background while I was fighting with that old hag. They didn't dare to interfere, so why would they be injured? However, when I broke through the encirclement, I killed one of them. Otherwise, the ones chasing after me would have been 4 territory lords. Haha, I'm pretty awesome, aren't I?" Saying so, she even winked at Yang Kai. At that moment, Yang Kai couldn't remain calm and the corners of his mouth twitched as he praised. "Old ancestor is truly too amazing and awesome. Your might is simply boundless." The old ancestor seemed to be quite happy to hear the praise, no matter how obviously forced it was. Quickly composing herself though, she asked, "I'm quite curious, how did you injure a territory lord to the point you could chase him down? You're only in the 7th order, right?" If all the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were so powerful, the Black Ink clan would have long been wiped out. Yang Kai explained. He Yuan dug his own grave. Afterwards, he briefly explained what he had done so far, and how He Yuan had worked together with many others to set up a trap, waiting for Yang Kai to fall into it. In the end, He Yuan only lifted a rock just to drop it on his own foot. He failed to do anything to Yang Kai's consciousness in that strange space, and instead was badly wounded. With the help of the compass refined by Wang Sibo, Yang Kai coincidentally found He Yuan's location, and engaged in a fierce battle with him before pursuing him. The old ancestor's eyes lit up as she listened. Their black ink nests actually have such a connection. Did old ancestor really not know? The old ancestor explained, shaking her head. The human race actually knows very little about the Black Ink clan. Because of the Black Ink strength, we are unable to explore the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory, let alone their Black Ink nests. What's more, Black Ink nests are the foundation of the Black Ink clan, so they naturally do not reveal secrets about them. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to obtain this intel at all. Having said so, a solemn look appeared on her face before she continued. According to what you said, Each black ink nest can be counted as a subnest of a higher-grade black ink nest. If a territory lord's black ink nest is destroyed, all of its subnests will wither as well. If that old hag's black ink nest were destroyed, wouldn't all of the territory lord black ink nests also wither, thereby affecting all the feudal lord black ink nests as well? Yang Kai agreed with a nod. That should be the case. Martial Peak. Chapter 51:17. Revert back to a child again. The old ancestor asked again. Then whose nest bred the royal lord black ink nests? Yang Kai shook his head. I don't know either. According to the black ink clan, a royal lord black ink nest is the highest grade black ink nest. The old ancestor remained silent for a long time before finally adding, there must be a source. If we can find this source, perhaps we can eliminate the black ink clan once and for all. Yang Kai asked worriedly, if that's the case, doesn't it mean there's an even stronger black ink clansman, stronger than even the royal lords? Since that source could give birth to a high-rank black ink nest owned by a royal lord, it would naturally be guarded by an even stronger black ink clansman. That was quite a terrifying prospect. The royal lords were already on par with the old ancestors. If there really was someone even stronger, what kind of strength could they display? Perhaps. The old ancestor couldn't explain it either. Right now, our understanding of the black ink clan is still too limited. While speaking, she turned her head to look and saw that the three territory lords were still hot on their tails. More importantly, instead of opening up a gap, the distance between them had actually gotten shorter. A trace of murderous intent flashed across the old ancestor's eyes as she muttered, these three stalkers are a bit troublesome. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape unless we take care of them. Do you have any good ideas? Yang Kai decisively shook his head. I'm unable to take on a territory lord, but if it's just escaping, it shouldn't be a problem. That's my forte. The old ancestor glanced at him before realization dawned upon her. Right, you're proficient in the Tao of space. I forgot about that. But I want to kill them. Yang Kai promised upon hearing this. I'll help out however I can. The old ancestor nodded her acknowledgement as she stated, we'll act according to the situation, don't force it. Yes, Yang Kai replied firmly. Right then, they spotted an average-sized universe fragment floating up ahead. Who knows how long it had been drifting through the void? In the cover of the universe fragment, the old ancestor turned around and landed straight on the universe fragment. The next moment, she thrust her longsword out repeatedly while forming a set of hand seals with her free hand. Yang Kai couldn't understand what she was doing, but he knew that the old ancestor was probably setting up some kind of array or trap. She was done in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, the old ancestor bit her fingertip before flicking a drop of gemstone-like blood essence into the void. Immediately after doing this, she quickly concealed her aura. Yang Kai understood the gist of what she was planning, and hurriedly concealed his aura as well. Of course, since his cultivation was lacking compared to the old ancestors, his concealment wasn't as effective. Although the old ancestor was standing in front of him right now, if one didn't use their naked eyes to observe her, they wouldn't be able to perceive her at all. This showed just how exquisite her concealing technique was. Of course, this also had to do with her fantastic strength. Just as she was finished, the three pursuing territory lords flew across the universe fragment. They failed to spot the old ancestor ahead. However, they seemed to have noticed the universe fragment from the corner of their eyes, and felt that there was something strange about it. Mieqiong, who was leading the group, turned his head. The next moment, he saw the old ancestor dressed in white standing alone on the universe fragment with her sword pointed at them with a solemn expression on her face. Mieqiong's hair stood on end. He might not have any idea as to what the old ancestor was planning, but judging by her posture, he could tell that it was not anything good for them. At the same time, Qinglei and the other territory lord whom Yang Kai didn't recognize also noticed this peculiarity. The three territory lords had never imagined that the human race's old ancestor, who they had been chasing all this time, would actually stop here and ambush them. They had thought that the old ancestor was too seriously injured and unable to contend with the three of them, which was why they had chased after her so aggressively. All along the way, the three territory lords had been fantasizing about killing an old ancestor. After all, the death of such a powerhouse was a rare opportunity. They would have made an enormous contribution to the war if they really did kill her. It wasn't until this moment that the three territory lords realized that things were different from what they had imagined. The human old ancestor wasn't completely powerless. Before they could react, a torrential world force erupted from the old ancestor as she swung her sword. The universe fragment exploded and was reduced to dust as a giant yin-yang fish pattern appeared in the void, enveloping the three territory lords. The yin-yang fish was filled with endless murderous intent, and as it rotated, it seemed to transform into a giant millstone that crushed everything in its range. The three territory lords who were enveloped by it immediately began to bleed profusely as they howled in pain and anguish. Immediately after, a surge of black ink strength erupted from the territory lords. Naturally, they wouldn't just sit back and wait for death. Each of them released a powerful burst of energy in an attempt to break free. While they were struggling though, the old ancestor arrived before the three territory lords with her sword in hand. No one saw when she had attacked, not even Yang Kai, who was standing right next to her. It wasn't until a cold light flashed in front of the territory Lord Yang Kai didn't recognize and his giant head flew up into the void that Yang Kai came to his senses. The old ancestor had decapitated a territory lord with one swing of her blade. The old ancestor had already made her move, so how could Yang Kai stand idly by? His figure instantly teleported in front of Mietxiong and attacked. At this moment, Mietxiong was preoccupied with resisting the grinding force of the yin-yang fish, and his entire body was covered in blood as his aura had greatly weakened in this short span. When Yang Kai attacked Mietxiong with his spear, the latter was unable to react and was stabbed through the chest by the Azure Dragon's spear. Although this injury was not light, it wasn't enough to take his life. On the other hand, the old ancestor swung her sword towards Qing Lei, after killing the first territory lord. Qing Lei wasn't weak though and managed to dodge the oncoming attack, preserving his life. Be that as it may, the sword light cut off one of his arms as a fountain of black blood spurted from his wound, causing him to stagger back, howling in pain. But his howl was abruptly cut off as the old ancestor slashed again. This time, Qing Lei was unable to dodge and his huge body was split in two. At the same time Qing Lei was killed, Yang Kai was also sent flying by Mietxiong's fist, breaking many of his bones. Yang Kai somehow managed to stabilize himself and grit his teeth as he madly mobilized space principles, wrapping himself in spear light as he shot towards his enemy. Mietxiong let out a furious roar and ruthlessly thrust out palm. As the palm and spear clashed, Yang Kai felt as if he was struck by lightning, and he could see stars circling around his eyes. Right then, a look of horror flashed across Mietxiong's eyes. Yang Kai also spotted the old ancestor silently appearing behind Mietxiong like a ghost. Immediately after, she swung her sword, sending a shocking sword wave down at Mietxiong. When the brilliant sword wave disappeared, the frozen Mietxiong fell to pieces, literally, and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai stared ahead in a daze, his face covered in blood and filth. Dead. 3 territory lords had died in less than 10 breaths. He might have participated in the battle, but his contribution was minuscule. He had only been able to restrain Mietxiong for a moment, and had even been struck hard by the latter's counterattack. It wasn't wrong to say that these 3 territory lords had all died at the hands of the old ancestor. The fearsome territory lords, against whom Yang Kai was completely helpless, were like common chickens in front of the old ancestor, unable to fight back or even resist, easily killed in an instant. Yang Kai got to witness the true strength of an old ancestor up close today. Be that as it may, he was greatly puzzled by the current situation before him, and immediately turned to the old ancestor. The old ancestor put away her longsword and turned to him, worriedly asking after seeing his state, "How are your injuries?" Yang Kai lightly coughed before replying, shaking his head. "It's nothing serious. I can recover after a few days of rest, but old ancestor, I don't understand something." The old ancestor indifferently asked, "You want to know why I let them chase me since I could have killed them at any point I wished?" Young Kai nodded his affirmation. The old ancestor replied, because I only had this much strength left. If I killed them before, I wouldn't have been able to return, but since I met you, I'll be relying on you to take me back. An earnest and serious expression took over Young Kai's face. I will not fail in the duty I have been entrusted with. The old ancestor suddenly clucked her tongue. Damn it, I'm about to revert back into a child again. Young Kai was confused. Huh? The moment he was finished speaking, the old ancestor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood as her aura rapidly weakened like a deflating balloon. Only then did Young Kai suddenly come to his senses. The old ancestor was wounded, and her injuries were not light either. Furthermore, the old ancestor began to shrink with the weakening of her aura. Originally, the old ancestor looked like a young woman in her early 20s, but under Young Kai's dumbfounded gaze, this young woman seemed to regress into a 7 or 8-year-old kid in less than 20 breaths. Her white clothes also shrank along with her figure, sticking close to her body. Obviously, this was not an ordinary piece of clothing, but a specially refined artifact. Young Kai's eyes almost popped out, looking at the little girl the old ancestor had transformed into. You. He was not just shocked by the old ancestor's transformation, but also by her little girl persona. It was the same little girl who had been pestering him in Enyang Pass marketplace. It was this little girl who had given him that ancient coin. When he first met the old ancestor, Young Kai found her a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Now he finally understood that the old ancestor's appearance was somewhat similar to that little girl's. He had never imagined that the old ancestor herself was that little girl. Suddenly, everything that Young Kai had encountered back then which he failed to understand made sense to him. Previously, he had been wondering why the old ancestor of Enyang Pass hadn't summoned him, or given him any instructions before sending him on such an important mission to infiltrate the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory, and find the Black Ink disciple artifact refiners. It wasn't that the old ancestor hadn't summoned him, but rather that she had been at his side the whole time. The ancient coin's origins also made sense now. How could a little girl who wasn't even in the open heaven realm steal such a precious thing from the old ancestor? At the time, Young Kai had assumed the old ancestor had given it to her, but now it seemed that was not the case. At this moment, Young Kai couldn't sense any trace of cultivation from this little girl. She was like an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before. If Young Kai hadn't witnessed her transformation with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this person in front of him was actually the Enyang Pass old ancestor. What the hell? Young Kai was more than a little confused. Don't just stand there gawking, hurry up and run. Who knows when more Black Ink clansmen might arrive to investigate. The old ancestor's face was pale, and a bit of blood was trickling from the corner of her lips. Her bright eyes had gone gray and lost their shine, and she looked extremely tired with her eyelids already starting to droop. Martial Peak, Chapter 5118, Ancestor has issued a decree. Having prompted Young Kai, her small body staggered forward. Young Kai immediately reached out to support her. I'm a bit tired. The little girl rubbed her eyes with her white, small and chubby baby hand, yawning. Hurry back to the pass and be careful on the way. Saying so, she closed her eyes. Young Kai called out to her twice but didn't receive any response. After he carefully examined the little girl in front of him, he found that she had really fallen asleep. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was left with no choice but to pick up the little girl by the waist and make a beeline towards Enyang Pass. He might not have played a big role in the last battle, but he was still injured by Miechiong while he was holding him back. However, this kind of injury wasn't a big problem for Young Kai. Even if he didn't take rest, he could still recover. He looked down at the little girl in his arms, who was curled up and sound asleep, and couldn't help noticing her extremely pale complexion. No one would have ever thought that such a small girl would be able to kill 3 territory lords in an instant. Her tiny body actually carried within it the apex strength of the human race. When Young Kai first met her, he had only felt the aura of an Origin King realm cultivator from her. At that time, he could not help but wonder how such a little girl could exist in Inyang Pass. She had lied to him at the time, claiming to have been born in Inyang Pass, and Yang Kai believed her. But at this moment, Yang Kai could not even feel the slightest trace of a cultivator's aura from her. She was like an ordinary mortal now. Yang Kai had never encountered such a situation before, but he suspected that it had something to do with the old ancestor's secret art. Perhaps when she was seriously injured, she would return to her youth to recover. He tried to place the little girl in his arms into his small universe, but he found that he was unable to do so. Even if the old ancestor was showing no signs of cultivation right now, her Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Foundation was still present, so his small universe was unable to contain her. Since he couldn't put her in his small universe, he could only remain on guard and try to avoid any conflicts with the Black Ink clan along the way as he physically carried her. Furthermore, Yang Kai did not dare to use instantaneous movement unless absolutely necessary. Firstly, it would consume too much of his energy. It would have been extremely convenient for him to use instantaneous movement if he was alone, but bringing someone along with him would increase his consumption several times over. Secondly, the old ancestor's condition really was not good and Yang Kai had no idea if instantaneous movement would negatively affect her. Fortunately, Yang Kai's cultivation was not low and his speed was not slow. Even if he flew all the way back to Inyang Pass, it would only take him a month or two. Along the way, Yang Kai avoided the scattered Black Ink clansmen, and the journey remained uneventful for the time being. 3 days later, Yang Kai suddenly felt the small figure in his arms move. Looking down, he saw the old ancestor rubbing her eyes and slowly waking up. Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Old ancestor, you're awake." The old ancestor's complexion was still pale, but it had improved compared to before, albeit only slightly. The old ancestor let out a muffled groan as she shifted into a more comfortable position in Yang Kai's embrace. Having done so, she indifferently asked, "Where are we?" Yang Kai replied, "We're still in the Black Ink clan's territory, about a month away from the Inyang Pass." So slow, the old ancestor looked displeased. Yang Kai suddenly felt a bit awkward. "Why don't you sleep a little longer? Perhaps we'll arrive the next time you wake up." The old ancestor deliberately widened her eyes, shaking her head. "I'm not tired, I'm not sleeping." Perhaps it was because it was uncomfortable in Yang Kai's arms. Her small body adjusted and changed to other positions a few times, but she was still not satisfied. Finally, she grabbed Yang Kai's arm, flipped her body over, and straddled his neck, finally stopping. Yang Kai suddenly felt uncomfortable. It wouldn't matter if a real 7 or 8-year-old little girl was riding on his shoulders, but the issue was that she wasn't a little girl, she was the old ancestor of Inyang Pass. The high and mighty old ancestor was riding on his shoulders like this, putting him in an awkward position. It would be quite embarrassing if someone from Inyang Pass saw this. The old ancestor, on the other hand, seemed quite happy. Her 2 little legs dangling over Yang Kai's chest rocked back and forth as she looked around with interest, as if she was enjoying the picturesque scenery. However, there was naturally no picturesque scenery in the Black Ink clan's hinterland, so after staring for a while, the old ancestor grew bored and patted Yang Kai's head. "I'm hungry." "Ah." Yang Kai thought he misheard her. "I'm hungry." The little girl bent over and shouted in Yang Kai's ear, "I want to eat some hot steamed stuffed buns." Yang Kai's eyes widened in shock. Where would I get steamed stuffed buns here? There were naturally no shops in this vast void. Yang Kai had a nagging feeling that the old ancestor's temperament had greatly changed after turning into a kid. "I don't care, I want to eat steamed stuffed buns right now, right this instant." The little girl kept shouting, throwing a tantrum like a real child. Yang Kai was just about to refuse her and say that he couldn't do anything, but he suddenly remembered that while other Open Heaven Realm cultivators might not be able to accommodate this request, he was raising a large number of humans in his small universe. He could get whatever he wanted from them. Using his divine sense, he immediately found a steamed stuffed bun shop in a bustling city in his small universe. The next moment, a tray of steamed stuffed buns appeared with a flip of his hand before he handed it to her. "Take it." The little girl immediately smiled happily. She grabbed a steamed stuffed bun and took a bite, but the next moment, she suddenly spat it out as a furrow appeared on her brow. Yuck, this tastes like poop. I want to eat delicious steamed stuffed buns. Young Kai immediately had a huge headache. He suddenly understood why those 7th and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Inyang Pass didn't have the demeanor of masters in the marketplace, and why each and every one of them was extremely unscrupulous with their business dealings. The people of Inyang Pass had to work hard in order to serve an old ancestor like her. Young Kai's small universe, inside the main conference hall of 7 Stars Sect. A meeting of the higher-ups was taking place. Since the last time Yang Kai had borrowed the strength of the Emperor Realm Masters of 7 Stars Sect to kill Zhu Feng, they had gained some understanding of what was above the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai also taught them the method to condense their Dao seals and gave them some resources to cultivate with. Recently, the higher-ups of the 7 Stars Sect had been working hard to break through to the Open Heaven Realm, but their aptitudes came up short. Even if they managed to break through to the Open Heaven Realm in the future, their order would be extremely limited. They wouldn't be of much help in the Black Ink battlefield. Only Miao Fei Ping had a chance of reaching the 6th Order. At this moment, the Emperor Realm Masters were discussing their own cultivation insights with the Sect Master, Shang Guanji, as the leader. Although Yang Kai had taught them the method to condense their Dao seal, they naturally had many questions as they had never come into contact with such things before. They wanted to ask Yang Kai for some advice, but their ancestor, Yang Kai, had always remained elusive. They were unable to find him, so left with no options. They could only try to learn by discussing with each other. Just as everyone in the hall was locked in a heated discussion though, Shang Guanji suddenly jolted as he stood up straight as an attentive look appeared on his face, apparently listening to something. His strange actions puzzled many of the higher-ups, and they all focused their attention on him. After a short while, Shang Guanji bowed and solemnly stated, "This junior will obey." As soon as he said this, all of the Emperor Realm Masters present became excited. Elder Guan Qianxing even asking, "Sect Master, does the ancestor have any instructions?" In the entire Void World, the only person who could make Shang Guanji act so respectfully was the ancestor. As he had expected, Shang Guanji solemnly nodded his affirmation. Just now the ancestor issued a decree for my 7 Stars Sect to carry out. Guan Qianxing and the others stood up together, perking up their ears. Shang Guanji swept his eyes over the crowd and sonorously declared, "The ancestor wants to eat steamed stuffed buns." Everyone was dumbstruck. Guan Qianxing thought he had heard wrong and skeptically asked, "Sect Master, what does the ancestor want to do?" Shang Guanji stared at him with a serious look on his face, reiterating, "The ancestor wants to eat steamed stuffed buns, delicious steamed stuffed buns." 7 Stars Sect's gears suddenly started fiercely turning as the Emperor Realm Masters flew about. The disciples below didn't know what was happening and thought that something big had happened, but soon they found out that one of the 7 Stars Sect's precious spirit beasts had been killed by Elder Guan Qianxing. The disciples were all shocked. It had to be known that Elder Guan Qianxing had spent a great deal of effort to capture this spirit beast in the past. It was quite strong and intelligent. Coupled with its beautiful appearance, many of the disciples were quite fond of it. Although it had a bad temper and would occasionally injure others, when this spirit beast was killed, many of the female disciples broke into tears. They felt that Elder Guan Qianxing was simply inhumane. How could he kill such a beautiful spirit beast? Rather than calling him Guan Qianxing, we should just call him Butcher Guan. The disciples didn't know why the spirit beast was killed, but the elders did. The ancestor wanted to eat steamed stuffed buns, delicious steamed stuffed buns. They didn't know what kind of steamed stuffed buns the ancestor would find delicious, so they could only try their best by using the top materials they could find. The entire 7 Stars Sect had been mobilized, especially the disciples who were proficient in cooking. In less than 2 hours, all kinds of steamed stuffed buns were served. As soon as the steamer was opened, a basket of steamed stuffed buns strangely disappeared. In the void, A profusely sweating Yang Kai handed the freshly baked steamed stuffed buns to the old ancestor. Try this. The old ancestor took it and sniffed before gingerly taking a bite. It's acceptable. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. The 1 hour before the steamed stuffed buns were prepared was definitely the most torturous hour of his life. He wouldn't feel so tired even if he had to fight a territory lord one-on-one. The tantrum-throwing old ancestor was simply a nightmare to deal with. Fortunately, she had finally calmed down. Sitting on his shoulders, the old ancestor was happily eating. She picked up a steamed stuffed bun and pushed it to Yang Kai's mouth. You eat one too. Yang Kai said, I don't need it. Eat. The old ancestor simply stuffed it into his mouth after throwing a word. Yang Kai swallowed back his protests and obediently ate the bun. The few steamed stuffed buns were quickly consumed as the two ate them one after another. The old ancestor licked her little hand and casually muttered, I also want to eat candied fruits. Yang Kai immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning as a troubled look took over his face. Old ancestor, please wait a moment. In 7 Stars Sect, Shang Guanji stood up straight for a moment before suddenly turning to the elders who were staring at him and speaking. The ancestor wants to eat candied fruits. Martial Peak. Chapter 51-19. Ancestor is coaxing a child. Ancestor wants to eat pancakes. Ancestor wants to drink tea. Ancestor wants. Almost every other day, a new decree would be issued, sending the entire 7 Stars sect into a flurry of activity. The sect master, Shang Guanji, was in charge of coordinating their response, leading the various Emperor Realm elders to work together. Every time a decree was issued, all of the sect's manpower would be mobilized, completing the request in the shortest time possible no matter what the ancestor demanded. After completing several of Ancestor's decrees, an Emperor Realm elder suddenly asked, Sect Master, what is the ancestor doing? Shang Guanji's expression turned solemn. How can we understand the ancestor's thoughts? Don't think too much about it, meticulously completing every task is more important. The elder nodded repeatedly in agreement. Naturally, we can't fathom the ancestor's thoughts. It's just that, I think that the requests ancestor has raised aren't something he needs personally. Shang Guanji glanced at him, immersing deep into his thoughts. You mean? The elder continued, Sect Master, you must be aware that I became a grandfather a few years ago. My grandson is now 6 years old, and is very playful and gluttonous. When I'm free, he makes all kinds of requests, similar to the decrees issued by the ancestor. If this old master may make a bold presumption, I think that the ancestor is doing the same thing as this old master. Coaxing a child. As soon as these words left his mouth, it resonated with many of the elders' hearts as a few even nodded in agreement. To be honest, many decrees had been passed down over the last few days, so everyone had been able to infer some things from them. Nonetheless, none of them had the courage to ask questions, or make any assumptions, until this elder boldly spoke. Shang Guanji raised his brow upon hearing this. Coaxing a child? You might be right, but does that mean the ancestor has an heir? This is joyous news. The elder replied, Of course it's joyous news, but if he's really coaxing a child, we can be more proactive in supporting him. It's extremely hard to fathom a child's temperament, but as long as they are happy, they will become obedient. What plan do you have? Shang Guanji asked. The elder stroked his beard before replying. If it's regarding eating, we've already prepared a lot of snacks for the ancestor, so the direction we should be focusing now should be entertainment. To tell you the truth, my grandson is very fond of a certain toy, and he enjoys playing with it quite a lot. If we can give a similar object to the ancestor, perhaps we can resolve the ancestor's predicament. Oh, Shang Guanji became interested. What is it? The elder stroked his beard with a smile before giving its name. Shang Guanji lightly nodded his acknowledgement. An interesting proposal. In that case, we should quickly make one and hand it over to the ancestor. The elder readily accepted the order. After the time it takes to boil a cup of tea, Yang Kai suddenly reached out as something appeared in his hand. handing it to the old ancestor on his neck. "Here, this is for you." The old ancestor glanced at it before smacking Yang Kai's head and angrily asking, "Do you think I'm a child?" Yang Kai's neck shrank back. Be that as it may, the old ancestor took the object in his hand with a light snort before she started shaking it in satisfaction. It was a rattle drum. After they gifted Yang Kai the rattle drum that day, the frequency with which the ancestor issued new decrees greatly decreased. Although they still needed to prepare some food from time to time, it was not as frequent as before. After the initial hustle and bustle, 7 Stars sect was able to quickly and effectively complete the ancestor's orders. The ancestor was obviously very satisfied with their performance, even bestowing them with some materials and many insights about condensing their Tao seals. The 7 Stars sect's higher-ups were naturally very grateful. A month passed in the blink of an eye. After traveling nonstop, Yang Kai was already close to Yinyang Pass. He didn't run into many Black Ink clansmen on the way, so the journey was quite smooth and uneventful. On this day, Yang Kai saw the towering Yinyang Pass from afar, but just as he had expected, it was surrounded by the Black Ink clan's army. It had been over half a year since the Black Ink clan's army had engaged Yinyang Pass army. During this time, both sides must have clashed on quite a few occasions already. When Yang Kai arrived, both sides were in a heightened state of tension, but not much fighting was happening. This also made sense. Every time the Black Ink clan army besieged a great pass, the battle would last for an extremely long time, ranging from a decade or two to a century. During this time, the Black Ink clan army would constantly replenish their own forces until their casualties were too many for them to bear. When the Black Ink clan army retreated, the humans would finally have some precious time to rest and recover. Yinyang Pass was right ahead, and if Yang Kai was alone, he could have used the universe transference law to return directly. Every great pass had 4 purifying Black Ink battleships, and all of them had a universe array that Yang Kai had personally installed, so it was only natural that he had left his imprint on them. But as he also had the old ancestor with him, he was unable to use the universe transference law. The old ancestor's cultivation had been completely exhausted, so if she were to encounter any danger, she would be powerless to defend herself. If he wanted to return to the inner sanctum, he would have to plan his every step very carefully. The old ancestor, on the other hand, seemed to want nothing more than to see the world plunge into chaos. She urged Yang Kai to press on. According to her, if Yang Kai were to appear, the soldiers of Yinyang Pass would definitely come to support him. At that time, they might find a chance to safely return to the inner sanctum by working together, especially since Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. Yang Kai decisively refused the old ancestor's proposal. The child version of the old ancestor was too reckless. Although her proposal did have a chance of success, it carried a huge risk. As it concerned the safety of the old ancestor, Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Having her proposal rejected, the old ancestor was obviously upset. "Let's wait. It's impossible for the two sides to continue staring at each other peacefully. When the fighting really starts, we'll find a place with weak defenses and break through." It was not the first time Yang Kai had done something like this, but the last time he did it, he had hundreds of others accompanying him. This time, he could only rely on himself. Having made his decision, Yang Kai immediately found a universe fragment and settled down. This universe fragment wasn't very big, and there were traces of mining on it. Possibly, Yinyang Pass had used void Yinyang mirrors to transport a universe world back here, mined it, and then discarded the leftovers. The Black Ink clan probably didn't expect any humans to stop over in such a place, so they did not have any intention of investigating it. For the next few days, although the two races clashed with each other, it was only some small skirmishes, nothing too big. Yang Kai patiently waited. Finally, after half a month, Yang Kai, who was cultivating, suddenly felt powerful energy fluctuations coming from the direction of Yinyang Pass. When he looked up, he saw the Black Ink clan army attacking Yinyang Pass in a frenzy. The entire battlefield was shrouded in rich Black Ink strength, and he could see countless black ink clouds of all sizes spanning over the entire battlefield. This was his chance. Yang Kai stood up and started paying close attention to the battle. The old ancestor also climbed onto his shoulder and sat down in her special seat, staring at the battle with widened eyes. Facing the frenzied attacks of the Black Ink clan, the humans basically left everything to Inyang Pass' strong defenses. So long as Inyang Pass remained standing, the Black Ink clan was basically unable to do anything to the human race. All of their attacks were just a waste of energy. On the other hand, the spirit arrays and artifacts set up around Inyang Pass could effectively kill the incoming Black Ink clan. This assault lasted for 3 full days before the Black Ink clan's momentum weakened all of a sudden. At that moment, warships suddenly appeared from the gates of Inyang Pass one by one. Immediately after, figures charged straight at them one after another, attacking them. The soldiers of the two races were instantly locked into another heated confrontation on this massive battlefield. Countless Black Ink clansmen instantly lost their lives, whereas many human race warships were reduced to shambles. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted and rushed towards Inyang Pass. Riding on his shoulders, the old ancestor tightly gripped his hair with one hand, while pointing ahead with the other, looking all excited as she shouted, "Charge!" In the chaotic battlefield, no one on either side noticed a pair of figures charging towards them from the rear, until a dragon roar reverberated across the battlefield and a golden glow flashed, followed by the majestic appearance of a 30,000-meter-long dragon. There was a giant spear no smaller than its body in one of the Grand Dragon's claws, and the moment it appeared, it swept this spear out along the battlefield, cleaving through the unsuspecting Black Ink clansmen, just like a violent gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The Black Ink clan suffered massive casualties in the blink of an eye, and when the Grand Dragon whipped its tail, countless more perished. On such a battlefield, the destruction a Grand Dragon could cause was simply unimaginable, not to mention the long spear held in its dragon claw. Many of the Black Ink clansmen turned pale in fright and tried to dodge, but it was still difficult for them to avoid the oncoming death. Soon, the appearance of the Grand Dragon attracted the attention of both sides. The masters of both races quickly converged. One side wanted to intercept the dragon, while the other wanted to rescue it, which naturally resulted in a fierce clash. The resulting battle shook the universe and caused the void to collapse. The old ancestor's small figure stood atop Yang Kai's dragon head, rocking along the Grand Dragon's movements. She was surrounded by intense murderous intents, storming from every possible direction, but she still remained steadfast. Suddenly, a burly figure broke through the rows and rows of enemies and landed on the dragon head, bowing and cupping his fist. "Welcome back, old ancestor." The old ancestor lightly nodded. "You've worked hard." The person who had arrived was none other than the Southern Army commander, Wuxia. In the entire Inyang Pass, he was the strongest open heaven realm master besides the old ancestor. He also possessed one of the 4 universe pillars, and was a future hope of the human race, as rumor had it that he was not far from advancing to the 9th Order. If he could really break through to the 9th Order one day, the human race would have another old ancestor. Along with Wu Qing's arrival, many open heaven realm masters soon gathered around the Grand Dragon. Even a few 8th Order division commanders had arrived, escorted by numerous warships. Surrounded by the elites of the human race, Yang Kai and the old ancestor were escorted back to Inyang Pass. The Black Ink clan had obviously also discovered the situation here. Although they didn't quite understand why the humans were defending the Grand Dragon so heavily, since the enemy was paying so much attention to it, it must be important. As such, the Black Ink clan rushed in, but no matter how many of them tried, they failed to block the humans' advance. A moment later, Yang Kai and the old ancestor were brought to one of Inyang Pass's main gates under Wu Qing's lead. Wu Qing summoned his strength and wrapped it around the old ancestor before quickly entering the inner sanctum, while Yang Kai turned around and joined up with the army to fight back against the Black Ink clan. Martial Peak, Chapter 5120, Battle outside Inyang Pass. This battle lasted for several days, and by the end, Yang Kai couldn't maintain his dragon form and had no choice but to fight in his human form. After a few days, both sides withdrew. The battlefield entered a rare brief period of peace. The armies on both sides focused on recuperating, but so long as the Black Ink clan did not retreat, Inyang Pass could not really rest. Fortunately, the old ancestor had returned. Although the old ancestor had been seriously injured once again, and had inevitably returned to her younger self, the news she brought back greatly boosted the morale of Inyang Pass. Mu Guang was seriously wounded in her fight with the old ancestor, and was currently sleeping in her black ink nest. In other words, Mu Guang would not appear in this battle. More importantly, the old ancestor had eliminated 5 territory lords. This was an unimaginable loss for the Black Ink clan. On top of that, Yang Kai had single-handedly destroyed almost 10 mid-rank Black Ink nests, along with hundreds of low-rank Black Ink nests. After such heavy losses, the Black Ink clan was in a state of chaos. A large number of feudal lords had gathered around the remaining mid-rank Black Ink nests to protect them, and thus could not be deployed as reinforcements. Such casualties had shaken the foundation of the Black Ink clan. In the past, the reason why the Black Ink clan was able to besiege the Great Pass for so long was because they could constantly send reinforcements from the rear. But now that Yang Kai had dealt so much damage, the number of troops they could send would be greatly reduced. It could even be said that the Black Ink clan would not be sending many soldiers at all in order to guard against any future problems. In that case, the current war would end soon. Without reinforcements, how could the Black Ink clan resist the humans when they suffered so many casualties in battle? The Black Ink clan would have to retreat once the situation on the battlefield became untenable. Thus, after hearing this news, those from Inyang Pass were all extremely excited. What's more, Yang Kai had ventured deep into the Black Ink clan's territory alone, destroying many Black Ink nests, and rescued more than 300 artifact refiners, including 3 grandmasters. He had made an enormous contribution to the human race. Yang Kai had already let out Wu Xinghe and the others from his small universe, and they were now assigned to the refining hall to repair the warships damaged in the battle. Wu Xinghe and the others were originally 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but in order to assist Yang Kai, their cultivations had regressed to the 6th Order, so that they could enter the latter's small universe. Be that as it may, it wasn't too big a deal. As long as they had a profound Een spirit fruit, they could slowly regain their original cultivation. The war between the two races was in full swing, with several dozen small skirmishes breaking out between the two armies almost every day, with a big battle occurring every 10 to 15 days. Strictly speaking, this was Yang Kai's first time officially participating in a battle outside a Great Pass. Although he had participated in the battle at Blue Sky Pass last time, he had not been officially registered to Blue Sky Pass at the time. Likewise, he had been assisting in perfecting the purifying Black Ink battleships during the early stages of that war. When he finally managed to sneak out and participate in the fighting, it was not long before he coincidentally discovered the location of the Royal Lord, which ultimately resulted in a decisive battle breaking out. The Black Ink clan army had suffered heavy losses because of him, giving Blue Sky Pass the chance to capitalize on the situation. It was different this time. Without so many twists and coincidences, although the battle was still leaning in Inyang Pass' favor, they were still a long way from completely repelling the Black Ink clan. Fortunately, the Royal Lord was not present on the battlefield, so the Black Ink clan army seemed to be a bit sluggish, either from lack of coordination or morale. Many territory lords simply lead their own armies to fight on their own, making it difficult to form an effective strategy. Those from Inyang Pass would often gain a great advantage on the battlefield using this weak point. The entire Inyang Pass had essentially transformed into a giant meat grinder. Every time a big battle broke out, the Black Ink clan would lose countless masters. Although the humans would also suffer heavy casualties, the losses were still within an acceptable range because of the protection of the warships. As Yang Kai was a soldier from Blue Sky Pass, he didn't have an official position here. However, Tang Qiu had decided to temporarily place him in Su Linggong's squad. As they fought, Yang Kai got to taste how truly cruel the battlefield was, though it was not like this was his first time on such a battlefield. When the great demon god had wreaked havoc in the star boundary, all the cultivators of the star boundary were pulled into the turmoil. That battle almost caused the star boundary to shatter, and billions upon billions of lives were lost. In the end, the great emperor stepped forward and finally put an end to the great demon god's rampage. Be that as it may, Yang Kai always found it brutal, like it was the first time, no matter how many times he experienced this kind of battle. Yang Kai's addition to Su Linggong's squad had helped them slaughter countless enemies, earning them a massive amount of military merits in every battle they fought. After a long period of killing and fighting, every human came to possess a thick killing intent. Once this killing intent broke out on the battlefield, it would often deter the weaker Black Ink clansmen. Fighting, recuperating, fighting, recuperating. The process was repeated over and over again. Yang Kai had almost lost track of time as all his focus was on making use of every opportunity he could find to either heal himself or kill his enemies. Every time he fought, he would always stand at the forefront, and every time he did so, his body would be covered in wounds. Nevertheless, as long as his injuries weren't fatal, no matter how serious they were, he would be able to recover in short order thanks to his dragon vein and wood element. His efforts had brought a significant boost in power and safety to Su Linggong's squad, and even after fighting for so long, they had not lost a single member. Furthermore, most of the time, no one would even be injured other than Yang Kai. Their squad was performing 10 times better than the other ordinary squads. Tang Chia once came looking for him, taking time out of his busy schedule, and told him that he could return to Blue Sky Pass at any time he wished. Although he could be considered half a disciple of Inyang Cave Heaven, he was still formally a soldier of the Blue Sky Pass on this Black Ink battlefield. Inyang Pass had transferred him here mainly to gather information about the Black Ink clan's warship program, and the artifact refiners who were behind it. Now that Yang Kai had completed this task perfectly, the battle at Inyang Pass technically had nothing to do with him. If Yang Kai wanted to leave, Inyang Pass naturally would not hold him back. Of course, Yang Kai had no intention of leaving. Compared to returning to Blue Sky Pass where he would have nothing to do but cultivate and retreat, he was more than willing to stay here and kill more Black Ink clansmen. Although the strength of a single person was meager, as long as everyone killed a few more, the Black Ink clan would be exterminated sooner. The battlefield fell into turmoil again. Surges of world force and Black Ink strength came and went as the human warships and Black Ink army fought each other. A large-scale battle had broken out once more, and the 4 armies of Inyang Pass charged to blunt the Black Ink clan's momentum. Yang Kai, Su Linggong, and another 7th Order Open Heaven Master, Ji Miaotong, wandered through the battlefield in a triangle formation. Ji Miaotong was the vice squad leader of Su Linggong's squad and a woman. Yang Kai had met her when he was escorted by Su Linggong's squad to intercept He Yuan's retreating army. Although they weren't close acquaintances, a bit of friendship had blossomed between the two after fighting together for so long. Ji Miaotong was extremely impressed by Yang Kai's courage and strength, and she even praised him in private. Between the 3 of them was Su Linggong's squad's warship, which had some 5th Order and 6th Order masters operating it. Su Linggong's disciples Qing Kuei and Suing Shui were among them. The 3 7th Order masters maintained a triangle formation, protecting the warship while also borrowing its power to kill their enemies. Furthermore, if they got tired or exhausted their strength, they could even temporarily hide inside the warship to recover. The human race relied on this method in order to preserve their strength. The human race would not have been able to defend these great passes without these warships. This was also the reason why the humans was so concerned by the appearance of the Black Ink clan's warship. If the Black Ink clan even the battlefield, the human race really wouldn't know how to resist in the future. It had been half a day already since the battle broke out and Yang Kai and the others had been fighting nonstop since it began. Yang Kai's condition was still good, but Su Linggong and Ji Miaotong both were clearly unable to continue. Although they had taken many spirit pills to keep their strength up, their high rate of consumption had made it difficult for them to replenish their small universe's world force. Regardless, the human armies should be withdrawing their forces soon, and at that time, they could naturally return to the inner sanctum to rest and recover. After such a long, fierce battle, the Black Ink Clan's soldiers had greatly decreased, and the resistance they faced was no longer as intense as before. The 8th Order Division commanders had basically been keeping a close watch on the territory lords, so as long as everyone was careful on the battlefield, there wouldn't be any major problems. At a certain point, Yang Kai thrust his spear, exploding a feudal lord charging at him into mist, and the thick black blood splashed all over his face. It wasn't that Yang Kai couldn't protect his face, it was just that he was too lazy to waste his strength to do so. In any case, Black Ink's strength had no effect on him. With the World Tree clone in his possession, he wouldn't be corrupted even if he was soaked in this black blood. As Yang Kai was pulling back his spear, something caught his eye and he looked in a certain direction. In his sight, the humans and the Black Ink clansmen were locked in a heated battle when suddenly, a nimble figure entered his sight, but it disappeared soon after. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly, wondering whether his eyes were playing tricks on him. Nonetheless, he found this figure a little familiar. Before he could give it another thought, another squad of Black Ink clansmen attacked from the side. Yang Kai quickly collected his thoughts and raised his spear to meet them, leaving a mountain of corpses in his wake. As expected, an order to withdraw came from Yinyang Pass soon after. Following Su Linggong's command, the warship turned around and flew towards the inner sanctum. Although the Black Ink clan pursued them, it was difficult for them to penetrate the defenses of the 3 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Thus they no longer dared to continue after chasing for a while. Not long after, squads flew back into the inner sanctum, leaving countless Black Ink clan corpses behind on the hellish battlefield. Get some rest and be ready to fight at any moment. I'll go get the warship repaired, Su Linggong ordered before storing the huge warship in his small universe and heading towards the refining hall. Although the members of the squad weren't injured, their warship had suffered damage in many places and needed to be repaired by the artifact refiners of the refining hall. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5121, Running into an Old Friend in Yinyang Pass. The squad members bid each other goodbye before returning to their residences to rest. Generally speaking, after such a large-scale battle, no major skirmishes would break out for the next 10 to 15 days. So nothing major should happen in the next half-month. Yang Kai had been living with Qin Kuei ever since he returned from the Black Ink clan's territory, so he naturally left with him. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked towards a certain direction, where a familiar figure caught his attention. What are you looking at? Qin Kuei also stopped and curiously asked. You go first, I'll be right back, Yang Kai replied before heading in that direction. Soon, Qin Kuei saw Yang Kai stop a person and start chatting with him with a smile. He couldn't help but ask Suing Shui in a low voice, Junior sister, is Yang Kai close to someone else other than us here? Suing Shui shook her head, a look of exhaustion taking over her face. It's fine as long as it's not a woman, why worry? Qin Kuei nodded lightly. I guess you're right. The two of them casually chatted before quickly leaving. On the other side, the cultivator who was stopped by Yang Kai wore a gloomy expression. You're mistaking me for someone else. Yang Kai continued with a smile. Divine Monarch's noble bearing is still the same. How can I mistake you for someone else? The man glared at him. I'm only a 7th Order master. How could I dare call myself a Divine Monarch? Yang Kai replied, with Divine Monarch's aptitude, it's only a matter of time before you reach the 8th Order. The 7th Order is just a temporary stopover, so why should Divine Monarch act so humbly? What do you want? The man grew impatient. Yang Kai replied, nothing, it's just I was pleasantly surprised to run into a familiar face. I came to chat with the Divine Monarch to talk about old times, that's all. The man immediately flew into a rage. There is only enmity between you and me, what's there even to talk about? Yang Kai countered with a smile. So Divine Monarch admits that you know me. The man's face went black as he grit his teeth and asked, what exactly do you want? Yang Kai replied with a sigh, I really don't want anything. It's just that when I spotted Divine Monarch's figure, I couldn't believe it and came here to confirm I wasn't seeing things. I didn't expect that Divine Monarch would also be here. Isn't this all because of you? The other party gnashed his teeth, as if he had an irreconcilable grudge with Yang Kai. Yang Kai innocently stated, I don't remember doing anything to Divine Monarch. The one who captured you back then was Senior Fisherman from Bright King Cave Heaven. The man waved off, stating, Don't call me Divine Monarch anymore. I'm only a 7th Order Master now. Others will laugh at you if you keep calling me that. Then, Brother Blood Crow? Yang Kai slightly raised his brow. The person in front of him was none other than the Black Crow Divine Monarch he had met in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven centuries ago. After cultivating the Great Evolution Indestructible Bloodlight Scripture, Black Crow seized the body of a great Thousand Bloodland disciple named Zhou Yi and escaped from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Afterwards, he hid in the Shattered Heaven and committed all sorts of crimes, leaving a bloodbath in his wake, causing many disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises to be killed or injured. As he already possessed the foundation of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and had obtained the Great Evolution Indestructible Bloodlight Scripture, his cultivation rapidly rose. Even his strength had also exceeded his own order. To a certain extent, the Great Evolution Indestructible Bloodlight Scripture was similar to Wu Kuang's Heaven-Devouring Battle Law. Both used external forces for their own gain, but in comparison, the Great Evolution Indestructible Bloodlight Scripture only consumed blood essence, while Wu Kuang's Heaven-Devouring Battle Law could devour anything. Which was superior was obvious. In the past, Yang Kai had been curious about who would devour whom if Wu Kuang were to meet with Blood Crow. However, this was only a thought experiment as these two had never met. When he was hiding in the Shattered Heaven, Black Crow had changed his name to Blood Crow. Yang Kai had fought with him several times before in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If Yang Kai hadn't ruined his plans, he would have closed the Blood Monster Cave Heaven long ago, and everyone who had entered at the time to train would have become his food and nourishment for his growth. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven also had various resources left behind by its previous master over his lifetime. Once Blood Crow absorbed all of these resources, he might be able to reappear in the world as a divine monarch. By then, even the Cave Heavens and Paradises might not be able to do anything to him. Later, Yang Kai once again encountered him and fought him in the Shattered Heaven. At that time, Yang Kai was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the same as Blood Crow. Relying on his superior 8th Order foundation and knowledge, Blood Crow hadn't taken Yang Kai seriously, and wanted to take him down in one fell swoop. However, Yang Kai's cow punch had made him greatly suffer. In the end, Blood Crow was captured by an elder from Bright King Cave Heaven. Afterwards, Yang Kai ventured into the depths of the Shattered Heaven, where he encountered Xia Lin Lang, and obtained the World Spring by chance. Later, Cheng Yang chased him until he entered the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. Since then, Yang Kai had not heard any news about Blood Crow, and presumed he had been imprisoned in Bright King Cave Heaven, unable to free himself. Therefore, Yang Kai was extremely surprised to see Blood Crow in Yinyang Pass. In a place like the Black Ink battlefield, all battles were against the Black Ink clan and past grievances between people had long been forgotten. Yang Kai would never have been so calm and cordial if he had encountered Blood Crow in the 3,000 worlds. He would have immediately thought that he had escaped from Bright King Heaven, and was about to commit something atrocious again. But it was different here. Every human on the Black Ink battlefield was a comrade they could fight side by side with and depend on. It could be said that Yang Kai didn't have any great enmity towards Blood Crow, and this was something Blood Crow could clearly feel. However, considering what had happened to him, Blood Crow definitely held some resentment towards him. All of this was because Yang Kai had ruined his grand plan in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Seeing him remain silent, Yang Kai asked, "Brother Blood Crow, why did you come to the Black Ink battlefield?" Blood Crow angrily snapped, "What? Can't I come here?" Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder. "Calm down, let's talk things out. The Black Ink battlefield is a dangerous place after all." Blood Crow stepped aside and coldly snorted, rebuking, "Do you think I wanted to come to this damned place? Do you think I had a choice? Between being imprisoned in a dark and damp cell forever, and coming to the Black Ink battlefield to fight the Black Ink clan. Which one would you choose? Young Kai finally understood after hearing this. Bloodcrow was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Foundation at that. He had quite a good chance of breaking through to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm in the future. With such potential and strength, instead of leaving him to rot in prison, it would be better to send Bloodcrow here to kill the enemy. It was obvious that Bright King Heaven had such considerations before sending Bloodcrow here. No matter how twisted Bloodcrow's temperament was, it was impossible for him to have any treacherous thoughts in a place like this, unless he was willing to be corrupted and become a Black Ink disciple. However, Black Ink disciples had their minds warped by Black Ink's strength and essentially became slaves, so if he really got corrupted by Black Ink's strength, he would no longer be himself, an intolerable fate for almost anyone. Brother Bloodcrow, you've had it hard, Young Kai sympathized. All thanks to you. Bloodcrow became extremely annoyed. Young Kai chuckled. Now you can finally act openly, it's better than sneaking around and hiding. Bloodcrow snorted and glanced at him. I didn't expect you to also reach the 7th Order so quickly. I was just lucky. Young Kai smiled. It can't compare to Brother Bloodcrow's deep foundation. Don't even think about it. This king has a belly full of rage whenever I see you. Bloodcrow snorted before flicking his sleeve and leaving. Young Kai stroked his chin as a pondering look appeared on his face, watching him leave. At this moment, a figure suddenly landed beside him. It was Tang Qiu. Young Kai greeted him with a bow, Senior. Follow me. As Tang Qiu spoke, he mobilized his strength and wrapped Young Kai in it before quickly disappearing. Soon, they arrived at the marketplace, but the bustling scene Young Kai had first seen was now completely deserted. There was not a single person in sight. After giving it a thought, he did not find it strange either. The marketplace was crowded in the past because there had been no ongoing battles. Now that the Black Ink clan had surrounded Inyang Pass and they were all busy fighting, who would they come here? Nonetheless, it wasn't as if there wasn't anyone here. At Lin's Steamed Bun restaurant, a small figure was sitting at a table, while supporting her chin with one hand while playing with her hair with the other. She looked extremely bored. Spotting the figure, Young Kai promptly stepped forward and bowed. Old Ancestor. Ever since he had escorted the Old Ancestor back, he had been fighting against the Black Ink clan, and had not seen her again. He had no idea why Tang Qiu had brought him here. The Old Ancestor lightly nodded before stretching out her hand. Sit. Young Kai was just about to sit down when he suddenly felt a sharp gaze on his back. Looking back, he saw Tang Qiu glaring at him and immediately straightened up. Junior wouldn't dare. What can I do for the Old Ancestor? The Old Ancestor glanced at Tang Qiu, but didn't say anything. Rather, she just asked Young Kai, do you know why this marketplace exists in Inyang Pass? Young Kai pondered for a moment after hearing her question. Although he had some ideas, he didn't dare to say them out loud and could only shake his head. Junior doesn't know. The Old Ancestor asked with a smile. Do you think the marketplace was built just for me to have fun? Having been seen through, Young Kai could only brace himself and agree, yes. The Old Ancestor admitted, nodding. You're right, this marketplace was built for me to play around in, but it's nothing so simple as a way to pass the time. There are circumstances that necessitate it. Young Kai asked, confused. Please enlighten me, Old Ancestor. The Old Ancestor stood up and slowly walked to the door, staring at the empty street. The reason why the human race can hold on for so long is firstly because of these great passes, and secondly because of the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who can contend with the Black Ink clan's royal lords. You are now a 7th Order Master, so you should also know the importance of top-tier combat power in the huge battlefield of the two races. Young Kai earnestly nodded his agreement. Indeed. The Old Ancestor continued. To put it bluntly, the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like me are the key to ensuring the safety of the Great Passes to a certain extent. Young Kai listened attentively. The Old Ancestor continued. I cultivate a secret art called the Samsara art, and my cultivation improves every time I undergo a cycle of rebirth. As a result, if I am seriously wounded, I become like this. It may seem like my cultivation has been completely destroyed, but in truth, this is simply a cycle of reincarnation to me. However, because of the samsara art, the method I use to heal my injuries is different from others. This marketplace was built for me, and is related to the secret art I cultivate. This is where I heal my injuries. Martial Peak, Chapter 5122, Secret Order. Observing the myriad forms of the human world, seeing all the prosperity of the bustling world, Yang Kai suddenly recalled the words etched at the entrance of marketplace. The old ancestor lightly nodded. Living inside the bustling world can quickly heal my injuries, which is why there is a marketplace in Yinyang Pass. Yang Kai suddenly came to a realization. The old ancestor's healing technique was somewhat similar to Duan Hongchen's secret art. Duan Hongchen's title was Bustling World, and his entire cultivation was based on experiencing the baptism of the bustling world. Yang Kai couldn't comment on the profundities of this technique. After all, he had never cultivated such a technique before, but since the old ancestor had said as much, it must be so. At this point, he suddenly understood why the old ancestor had summoned him. Does old ancestor want this junior to help you heal your injuries? The old ancestor agreed, nodding. I've heard that you have raised many living beings in your small universe, and it can be considered a complete world. It would be a huge advantage if you could help me heal my injuries. I don't need to heal completely, just enough to regain the strength to fight. At this time, Tang Qiu also interjected. Although the Black Ink clan army isn't receiving many reinforcements, it will take at least 3 to 5 years to force them to withdraw. Compared to previous wars with the Black Ink clan, which took more than a decade or even a century to end, 3 to 5 years was already an extremely short time, and all of this was thanks to Yang Kai. Had he not destroyed so many Black Ink nests behind the enemy lines and occupied so many Black Ink clansmen, the Black Ink clan's forces wouldn't have been so strained. Although 3 to 5 years isn't a long time, if the war continues, Yinyang Pass will definitely suffer some damage. But if the old ancestor can take action, she will definitely be able to end things in one fell swoop. Yang Kai cupped his fist, stating, if old ancestor requires it, this junior is duty-bound to comply. Good, many thanks for your hard work in advance. Tang Qiu patted Yang Kai's shoulder in relief. In order to allow the old ancestor to experience the hustle and bustle of the mundane world and heal her injuries, Yang Kai needed to spread out his small universe and let her wander about inside. The old ancestor was a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't take her into his small universe. He had no other choice but to do things this way. Since that was the case, Yang Kai would be unable to participate in future battles as he would need to remain in one place. Yang Kai could not easily move before the old ancestor had regained her full strength. Fortunately, Tang Qiu also said that since the old ancestor had decided to decimate the Black Ink clan army personally, Yinyang Pass' next strategy would be to harden its defenses and wait. No matter how the Black Ink clan provoked them, they would pretend they didn't hear anything. The humans would only rely on the spirit arrays and artifacts around Yinyang Pass to kill the Black Ink clansmen who got too close. They would not be sending troops out onto the battlefield. Soon, Yang Kai spread his small universe in the marketplace and let the old ancestor enter. Not only that, but he also chose the most prosperous city for her to arrive at. While the old ancestor was roaming around the mundane world in his small universe, Yang Kai did not remain idle. Although he could no longer freely move due to having spread his small universe, cultivating was not an issue for him. As such, he took out a set of 7th Order materials and quietly began refining them. Inside Void World, Miao Fei Ping of 7 Stars sect had long since matured from an innocent brat to an Emperor Realm Master, and was now an elder of 7 Stars sect. His aptitude was quite good, and not too long ago, he even helped the ancestor kill a powerful enemy, earning him much praise. After that incident, The ancestor also bestowed the 7 stars sect with many resources and passed down the method to condense one's Dao seal. Many of 7 stars sect's Emperor Realm Masters had already begun doing just that. Rumor had it that they would advance the open heaven realm in the future, as long as they worked hard. Miao Feiping was naturally no exception. Which cultivator didn't yearn for a higher martial Dao? Among all the Emperor Realm Masters who had begun refining powers into their Dao seal, Miao Feiping's progress was the fastest. He originally thought that he would at most be able to condense fifth-order powers with his aptitude. This was also the advice given by the ancestor when he originally bestowed them with the necessary materials. Of course, he wouldn't dare disregard the ancestor's advice. However, when he really began condensing powers into his Dao seal, he decided to be a little more courageous and try refining sixth-order materials. Much to his surprise, he actually succeeded. He didn't feel any discomfort or burden either. In other words, he could condense sixth-order element powers and attempt to break through to the sixth-order open heaven realm. He was extremely excited with this result, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. It was because the ancestor had said that although his aptitude was excellent, he would only be able to reach the fifth order in the future. The ancestor could not have made a mistake. So how could I successfully condense sixth-order powers? He really wanted to consult with the ancestor and ask for an explanation, but he was unable to contact him, so he had no choice but to give up. Miao Feiping was still in the process of condensing powers, and he was refining a sixth-order material. He wanted to obtain higher achievements and a higher starting point. Because he knew that his 2 companions who had entered the sect with him had received personal guidance from the ancestor himself, they would surely soar higher in the future. Miao Feiping didn't want to be left far behind by these 2, so he could only redouble his efforts. Thinking back to when he first entered 7 Stars sect, all the past events vividly flashed in his mind. So many years have gone by in the blink of an eye. Where is that cold and aloof little girl with heaven-defying aptitude, and that young boy with such poor aptitude that he could barely cultivate? Even Sui, who had suddenly appeared in 7 Stars sect, just disappeared one day. Those 3 were the ancestor's personal disciples, so they might be cultivating with the ancestor. One day, while Miao Feiping was meditating, a voice suddenly spoke to him. Miao Feiping was both surprised and delighted. He quickly opened his eyes and bowed respectfully, "Ancestor." He failed to spot the ancestor's figure, yet his voice sounded straight into his mind. It was not the first time he had seen the ancestor's divine might, so he did not find it strange. The ancestor's message was actually a secret order, which Miao Feiping immediately accepted. Having done so, Miao Feiping quickly requested, "Ancestor, this junior has a question he would like to ask." "What is it?" The ancestor's voice sounded again. Miao Feiping took a deep breath and mustered up his courage before explaining. "Ancestor, you gave me some pointers before and said that I should condense fifth-order powers. However, this junior got greedy and tried to refine a sixth-order material. Surprisingly, I didn't encounter any problems. But this disciple no longer dares to recklessly advance without understanding why I am all right. Ancestor, please grant me some guidance. Should I continue refining sixth-order materials, or switch back to the fifth-order materials?" As soon as he finished speaking, Miao Feiping immediately felt a majestic will sweep over him. In the face of this will, he couldn't help but feel as insignificant as an ant. This is the will of the ancestor. Miao Feiping couldn't help but slightly tremble. The third-order Emperor realm is already the highest realm in this world, but it is still nothing before the ancestor. Just how high is the ancestor's cultivation? Soon after the will swept over him, Miao Feiping heard the ancestor's voice in his mind. "Continue. Times are different now, and you have a chance to advance to the sixth order." Junior obeys. Miao Feiping was overjoyed and gave his thanks. The unease that had been troubling him all the while finally disappeared after receiving his ancestor's guidance. Be that as it may, he didn't quite get why things were different now. "I haven't done anything recently, but from what the ancestor said, it seemed like something had changed, allowing me to advance to the sixth order despite only having the aptitude for fifth order in the past." What changed? Thinking about it, Miao Fei-peng recalled that the newly recruited disciples of the sect seemed to have much better aptitude than in the past. And it was not just true for Seven Stars sect, but for all sects across Void World. It's as if the entire world had suddenly become more suitable for cultivation. More and more geniuses were appearing, causing the higher-ups of the various sects to celebrate. Thinking so, Miao Fei-peng immediately understood that what changed was not himself, but the world he lived in. He didn't continue mulling over the issue though. Rather, he quickly packed up his things and went to Seven Stars Sect's sect master, Shang Guanji, requesting a leave to travel the world. Shang Guanji had no reason to refuse and promptly agreed. And so Miao Fei-peng, without wasting any time, quickly left the sect. Purple Phoenix City was among the most prosperous cities in Void World, and was under Purple Phoenix Palace's jurisdiction. Purple Phoenix Palace was also one of the strongest sects in the entire Void World. More importantly, the disciples of this sect had a gift for commerce. This commercial success allowed them to attract countless cultivators from all over the world to Purple Phoenix City, and it soon grew into a prosperous metropolis with over 10 million inhabitants. With Miao Fei-peng's Third-Order Emperor realm cultivation, it had only taken him a few days to reach the city from Seven Stars sect, and following the ancestors' guidance, he quickly found his target. A 7 or 8-year-old girl. Wandering alone in this massive Purple Phoenix City, Miao Fei-peng was certain that this little girl had never cultivated, and was just a commoner who could be found anywhere. The secret order Miao Fei-peng had received was to take good care of this little girl, and not let her suffer any injustice, while not letting his whereabouts be exposed. At first, he could not understand why someone like the ancestor would care so much about a little mortal girl, and even ask him to personally keep an eye on her. But when he saw the rattle drum in the little girl's hand, Miao Fei-peng suddenly understood. He recognized this rattle drum as it had been personally crafted by an Emperor Realm elder of his sect. He had been next to him when that elder had made this rattle drum. This little girl is the ancestor's descendant. The ancestor had given a series of decrees back then, asking for steamed stuffed buns and candied fruits, all to coax this little girl. Having understood this point, Miao Fei-peng immediately felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. He felt extremely honored that the ancestor gave him such an important task. Because of this, Miao Fei-peng had been secretly following the little girl, and protecting her at all times. After observing her for a while, Miao Fei-peng discovered that she was particularly interested in snacks, but she did not seem to have any money on her. Every time she saw someone eat something, she would always start drooling, making her look extremely pitiful. Several times, Miao Fei-peng couldn't bear to watch and almost offered his assistance. At these times he couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. Since this little girl was the ancestor's descendant, why didn't the ancestor give her any money, so she could buy the things she wanted? Obtaining mundane coins should be a breeze for the ancestor. But since the ancestor had not done so, he must have had his reasons. So Miao Fei-peng couldn't rashly intervene either. Martial Peak. Chapter 51-23, Full Force. Nonetheless, after seeing the same thing over and over again so many times, Miao Fei-peng really couldn't bear to sit back and watch any longer, but neither could he expose himself. Ultimately, he gave some coins to the others and asked them to buy some things for the little girl. The little girl happily ate from then on. When the night arrived, the little girl had no place to sleep. So, she found a random alley and spent the night sleeping there, curled up. Every night, Miao Fei-peng would secretly protect her from the cold. Originally, Miao Fei-peng had thought that his days would pass by peacefully, but contrary to his expectations, something did happen. The little girl's rattle drum was stolen. If it was just an ordinary toy, no one would have paid any attention to it, but the material used to make this rattle drum was not ordinary. It was a rare piece of blue water wood. It was a toy for the ancestor's descendant, so the Seven Stars sect elders had put in a lot of effort to craft this rattle drum, and it just so happened that the one who ultimately refined it had a suitable piece of blue water wood on hand at the time. Blue water wood was extremely precious as it could be used to refine emperor artifacts. It was particularly rare in this world, and could be said to be priceless. A few weak cultivators noticed that the rattle drum in the little girl's hand was extraordinary, so they threw some coins at the little girl and snatched the rattle drum from her in a half-buying and half-threatening manner. These cultivators weren't very strong, and as such, they failed to recognize the blue water wood, but they could still tell that the material of this rattle drum was expensive at a glance. The little girl looked extremely sad after losing the rattle drum, and tears welled up in her eyes. She tried to snatch her toy back, but how could a 7-year-old little girl catch up to even the weakest of cultivators? The thieves disappeared in the blink of an eye. The little girl fell to the ground, wailing in grief as dirt smeared her cute face. Enraged, Miao Fei Ping stopped those cultivators in an alley, beat them up, and took back the rattle drum. After that, he found the little girl who was silently crying in a deserted place, and quietly returned the rattle drum. Seeing the little girl smiling once more, Miao Fei Ping let out a sigh of relief. Originally, he had thought that this matter would end there, but no one had expected that it was just the beginning. Among the few cultivators he had beaten up, one of them was actually the son of Purple Phoenix Palace's Vice Palace Master. The son of the Vice Palace Master was beaten up in Purple Phoenix City. How could Purple Phoenix Palace let the matter rest just like that? Purple Phoenix Palace cultivators started searching the city for the perpetrator, and soon found Miao Fei Ping. A conflict naturally broke out between the two sides, but Miao Fei Ping was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. So how could these weaklings do anything to him? Naturally, he taught them a lesson and sent them packing. When Purple Phoenix Palace's higher-ups received the news, they were enraged and deployed some of their masters. In the blink of an eye, the entire Purple Phoenix City was engulfed in a secret battle. After suffering several losses, Purple Phoenix Palace finally figured out the identity of the perpetrator. To their astonishment, it was actually 7 Stars Sect's Miao Fei Ping. This shocked Purple Phoenix Palace greatly. It had to be known that the 7 Stars Sect was the most powerful sect in Void World. Not only did they have the largest number of Emperor Realm Masters, but they also had an ancestor who was shrouded in a veil of mystery. Rumor had it that the ancestor's strength had already surpassed the Emperor Realm, but no one knew what his exact cultivation was. Although Purple Phoenix Palace and 7 Stars Sect had some business with each other, there wasn't much friendship between them because of the huge distance between the two. What puzzled Purple Phoenix Palace's higher-ups was why Miao Fei Ping, the third-order Emperor Realm Elder of 7 Stars Sect, suddenly came to Purple Phoenix City and attacked their disciples. The Vice Palace Master of Purple Phoenix Palace personally went to Miao Fei Ping and asked him for the entire story. Only then did he learn that his son had taken advantage of a little mortal girl, forcing Miao Fei Ping to act. The Vice Palace Master was naturally vexed. He might have failed to discipline his son, but the fact was that many of Purple Phoenix Palace disciples had been injured because of this matter. No matter what, Miao Fei Ping had to give an explanation. Otherwise, Purple Phoenix Palace would lose all face. But why would Miao Fei Ping give them any kind of explanation? He had already shown mercy by not killing them even when they had bullied the ancestor's descendant, so why would he need any justification? The two sides failed to come to an agreement, and as both were pretty angry, a fight broke out. In the end, Purple Phoenix Palace Vice Palace Master was completely defeated. He was injured and even fled Purple Phoenix City in a sorry state. If injuring the disciples was just a trivial matter, the fact that the Vice Palace Master was injured drastically escalated the matter. How could Purple Phoenix Palace tolerate such an insult? They immediately dispatched several Emperor Realm Masters to subdue Miao Fei Ping. Very soon, even 7 Stars Sect got the news. When they learned that Miao Fei Ping had encountered some trouble in Purple Phoenix City, Shang Guanji personally led several Emperor Realm Elders to Purple Phoenix City to assist Miao Fei Ping without any delay. By the time Shang Guanji and the others arrived, Miao Fei Ping had already fought several bouts with Purple Phoenix Palace's Emperor Realm Masters. At first, Purple Phoenix Palace thought that since Miao Fei Ping was all alone, it would be hard for a single third-order emperor to fight them off. However, after a few skirmishes, they noticed that Miao Fei Ping was different from the third-order Emperor Realm Masters they knew. His strength had already surpassed the limits of the Emperor realm. And as such, even if he were to fight many masters alone, he would not be at a disadvantage. Purple Phoenix Palace was still unable to do anything to him even after several confrontations. When Shang Guanji and the others arrived, Purple Phoenix Palace was too afraid to act rashly. The Purple Phoenix Palace master couldn't sit still after hearing that Shang Guanji had arrived. No matter what, Purple Phoenix Palace could not ignore the reputation of the #1 sect of the Void World. The Purple Phoenix Palace master stepped out to personally receive Shang Guanji. Both sides calmly discussed the entire matter, without any animosity. Purple Phoenix Palace didn't have any other requests. They only wanted Miao Feiping to apologize and this matter would be settled. After witnessing Miao Feiping's strength, Purple Phoenix Palace also realized that 7 Stars Sect Emperor Realm Masters couldn't be judged by common sense. Just Miao Feiping alone was enough to give them so much trouble. Now with the addition of Shang Guanji and several others, Purple Phoenix Palace would likely suffer a catastrophic loss if they really fought. Not to mention, the 7 Stars Sect still had their hidden dragon ancestor, who only showed his tail but never his face. But since so many disciples were injured, Purple Phoenix Palace needed an apology to save face. In their opinion, they were already completely conceding by asking for just an apology. Shang Guanji didn't immediately agree. All he said was that he would like to ask Miao Feiping about the whole story. Purple Phoenix Palace naturally agreed. Soon after, Shang Guanji came to Miao Feiping and asked him what this situation was about. Since things had reached this point, Miao Feiping had no choice but to reveal that he had received the ancestors' secret order. Shang Guanji was extremely surprised after learning that everything was actually because of the ancestors' descendant. However, when he personally saw the little girl and the rattledrum in her hand, Shang Guanji finally got the confirmation that she was indeed the ancestors' descendant. He was immediately enraged. Purple Phoenix Palace disciples had actually bullied the ancestors' descendant? How could he let this go? If it really was just some ordinary conflict, it wouldn't have been a big deal to have Miao Feiping apologize. After all, no matter what the cause was, the fact was that Miao Feiping had indeed injured many of Purple Phoenix Palace's disciples. To put it bluntly, as a third-order Emperor Realm Master, what Miao Feiping was doing was just bullying the weak. But the key point was that the ancestor was involved in this matter, so how could Shang Guanji give in? Shang Guanji visited the Purple Phoenix Palace Master and declared that it was impossible for them to apologize. If Purple Phoenix Palace continued pestering them over this, 7 Stars Sect would do everything in their power to maintain the dignity of their sect. Purple Phoenix Palace was dumbfounded as they had never expected to receive such a reply. Many of Purple Phoenix Palace elders were unable to calm their fury and started clamoring to teach 7 Stars Sect a lesson. The Purple Phoenix Palace Master, on the other hand, was hesitating. A few days later, a huge number of 7 Stars Sect cultivators rushed to Purple Phoenix City. Judging by the scale, it could be said that the 7 Stars Sect had mobilized all its forces. Everyone had rushed over, from Emperor Realm elders to disciples who had just entered the sect. Not a single person was left. If someone were to attack 7 Stars Sect right now, they would easily be able to take over their headquarters. Purple Phoenix Palace had never thought that 7 Stars Sect's attitude would be so unyielding that they would mobilize their entire force. It felt as if a battle would break out between two great sects at any moment. Nothing of this sort had happened ever since the Great Migration to Void World. The unusual actions of the 7 Stars Sect also attracted the attention of all the sects in this world. And it was only at this moment that they truly witnessed the terrifying foundation of the 7 Stars Sect. Much to everyone's surprise, they had several dozen Emperor Realm Masters. Although the other sects had seen an increase in the number of Emperor Realm Masters they possessed in recent years, it wasn't too many. Even the strongest of them had perhaps a dozen or so in total. On the other hand, the 7 Star Sect actually had several dozen emperors. In the past, it had been rumored that the 7 Stars Sect was the strongest sect in Void World, but now they finally had a deeper understanding of its strength. No one could understand why so many Emperor Realm Masters had appeared in the Seven Stars sect. If the two sects were to fight, Purple Phoenix Palace would definitely not be their opponent. After the full mobilization of the Seven Stars sect, the Purple Phoenix Palace elders who had been eager to fight it out with the Seven Stars sect suddenly became mute. Fortunately, Seven Stars sect's forces didn't do anything drastic after entering Purple Phoenix City. All of them just entered local inns and dispersed themselves around the city. The Purple Phoenix Palace master once again visited Shangguanji. His tone was no longer as forceful as before. Instead, he wore a forced smile on his face, expressing his goodwill. Even the Vice Palace Master came and personally apologized. Shangguanji stated that so long as Purple Phoenix Palace did not deliberately cause any trouble, Seven Stars sect would not cause trouble in Purple Phoenix City. The Purple Phoenix Palace Master let out a long sigh of relief after getting this guarantee. Be that as it may, it was highly inappropriate for so many Seven Stars sect disciples to be loitering in Purple Phoenix City. He wanted to ask Shangguanji what exactly they were doing here. And when would Seven Stars sect be withdrawing? After pondering for a moment, Shangguanji finally gave an answer. I can't say for sure when we will withdraw. As for what we are doing, you don't need to ask. You can just think of it as the disciples of the Seven Stars sect coming here to gain life experience. They will leave when the time is right. The Purple Phoenix Palace Master was speechless. Unable to obtain an accurate answer from Shangguanji, the Purple Phoenix Palace Master returned and relayed this conversation to the other elders. Immediately, one of the elders angrily rebuked. Isn't Shangguanji Seven Stars sect master? Who in Seven Stars sect dares to disobey him? Yet he said that he didn't know when they would be withdrawing. Clearly, he is just trying to make things difficult for our Purple Phoenix Palace. Other elders also flew into a rage. However, one of the elders thoughtfully interjected. According to the palace master's words, this Shangguanji may have some difficulties. The Purple Phoenix Palace Master looked at the elder after hearing his speculation. What difficulties could he possibly have? The elder asked, Palace Master, doesn't Seven Stars sect also have an ancestor? What if he gave the order? The Purple Phoenix Palace Master's expression changed. You mean? The elder shook his head, stating, It's just a guess, I can't say for sure. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5124 Army Attacks. In Purple Phoenix City, Seven Stars sect disciples could be seen everywhere. Fortunately, these people really did not cause any trouble in Purple Phoenix City, just as Shangguanji had said. Purple Phoenix Palace's higher-ups were both happy and puzzled. Could it be that Seven Stars sect really only sent their entire sect here to gain life experience? But what they could not understand was why they chose Purple Phoenix City. Nonetheless, Purple Phoenix Palace finally reached one conclusion after numerous investigations, and that was that the Emperor Realm Masters of Seven Stars sect were attaching a lot of importance to a certain little girl who was wandering around Purple Phoenix City. At any given moment, at least 2 to 3 emperors would be secretly watching over her. However, they only monitored her from a distance and never exposed their whereabouts nor interfered with her life. They simply let her wander the city as she pleased. Purple Phoenix Palace finally realized that this little girl was the cause of the entire incident. Purple Phoenix Palace failed to understand why Seven Stars sect placed so much importance on this little girl. They tried to investigate her background, but even after a thorough investigation, they came to a shocking conclusion. No one knew which family this little girl was from, or when she had arrived in Purple Phoenix City. There was no record of her entering the city through the city gates. It was as if she had appeared in Purple Phoenix City out of thin air. They might have not understood the origins of this little girl, but they finally understood Seven Stars sect's intentions, allowing Purple Phoenix Palace to breathe a sigh of relief. Since this little girl was so important, Purple Phoenix Palace didn't dare to be negligent either. The higher-ups immediately ordered everyone in the city to open their doors wide for this little girl, catering to her every need. Since then, The little girl's life in Purple Phoenix City had become much more comfortable. She did not need to pay for anything she ate, and when night fell, the owner of a nearby inn would always invite her inside to sleep in a warm bed. All this while, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged inside the marketplace, silently refining cultivation materials. He had his small universe spread out, allowing the old ancestor to recuperate, but this did not affect his cultivation in any way. The people of Purple Phoenix Palace and Seven Stars Sect all thought that the old ancestor was just an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before, but as the master of the small universe, Yang Kai could clearly feel some intangible force constantly pouring into the old ancestor's body. This mysterious energy seemed to be the essence of the mundane world. The baptism of this mysterious energy was the basis of the old ancestor's healing technique, but even Yang Kai was unable to understand its properties. Inyang Pass went into a full defensive stance while the old ancestor was recuperating. They did nothing even when the Black Ink clan army taunted and provoked them. Only when the Black Ink clan approached too close to Inyang Pass did they use the various spirit arrays and artifacts to repel the enemy. Just like that, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Just like every other day, Yang Kai was focused on refining cultivation materials when he suddenly sensed something. He promptly focused his divine sense towards a certain place in Purple Phoenix City. Miao Fei Ping was diligently carrying out the ancestor's secret order in Purple Phoenix City, keeping an eye on the ancestor's descendant at almost every moment. Fortunately, Purple Phoenix Palace seemed to have realized that this little girl's identity was special after the previous incident, so no one dared to seek trouble with her, which saved Miao Fei Ping a lot of effort. At this moment, the ancestor's descendant was eating breakfast at a stall. Usually, this little girl was like a storm, lively and hopping from one place to another, but today, she suddenly stopped eating as a thoughtful look appeared on her face. Immediately after, she stood up and walked straight towards Miao Fei Ping. Miao Fei Ping was beside himself. It had to be said that he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, who had not only used a secret technique to conceal himself, but had also withdrawn his aura completely. Not to mention an ordinary mortal. Even another Emperor Realm Master would not be able to find him so easily. Nevertheless, the ancestor's descendant was actually walking towards him, forcing him to wonder, did she discover me? Miao Fei Ping quickly denied this possibility. Although the ancestor was powerful, his descendant didn't show any signs of cultivation. It was impossible for her to have discovered him. So, when she was approaching him, Miao Fei Ping just silently stepped aside. But much to his surprise, the little girl just stood there, and even turned towards him, looking at him with a smile on her face and a twinkle in her eyes. This time, Miao Fei Ping was truly shocked. He took a few more steps to clear the way, but the little girl just kept staring at him. "Junior sister, can you see me?" Miao Fei Ping asked, astounded. The little girl tilted her head and smiled. "Junior sister?" Miao Fei Ping was shocked beyond words. She really can see me. But how is that possible? He had been monitoring her for a long time, but he had never sensed any trace of cultivation from her, not in the slightest. He was really unable to explain the current situation. Just as he was beginning to doubt himself, the little figure in front of him continued with a smile. "Forget it, it's been hard on you these past few days." Miao Fei Ping didn't know how to respond for a moment and muttered, "Don't mind it, junior sister, it was my duty." The little girl nodded her acknowledgement like a worldly wise old woman before suddenly raising her head to the sky and shouting, "Bring me out." Just as she said so, the small figure before Miao Fei Ping suddenly disappeared into thin air. Miao Fei Ping couldn't help but stare absent-mindedly. This sudden abnormality quickly attracted the nearby Seven Stars Sect Emperor Realm Master's attention, and they instantly rushed over to check up on it. Shang Guanji also received word and rushed over, but the little girl was already gone. Fortunately, Miao Fei Ping soon received the ancestor's decree, stating that his mission was over. Everyone from the Seven Stars Sect immediately breathed a long breath. At the same time, a small figure suddenly appeared in the marketplace of Inyang Pass. Seeing the small figure, Tang Qiu, who had been waiting here all the while, respectfully bowed. The old ancestor lightly nodded before looking at Yang Kai thoughtfully, voicing her doubts. Is the flow of time in your small universe different from the outside world? Yang Kai replied, this junior cultivates the Tao of time, so the flow of time in my small universe is 4 times faster than the outside world. During a bout of enlightenment into the Tao of time many years ago, the flow of time inside Yang Kai's small universe accelerated to twice that of the outside world. Later, when his third disciple Sui was cultivating the Great Nothingness scripture in the Seven Stars sect, his small universe benefited from it for some unknown reason, and the flow of time became 4 times faster. Therefore, although Yang Kai had only cultivated in the marketplace for half a year, the old ancestor had already spent more than 2 years in his small universe. Tang Qiu was stunned for a moment after this revelation, causing him to exclaim, 4 times the speed of the outside world. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Tang Qiu looked at him as if he was looking at a monster. You have living creatures in your small universe, who are constantly increasing your strength. With a 4-fold time flow rate, isn't it just like adding wings to a tiger? He suddenly realized something and exclaimed, no wonder you broke through to the 7th order open heaven realm so quickly, so this is the reason. He had been curious about this all along. Yang Kai had only advanced to the open heaven realm a few centuries ago, and although the world was filled with many opportunities, the speed of his advancement was still too great. But if the flow of time in his small universe was different from the outside world, everything made sense. What a pity! Tang Qiu suddenly sighed again. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's advancement to the open heaven realm started from the 5th order. Although he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit which had allowed his strength to increase by 1 order, his limit was still the 8th order. If he had broken through directly to the 7th order back then, he would have had a chance to become an old ancestor one day. With such a heaven-defying opportunity available to him, he could have saved a lot of time compared to other people who had a chance of reaching the 9th order. No need to feel sorry, the future is yet unknown. The old ancestor obviously understood what Tang Qiu was sighing about. It's not like Yang Kai doesn't have any hope of breaking through to the 9th order, but he still needs to work hard in the future. It would be better to focus on the present first. Tang Qiu's expression immediately became solemn as he requested, cupping his fist. The 4 armies of Yinyang Pass are already prepared. Please give the order. The old ancestor looked out of the great pass and indifferently ordered, engage the enemy. A sonorous bugle horn resounded throughout the entire Yinyang Pass. The soldiers of Yinyang Pass, who had been cultivating for over half a year, quickly arranged themselves at the eastern gate. The entire periphery of Yinyang Pass was surrounded by the Black Ink clan army, so the eastern gate was no exception. At this moment, the Black Ink clan was shouting provocations at this particular gate. Over the last half a year, this kind of scene had been occurring almost every day. The closing of Yinyang Pass had made the Black Ink clan become increasingly arrogant. Therefore, when Yinyang Pass's barriers opened and a tide of humans rushed out from the eastern gate, the Black Ink clan army, who had been provoking and cursing them, couldn't react in time. Everywhere the human warships passed, the dumbstruck Black Ink clan army was torn to pieces. In the distance, the territory lords were extremely excited, noticing the humans' movement. They loudly ordered their armies to meet the enemy. They had been feeling suffocated ever since Yinyang Pass withdrew, so now that the humans had finally come out, they naturally wanted to kill to their heart's content. The 2 armies soon clashed with each other in the void. Dazzling secret techniques and artifacts lit up the battlefield as blood and mangled pieces of flesh flew everywhere. As soon as they clashed, the Black Ink clan army showed signs of being suppressed. This was not surprising though, as all of Yinyang Pass's armies had charged out of the eastern gate, while the Black Ink clan's army was spread out around the entire Yinyang Pass. Aside from the Black Ink clansmen outside the eastern gate, the other Black Ink clan armies were still on their way to reinforce them. Furthermore, the Black Ink clan army's strength had been reduced after the previous battles. In the past, the Black Ink clan had been able to constantly replenish their forces from their home territories, but this time, the Black Ink clan's rear had been thrown into chaos. Not only was the royal lord seriously injured, But they had also lost 5 territory lords and countless black ink nests. While the humans were recuperating, the Black Ink clan had also received reinforcements, but their numbers were far fewer than normal, making it difficult for them to replenish their losses. Nonetheless, the Black Ink clan continued to fight to the death. It wasn't that everyone from the Black Ink clan was unafraid of death, but if the territory lord commanding the army didn't give the order to retreat, no one would dare to. Retreating in battle without permission was a capital offense. For the territory lords, as long as not too many feudal lords under them died, it did not matter to them how many high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen perished. On the contrary, they could rely on the high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen to exhaust the strength of the humans. In terms of replenishing their forces, the Black Ink clan had it far easier compared to the humans. Therefore, this kind of exchange of forces was extremely beneficial to the Black Ink clan. All the territory lords understood this principle. While the Black Ink clan army at the Eastern Gate was retreating again and again, and the Black Ink clan forces from the other areas were rushing over to provide assistance, a small figure suddenly appeared on an unremarkable warship. Marshall Peak. Chapter 51-25 Meeting. The Black Ink clan never imagined that the human old ancestor would actually be hiding in the midst of the army to launch a sneak attack. What they found even more difficult to understand was how the old ancestor got the strength to fight so quickly. According to the news they had received from the rear, the human old ancestor was severely wounded and would not be able to fight for the next 30 to 50 years. Otherwise, they wouldn't have continued besieging Inyang Pass for so long. The royal lord had fallen into a deep sleep, so their side was without a supreme master. Once the human old ancestor took action, the territory lords would not be able to resist. It was precisely because they knew that the old ancestor did not have the ability to fight that the territory lords were so fearless. As strong as those 8th Order humans were, it was not easy for them to kill a territory lord on the battlefield. Therefore, when the figure of the old ancestor suddenly appeared on the battlefield and killed one of the territory lords in the blink of an eye, the Black Ink clan was beside themselves in shock. The old ancestor didn't stop there. She wielded her long sword again and quickly killed another territory lord with the cooperation of Tang Qiu and the other 8th Order masters. 2 territory lords had fallen in succession in less than a dozen breaths, so how could the surviving territory lords dare to remain? All of them quickly fled, and without them to hold the line, the Black Ink clan army instantly routed. In a flash, the Black Ink clan suffered heavy losses, whereas the morale of the humans shot through the sky. All the territory lords immediately focused all their energy on escaping while the old ancestor didn't waste any time chasing after them. Instead, she turned around and charged towards the south. On the southern side, the Black Ink clan army still didn't know what was happening on the eastern front, so the territory lords were still leading their army to provide reinforcements. Before they could arrive though, they were directly intercepted by 8th Order division commanders led by their old ancestor. In the initial clash, another territory lord was swiftly killed off by the old ancestor, and the aura of the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master began to spread through the surroundings, oppressing the entire battlefield. 3 territory lords had died, the eastern front had collapsed, and the southern front had been thrown into chaos with the sudden appearance of the old ancestor. By now, the territory lords in the north and west of Inyang Pass had sensed the old ancestor's aura. They knew that things were not looking good, so they decisively threw a bunch of cannon fodder to divert the attention of the humans while they led their elites to escape from the battlefield, running towards the Black Ink clan territory without even looking back, fearing that the old ancestor would pursue them. Since the battle had reached this point, the Black Ink clan could no longer turn the tide. Only a cup of tea had passed since the appearance of the old ancestor, and yet 3 territory lords had died by her hand while many weaker the Black Ink clansmen were annihilated from the fallout of her attacks. The Black Ink clan was utterly defeated. Without the suppression of a royal lord on the battlefield, the old ancestor was simply too intimidating to the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan army was fleeing everywhere like stray dogs, so naturally, the human race would not miss such a good opportunity. The four armies pursued the enemy under the leadership of their respective army commanders, leaving a bloody trail behind them. Yang Kai didn't participate in the battle, for as extraordinary as his strength might be, one more person on such a battlefield in the Seventh Order was not going to make a significant difference. His task was to escort the old ancestor back to the Great Pass. After recuperating for 2 years in his small universe, the old ancestor had only managed to recover enough strength to kill 3 territory lords. The old ancestor was no longer able to continue after killing the 3rd territory lord. Even if the Black Ink clan didn't retreat, it would have been impossible for the old ancestor to attack again. Be that as it may, the Black Ink clan territory lords were completely terrified by the appearance of the old ancestor. So how could they dare to remain after sensing her presence? This gave the humans an opportunity to pursue and slaughter. In the battle between 2 races, this was the best opportunity to increase one's military merits. Many 8th Order Division commanders deeply understood this principle, so how could they let this chance pass? Nonetheless, the humans didn't dare to pursue the enemy too far, and began to withdraw their forces and return to the pass after 10 days. The Black Ink clan army had suffered heavy losses in this battle, and it would take them at least 100 years to replenish their forces. If the territory lords' casualties and the consequences of the Black Ink nest's destruction were factored in on top of that, it would probably take several hundred to 1,000 years for the Black Ink clan in Inyang Theater to recover. This battle could be considered a great victory. The morale of Inyang Pass soldiers was still pretty high after the battle. The battle between the 2 races had resulted in casualties on the human race's side too, but their casualties were within acceptable limits compared to the losses suffered by the Black Ink clan. After calculating the military merits, Yang Kai naturally received the highest reward. Leaving aside the fact that he infiltrated the Black Ink clan's domain, ruined their grand plan, and rescued 300 artifact refiners, just the destruction of the 10 mid-rank Black Ink nest was something no one could compare to. Not only did he discover many secrets about the Black Ink clan, he had also brought the old ancestor back to the Great Pass. Each of these feats was of great merit. Yang Kai might have belonged to Blue Sky Pass, but his contributions this time were not small. Furthermore, Inyang Pass had also made an exception to record his military merits. Yang Kai could exchange them for anything he wanted from Inyang Pass War Materials Palace with his military merits. However, he had looted a huge number of resources from the Black Ink clan already, so he didn't need to worry about his own cultivation, and naturally didn't need to exchange for anything at the moment. After the battle ended, Yang Kai did not immediately return to Blue Sky Pass. Instead, he opened the portals to the Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens in the periphery of the pass at the behest of Tang Qiu and the other army commanders. There were multitudes of hidden Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens around each great pass, which were all left behind by high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who had died in battle. It was true for Blue Sky Pass, and so was it for Inyang Pass. Yang Kai had already opened the portals to the Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens around Blue Sky Pass, and the Array Masters back there had set up multitudes of restrictions and traps inside of them to deal with the Black Ink clan army in the future. Inyang Pass had heard about this matter, so it was only natural for them to follow suit. Unfortunately, these hidden gates were difficult to find, unless one was proficient in the Tao of Space like Yang Kai. Over the next few months, Yang Kai had been searching around the periphery of Inyang Pass to open these hidden portals, and as long as one was opened, Array Masters would get to work. After finishing these tasks, Yang Kai began searching for the entrance to the sealed world portals further afield. It took him almost 2 years to finish everything. After returning to Inyang Pass, the purifying light in the 4 purifying Black Ink battleships still needed to be replenished, so he had to act again. Taking into consideration the fact that the Southern Army commander Wu Qing had one of the 4 universe pillars, Yang Kai gave him a number of small stone race members to let him raise them inside his small universe. It was like a priceless gift to Wu Qing. He was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but he was not far from breaking through to the 9th Order. Now that he had the small stone race, The time it would take him to advance had been reduced. Everything was ready. The marketplace was extremely lively at this moment, just like the first time Yang Kai had come here. The entire street was crowded and bustling with activity, like a mortal city. But compared to his initial confusion, Yang Kai now knew that this marketplace was built to treat the old ancestor's injuries. After easily finding the old ancestor, who happened to be listening to a story in the tea house, Yang Kai sat down next to her without any trace of politeness. The speaker on the stage was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, whom Yang Kai didn't recognize. Yang Kai had no idea which division commander he was, but he seemed to be telling some kind of fantastical story. It was wonderful, and a few among the audience were cheering in excitement. Yang Kai's brow couldn't help twitching, as he really couldn't get used to this kind of scene. After all, everyone in the audience was a powerful Open Heaven Realm Master. "Are you leaving?" the old ancestor asked casually while stuffing food into her mouth. Yang Kai nodded his agreement. "Everything here has been taken care of, so there's nothing left for me to do. It's been hard on you all these years. You've been running all over the place and haven't had time to rest." "It is this junior's duty," Yang Kai replied. "And, when you get back, you should focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the 8th Order as soon as possible. In the end, the 7th Order is not enough to ensure your safety on this black ink battlefield." "Junior understands," Yang Kai replied respectfully. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Does the old ancestor need help to heal?" "If the old ancestor needs it, the junior will not hesitate." The old ancestor answered with a smile. "There's no need, healing here is the same. Although the speed can't be compared to your small universes, the Black Ink clan's forces have suffered heavy casualties, and there won't be any war for the next several hundred years or more, so the speed of my recovery isn't important." Yang Kai was just about to nod when the old ancestor suddenly added, "Why don't you come to Yinyang Pass? You're half a disciple of Yinyang Heaven, so it's only right and proper for you to come here." Yang Kai replied, "This junior cannot make the decision on this matter. If the old ancestor really wants this junior to come to Yinyang Pass, Blue Sky Pass must be informed. If Blue Sky Pass allows it, I will not refuse." The old ancestor chuckled. "It was just a casual remark, don't take it seriously. Since you're a human, no matter where you are, as long as you fight against the Black Ink clan, it's all the same. It does not matter which great pass you belong to." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and accompanied the old ancestor for a while before standing up and stating, "This junior will take his leave then." "Go on." The old ancestor waved him off. After leaving the marketplace, Yang Kai went straight to some place inside the inner sanctum, and stopped in front of a small courtyard. There was a barrier outside the courtyard, obviously to prevent anyone from disturbing its occupant. Be that as it may, Yang Kai didn't pay it any heed and simply lifted his hand to touch it. Soon, a portal opened before Yang Kai entered inside. In the courtyard, Blood Crow sat up straight and glanced over. "What is it?" Yang Kai smiled. "Nothing important. I'm preparing to return to Blue Sky Pass, so I came to see you before I left." Blood Crow immediately became sullen. "Since when were we friends?" Yang Kai reached out and grabbed a few bottles of wine out of thin air before placing them on the table in front of Blood Crow. Blood Crow looked at the wine, and then at Yang Kai before clicking his tongue. "Are you trying to make friends with me with just these few bottles? Have you forgotten what you did to me?" Yang Kai placed 2 bowls, filled them with wine, and picked one up. "Let me ask you, do you want to drink it or not?" Blood Crow remained silent for a moment before picking up a bottle, unsealing it, and then pouring it. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to this and just lifted his bowl. They didn't talk much, just kept drinking. After drinking a few bottles, Yang Kai stood up and stated in a slightly drunk manner, "Brother Blood Crow, the battlefield is dangerous, and fighting alone will not guarantee your safety. All the humans here are wearing the same robe. I hope that when next I come to Yinyang Pass, I will see you again." Saying so, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Watching him disappear, Blood Crow snorted. "How boring." Martial Peak. Chapter 5126, The Void Dao Temple. Yang Kai smoothly returned to Blue Sky Pass through the hyperspace array. When he looked up, he saw Zhongliang waiting for him. Yang Kai quickly bowed in response. Zhongliang raised his hand as he stated with a smile, "Well done, it's been hard on you these past few years." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized that Zhongliang must have been informed of everything he had done at Yinyang Pass. It needed a massive amount of resources to travel between Great Passes. After all, each Great Pass was quite far from its neighbors, but if it was just passing on some information, it didn't cost much. The purifying black ink pills recipe and the refining method of the void Yinyang mirrors were all transmitted to other Great Passes from Blue Sky Pass in the form of jade slips. Yang Kai was considered a member of Blue Sky Pass, but because of the purification light, too many things were involved. If it weren't for the fact that the Black Ink clan's plan to refine the warships was too great a threat to the human race, how could Blue Sky Pass be willing to put Yang Kai in danger? When he went to the Yinyang Theater, Blue Sky Pass naturally paid attention to his movements. Almost every month, Blue Sky Pass would send a message to Yinyang Pass, inquiring about the situation. Naturally, if there was anything to report, it was reported to them without concealment. While Yang Kai was hiding in the Black Ink clan's territory, Yinyang Pass hadn't received any news from him either, which made Blue Sky Pass quite anxious. When Yang Kai finally showed up, the Black Ink clan army was besieging the Great Pass, and Yang Kai needed to assist Yinyang Pass's old ancestor in healing her injuries. After driving back the Black Ink clan army, Yang Kai needed to remain there to open the portals to the Universe Paradises, Universe Cave Heavens and Sealed Worlds. Zhongliang and the others even suspected that Yinyang Pass wanted to forcibly retain Yang Kai, that they had no intention of returning him. To be honest, if Yang Kai hadn't returned to Blue Sky Pass soon, Zhongliang would have personally gone to Yinyang Pass and looked for Tang Qiu and the others. Fortunately, Yang Kai had returned, which finally put Zhongliang at ease. Regarding Yang Kai's deeds in the Yinyang Theater, Zhongliang was not stingy with his praise. He immediately told him that since he had returned, he should rest well and work hard to improve his cultivation. Yang Kai naturally agreed. Zhongliang left happily while Yang Kai returned to his residence alone. Sensing the movement of the restriction, Feng Ying and Bai Yi, who were cultivating, came out to investigate. When they saw that Yang Kai had returned, the two women were overjoyed. This place was originally Feng Ying's residence, but because it was a courtyard with extra rooms, Yang Kai had always lived here. Later, Bai Yi also joined them after Yang Kai had rescued her. After all, they were all members of the same squad, so it would be easier for them to convene in times of war. After not seeing each other for over a decade, their auras had clearly become stronger. In fact, it wasn't just them, but everyone in Blue Sky Pass had improved after such a long period of rest. Before Yang Kai's arrival, there was always a shortage of cultivation resources regardless of which Great Pass it was. So the distribution and use of each and every material had to be carefully calculated. However, ever since Yang Kai brought out the Void Yinyang mirrors, resources were no longer a problem, especially in Blue Sky Pass. The amount of resources stored in the War Materials Palace now could be said to be as vast as the mountains and seas, enough for the soldiers in the Great Pass to cultivate for thousands of years. So, their cultivation was bound to improve with the availability of abundant resources and the lack of any threats. Moreover, Yang Kai had opened many sealed worlds, acquiring many profound Yin spirit fruits and fruit trees. Many people in Blue Sky Pass had repaired their damaged small universes and recovered their original cultivations. It could be said that the strength of those in Blue Sky Pass had greatly improved compared to before. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan was currently recuperating after the struggle for resources had concluded with the human race's victory. There wouldn't be any more battles anytime soon. It could be said that the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass were enjoying the most leisurely time. Every cultivator cherished this moment, because no one could guarantee that they would be able to make it to the next time they could enjoy such leisure. After chatting with Feng Ying and Bai Yi for a while, Yang Kai returned to his room and went into retreat. From the 7th order to the 8th order was an extremely long process of accumulation. However, the flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe was different from that of the outside world. Furthermore, the living beings inside his small universe were constantly improving his heritage, and the World Tree clone was able to purify and strengthen his world force. Be that as it may, the main way to increase one's cultivation was still the boring and monotonous routine of refining resources. Yang Kai didn't lack supplies. His small universe already had enough cultivation resources stored in it to break through to the 8th order, and adding the looting he had done in the hinterlands of the Black Ink clan, he now had an almost inexhaustible supply of materials. Originally, he wanted to donate some resources to Blue Sky Pass, but now that Blue Sky Pass didn't lack resources, he gave up on this notion. Day after day, year after year, Yang Kai's cultivation slowly and steadily increased as a large number of resources were consumed. However, unlike others, Yang Kai couldn't cultivate in seclusion for extremely long periods of time. It wasn't that he was restless or anything, but some 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters from other great passes would visit him from time to time, bringing purifying Black Ink battleships, and requesting him to replenish their stock of purification light. Purification light consumed resources to cast, and the more Black Ink strength it purified, the faster it would be consumed. Yang Kai was the only one who could replenish the purification light. As such, once the purification light sealed in a purifying Black Ink battleship had been exhausted, it had to be sent to Blue Sky Pass. This matter couldn't be handled by others, so basically every time he went into retreat, it would not last for too long. At best, Yang Kai would be interrupted once a year, but there were times when he had to take action every other month or so. Replenishing purification light was as easy as lifting a finger for Yang Kai. At most, it would consume some yellow and blue crystals. However, the rapid consumption of the purification light was also a testament to the intensity of the battle at the various great passes, causing his heart to inevitably sink. The Black Ink clan was like moss, unkillable no matter how many you cut them down. Even if they were defeated and driven back, it wouldn't be long before they returned. Fortunately, with the large-scale refining and promotion of purifying Black Ink pills, the frequency at which Yang Kai had to replenish purification light became much lower. The purifying Black Ink pill recipe was an inheritance left behind by an ancient alchemist. It was incomplete though, so Zhu Geming and Zhou Fang, 2 alchemy great-grandmasters, had derived its complete formula after many experiments. It was an effective method to deal with the corrosion of Black Ink strength. Many of the materials used to refine purifying Black Ink pills had disappeared from the 3,000 worlds, but they could still be found in the many sealed worlds scattered across the Black Ink battlefield. Currently, every great pass was cultivating large quantities of these spirit herbs in their own medicine gardens. After many years of effort, their hard work had finally borne fruit. This was especially true for Yang Kai's small universe's medicine garden, which was cultivating those spirit herbs in large quantities. After all, his small universe's time flow was different from the outside world. He had a unique advantage when it came to cultivating herbs. He could grow them faster. He had planted many profound fruit trees in his medicine garden when he was exploring the sealed worlds. And as the medicine garden was under the care of the 2 wood spirits, whether it was the herbs or the fruit trees, they were all growing quite well. Yang Kai had already given the first batch of mature herbs to Blue Sky Pass. The alchemists inside the pass had naturally used these herbs to refine purifying Black Ink pills, and distributed them to the soldiers. During these years of retreat, Yang Kai had also made some arrangements in his small universe. It had been a few years since his small universe had integrated with the World Tree clone. The feedback of the clone had enveloped the entire small universe by now, so the humans living inside it had also begun to benefit from it. The most obvious example was Miao Fei Ping. Miao Fei Ping's original aptitude wasn't bad. When he had participated in 7 Stars Sect's disciples' recruitment with Zhao Ye and Zhao Yi Bai, he had received a ranking second only to Zhao Ye. His cultivation had been smooth sailing over the years, resulting in him advancing to the Emperor realm. According to Yang Kai's investigation, when Miao Fei Ping had reached the Emperor realm, The latter had the qualifications to advance directly to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. However, because of the World Tree clone's nourishment, he now had a chance to advance to the Sixth Order. Since even Miao Fei Ping was affected, the new generation of children would naturally be able to receive even more benefits from the World Tree clone. This was also the reason why the various sects had recently taken in many good seedlings. Moreover, this kind of feedback would only become stronger until it reached its peak. After a certain number of generations, perhaps cultivation geniuses would be seen just about everywhere. When Yang Kai left the star boundary, it had already become the ultimate open heaven realm cradle. The change in the star boundary was also due to a World Tree clone's feedback. Since the star boundary could become the cradle for the open heaven realm, Yang Kai believed that his small universe could achieve the same. Although his small universe's population was not nearly as high as the star boundaries, it wasn't small either. Be that as it may, if he wanted to develop the potential of these prodigies, he would need to spend some effort. As such, he used his power to create a phenomenon in his small universe. One day, under the witness of all the living beings in the small universe, a giant palace suddenly appeared in the sky. No matter where one was, they could clearly see this palace which had appeared out of thin air. The palace was surrounded by a dazzling halo of light which attracted everyone's attention as soon as it manifested. The Emperor Realm Masters of the various great sects immediately became extremely interested in this palace that had appeared out of nowhere, and all of them flew straight towards it to investigate. Nonetheless, no matter what the order these Emperor Realm Masters were in, no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to reach the palace. It was as if the palace was right in front of them, but also very far away. Only one person succeeded. It was none other than Seven Stars Sect's Miao Fei Ping. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Miao Fei Ping successfully arrived at the palace. All of the Emperor Realm Masters were greatly shocked at the sight of this. They were unable to understand why they couldn't approach this palace, but Miao Fei Ping could. Many of the higher-ups of the various sects gathered around Shang Guanji to ask about this matter. But Shang Guanji was just as confused as they were. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Miao Fei Ping flew down from the palace. The Emperor Realm Masters quickly surrounded him to inquire about the situation after seeing him return. Miao Fei Ping's expression became solemn as he pondered for a moment before quenching their curiosity. This place is called the Void Dao Temple, and it is bestowed by the world itself, not created by man. Void Dao Temple. The crowd of Emperor Realm Masters were all extremely skeptical, wondering if this was all a ploy by the Seven Stars sect. Otherwise, how could they explain that Miao Fei Ping was the only one who could reach the palace? Seven Stars sect was the strongest sect in this world, and it also had an elusive and mysterious ancestor supporting it. Perhaps this Void Dao Temple was just a gimmick for them to dominate the whole Void world. What is inside this Dao Temple? Someone asked. Miao Fei Ping replied. The Void Dao Temple contains the essence of the 3,000 Grand Daos, the ultimate truth of the martial Dao, and the mysteries above the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm Masters gasped a breath of cold air in shock. Many even had their eyes brightly lit up. Martial Peak. Chapter 5127, Recruiting Geniuses from Across the World. 3,000 Grand Daos, the ultimate truth of the martial Dao, and the mysteries above the Emperor Realm. This was far too attractive for the residents of Void World. There was no cultivator who didn't yearn for a higher martial Dao, especially the Emperor Realm Masters. They had been stuck in this realm for many years. Had this been the end of the martial Dao, then it would not have mattered. But the crux of the issue was that they could feel that the Emperor Realm was not the peak of the martial Dao. There were even more profound realms ahead, but they had no idea how to break through to those realms. There were rumors that the ancestor of Seven Stars sect had a cultivation that surpassed the Emperor Realm, but he was quite elusive. Even the higher-ups of Seven Stars sect couldn't easily meet him, let alone outsiders like them. Now that the Void Dao Temple bestowed by the world had appeared out of thin air, containing the mysteries of what lay beyond the Emperor Realm. How could these Emperor Realm masters not be tempted? Be that as it may, they had all tried to approach it before, but no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to reach it, except for Miao Fei Ping. Elder Miao, what must we do to ascend to the Void Dao Temple? An Emperor Realm Master from another sect humbly asked. Miao Fei Ping replied, Aptitude. Only those with outstanding aptitude can reach the Void Dao Temple. It has nothing to do with cultivation. Immediately, someone indignantly asked, Does Elder Miao mean that your aptitude is better than everyone else here? These words were undoubtedly quite revolting to everyone present. After all, everyone standing here was an Emperor Realm Master. Furthermore, all of them were extremely confident in their own aptitude. However, if they were to admit that admittance to the Void Dao Temple was based solely on aptitude, it would mean admitting that Miao Fei Ping's aptitude was far better than theirs. Shang Guanji glanced over at the Emperor Realm Master who had just spoken and replied, Elder Miao is a member of our 7 Stars sect and reached the Emperor Realm before turning 100. With such aptitude, who can compare to him? His words immediately made the questioning Emperor turn silent. A 100-year-old Emperor Realm Master was truly unprecedented. Such cultivation speed was far better than any of the other Emperor Realm Masters present. Another person asked curiously, Elder Miao, how do you know all this? One had to know that Miao Fei Ping had only been in that hall for the time it takes for half an incense to burn, so how could he have obtained so much information? Miao Fei Ping cupped his fist slightly. This untalented Miao has been acknowledged by the Void Dao Temple. From today onward, I will be the first temple master of the Void Dao Temple. That is why I have obtained some information about this Void Dao Temple. As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire audience fell silent. All of the Emperor Realm Masters stared at him blankly. Even Shang Guanji and the others from the 7 Stars sect were shocked. A palace had appeared out of nowhere. Then, Miao Fei Ping declared that it was the Void Dao Temple, and was bestowed by the world itself, and contained the 3,000 Grand Daos, the highest truths of the martial Dao, and the mysteries above the Emperor Realm. Now, he even proclaimed that he had obtained the recognition of the Void Dao Temple, and had become its first temple master. This revelation was really shocking, so shocking that the Emperor Realm Masters couldn't immediately respond. After a long silence, one of the sect masters let out a hollow laugh. Elder Miao, you said you're the first temple master. May I ask Elder Miao what the temple master's job is? Miao Fei Ping pondered for a moment before replying. The purpose of the Void Dao Temple is to teach the 3,000 Grand Daos. As the temple master, I am responsible for guiding the Dao Temple's disciples' cultivation. And where will these disciples come from? As long as one's aptitude is sufficiently high, anyone can enter the Dao Temple to cultivate, regardless of their cultivation. Even a child who has never cultivated before may gain entrance if their aptitude is sufficient. While speaking, Miao Fei Ping cupped his fist. Sect masters, elders, if you have any disciples with outstanding aptitude in mind, please send them to the Dao Temple. If they can pass the test of the Dao Temple, they may enter and comprehend the mysteries of the Grand Dao. The Emperor Realm sect masters and elders all looked at each other in dismay upon hearing this. Finally, one of the sect masters sneered. In that case, this humble one understands. Void Dao Temple. Ha, I'll take my leave now. Saying so, he turned and left, followed by the Emperor Realm elders under him. With someone taking the lead, the others quickly left as well. Some even sneered before leaving. Brother Shangguan, if 7 Stars sect wants to take in all the geniuses in the world, there's no need to use such a clumsy method. This void world is not that small, and a single 7 Stars sect cannot swallow it all. Brother Shangguan, please take care of yourself. Shangguanji slightly furrowed his brow, but didn't try to explain. Right now he also had no idea what this was all about. He vaguely felt that this Void Dao Temple was related to the ancestor, but it was not appropriate to ask with so many people around. The sects that left first were all top sects in Void World. These sects were not weak, so they naturally regarded the strongest 7 Stars sect as their competitor. hoping that one day their sect's strength would surpass them and become the overlord of Void World. After listening to Miao Fei Ping's explanation, everyone thought that this Void Dao Temple was created by the Seven Stars sect to attract talents from all over the world. If they let all the good seedlings be taken away by the Seven Stars sect, they would not have any successors. Perhaps Seven Stars sect would really be able to dominate Void World in less than 100 years if they could accomplish this plot. Since the Emperor Realm Masters of the top sects had taken their leaves, the small and intermediate sects didn't stay any longer, and quickly took their leave as well. When only the higher-ups of the Seven Stars sect remained, Guan Qianxing finally spoke. Fei Ping, this Void Dao Temple. Shang Guanji immediately interrupted him. Let us return first. Guan Qianxing understood that Shang Guanji stopped him because he was afraid that someone was trying to spy on them, so he didn't ask any further. After everyone had returned to Seven Stars sect, Shang Guanji finally asked Miao Fei Ping, "Is what you said about the Void Dao Temple true?" Miao Fei Ping earnestly nodded his affirmation. "It's true. I did not speak a single lie to those people." A solemn look took over Shang Guanji's face. "Is this related to the ancestor?" "And it is indeed related to the ancestor. It was also ancestor who appointed me as the temple master." As soon as these words came out, all Seven Stars sect Emperor Realm Masters were thrilled. Since it was the ancestor's handiwork, there was no need to doubt or worry. Previously, Shang Guanji had also suspected that the Void Dao Temple was created by the ancestor, but now he had confirmation. Why did the ancestor create this Void Dao Temple? Guan Qianxing hurriedly asked. Miao Fei Ping replied, "Ancestor intends to take many of Void World's geniuses under his tutelage and teach them about the Grand Dao." Shang Guanji and the others' eyes lit up. The ancestor had long passed down the method to condense one's Dao seal to the Seven Stars sect, and had given them many resources to do so with. Some of them had even already begun to form their Dao seals, while Miao Fei Ping was far ahead of his peers in this regard, and had even begun refining element powers. Nonetheless, the Void Dao Temple was still extremely attractive to them. How could Miao Fei Ping not know what they were thinking after seeing their reaction? He immediately added, "Just as I said before, admittance to the Void Dao Temple has nothing to do with your cultivation, only your aptitude. If your aptitude is good enough, you can easily reach it, but if your aptitude is lacking, no matter how high your cultivation is, you can never approach it." Shang Guanji couldn't help but awkwardly cough at those words. He had also tried to ascend to the Void Dao Temple before, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so. In other words, his aptitude wasn't high enough to be recognized by the Dao Temple. Regardless, their ancestor had already taught them the method to form their Dao seal, so as long as they diligently cultivated, they could break through the shackles of the Emperor Realm someday. Right now, the Void Dao Temple was a turning point for others. Fixing his expression, Shang Guanji stated, "Since the Void Dao Temple is ancestors' handiwork, the Seven Stars sect will naturally cooperate unconditionally. Fei Ping, since you are the temple master and have received the ancestors' favor, you must be diligent in the future." "Yes," Miao Fei Ping replied respectfully. "Regarding the matter of the Dao Temple, how do you want my Seven Stars sect to cooperate? Please give the order to all disciples to present themselves to the Dao Temple. It only takes an incense stick for those with appropriate aptitude to receive the blessing of the Dao Temple, and enter it to cultivate the Grand Dao." Shang Guanji lightly nodded as a look of admiration appeared on his face, as expected of ancestors' work. "If that's the case, I will arrange for it immediately." Soon, the Seven Stars sect began moving. All of Seven Stars sect's disciples, regardless of their cultivation, received orders from the higher-ups to step out from their abodes or places of cultivation, and present themselves to the palace in the sky for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The disciples didn't know why they were asked to look up and observe the floating palace, but since it was an order of the higher-ups, they just had to follow it. In any case, it was just an incense stick's worth of time, so it wasn't like it was a burdensome task. Even the Emperor Realm Masters, who had tried to ascend to the Dao Temple before, found a secluded place and secretly focused on the palace, hoping for a miracle to occur. The dozen or so giant squares in Seven Stars sect were soon filled with people, all of them gazing up at the Void Dao Temple. Time slowly passed. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a five-colored beam suddenly descended from the palace that had been quietly floating in the sky and landed on one of the disciples. The next moment, something shocking happened. The disciple's body slowly floated up, and as the beam of light rapidly withdrew towards the Void Dao Temple, the disciple's cry rang out from midair. After the first beam of multicolored light, several more descended. Each of these beams seemed to have some kind of restraining power, taking away a disciple who was currently observing the Dao Temple. These rays of light were not all the same though. They were divided into 3 colors, 5 colors, and 7 colors. In just a short period of time, more than 30 disciples had been taken away by the colorful beams. Among them, the 7-colored beams numbered the least, just 2, followed by the 5-colored and then the 3-colored beams. As for the disciples who had been taken away by the beams, all of them were excellent seedlings with outstanding aptitudes. The greater their aptitudes were, the more colorful the beam that fell on them had been. The higher-ups of the Seven Stars sect could vaguely tell that these light beams were related to the aptitude of the disciples. The disciples who were taken away by the 7-colored beams obviously had the best aptitude, while the 3-colored beams represented lower levels of talent. The ancestors' means were truly marvelous. Everyone in Void World could clearly see the strange Void Dao Temple and the commotion in Seven Stars sect. The Emperor Realm Masters, who had just returned to their residences, were also stunned. They had no idea what Seven Stars sect was up to now. There were also some who were secretly anxious. Miao Fei Ping had said that the Void Dao Temple contained the 3,000 Grand Daos, the ultimate truth of the martial Dao, and the mysteries above the Emperor Realm. Naturally, they were also looking forward to it. However, the matter of the Void Dao Temple was too strange. Many people suspected that it was Seven Stars sect's ploy, so for now, they wanted to get a clear picture of the situation before deciding what to do. But now Seven Stars sect had already started moving. If Miao Fei Ping had told the truth, and the Void Dao Temple was really bestowed by the world, and Seven Stars sect would gain an advantage by acting first. Seven Stars sect was already the most powerful sect, and now that they had entered the Void Dao Temple before all others, everyone was worried about who would be able to compete with them in the future. Martial Peak. Chapter 5128. The Descent of Multicolored Beams. Southern Star Palace, one of the top sects of Void World. At this moment, all of the higher-ups present, including Palace Master Wu Dongxing, were looking up at the strange phenomenon occurring at the Void Dao Temple, watching the beams descending straight down on Seven Stars sect, each of them then bringing a Seven Stars sect disciple into the Dao Temple. This sight was clearly seen by all. They might have no idea what was going on, but it worried them. Since such a strange event had suddenly occurred in Void World, Southern Star Palace naturally wanted to find out if this Void Dao Temple really was the work of the Seven Stars sect or not. Originally, all of them had thought that this was the case, but now it seemed that it wasn't so. The phenomenon that appeared from the Void Dao Temple had far exceeded the scope of what Emperor Realm Masters could accomplish. Although the Seven Stars sect had many Emperor Realm Masters, they did not have such ability. Just as they were wondering what was happening, a beam of multicolored light suddenly descended from the Void Dao Temple, not towards the Seven Stars sect, but towards the Southern Star Palace. It was a 7-colored beam. Wu Dongxing immediately looked in the direction of the light beam, and saw a disciple wearing a Southern Star Palace uniform slowly rising into the sky towards the Void Dao Temple. The disciple's behavior could be considered quite calm, just curiously looking around with a confused expression. "Who is that disciple?" Wu Dongxing hurriedly asked. Southern Star Palace had many disciples, so it was practically impossible for the palace master to know all of them. Furthermore, this disciple's cultivation appeared to be extremely low, so he should have just entered the sect recently. "It's Shui Fei." One of the higher-ups recognized this disciple. Wu Dongxing's expression changed. The genius disciple who joined just 3 years ago. He didn't know Xuefei personally, but he had heard of him. Among the new batch of disciples 3 years ago, some of them had extremely outstanding aptitudes and could be said to be the most outstanding since Southern Star Palace's founding. One of those supreme talents was Xuefei. What's going on? How did Xuefei get taken away by the beam of light from the Void Dao Temple? Wu Dongxing shouted without giving it another thought. Stop him. Naturally, the genius disciples of their own sect should remain with them. How could they let them be taken away by the Void Dao Temple? As soon as he issued the order, the Emperor Realm Masters rose into the air, trying to pull Xuefei out of the beam. Be that as it may, they were unable to break through the light barrier no matter how hard they tried. All they could do was watch Xuefei fly further away, until he disappeared into the Void Dao Temple. This was not the end of it though. Following Xuefei, several more beams descended from the Void Dao Temple, taking away more disciples. Various elders identified all these disciples as outstanding geniuses. Their time in the sect was short, and their cultivation was not high. This was not just happening to Southern Star Palace. Similar things were happening to many disciples of various sects across all of Void World. Even some children who had never entered a sect or cultivated before had been taken in by the Void Dao Temple. Without exception, all of these people who had been taken away by the multicolored beams were extremely talented. After this, various sects couldn't sit still. Although the cultivation environment of Void World had been improving over the past few years and good seedlings had been popping up every now and then, they still couldn't stand them being taken away by the Void Dao Temple. They still didn't understand what was going on, but they were certain that the Seven Stars sect must have some idea about it. After all, Miao Feiping had publicly admitted that he was the first temple master of the Void Dao Temple, and the beams had first started descending on the Seven Stars sect. Very soon, the higher-ups of the various sects rushed to the Seven Stars sect to gather intelligence. In the end, when they learned the truth that all the geniuses in the world had actually been taken by the Void Dao Temple, they were all filled with resentment. While the higher-ups of various sects gathered at Seven Stars sect, the Void Dao Temple's recruitment never stopped. From time to time, multicolored beams of light would descend and pick up a talented person from somewhere. In less than a dozen days, all the top young talents in the entire Void World had been taken away by the beams descending from the Void Dao Temple. All the disciples who had been taken away had one common attribute, and that was that their cultivation wasn't high while their aptitudes were all extraordinary. At the same time, some Emperor Realm Masters of the top sects had also suddenly obtained a connection with the Void Dao Temple, and were chosen to serve as deacons. At the same time, they were allowed to enter the Dao Temple to cultivate and guide the disciples who had been taken away by the beams. The Emperor Realm deacons who had been chosen were all a bit skeptical at first. After all, it was all too bizarre and difficult to understand. No one had told them about it in person. They just somehow felt the mysterious connection to the Void Dao Temple all of a sudden, as if there was an additional mark on their bodies, allowing them to become deacons. These Emperor Realm deacons were all skeptical, but when they tried to enter the Dao Temple, they were surprised to discover that they could actually fly straight to it. The mark that had appeared on their bodies seemed to be a kind of authorization to enter the Dao Temple. There was not a massive number of deacons, but there were still quite a few of them. Almost every top sect had one. When these deacons entered the Dao Temple, they would either remain inside for a few hours or a few days before rushing back to their respective sects and explaining what they had seen and heard. The entire Void World shook from their revelations. This was because according to these selected Dao Temple deacons, the disciples who had been taken away were living quite well in the Dao Temple. Not only that, but the Dao Temple itself was like a completely different world. It was rich in world energy and had perfect world principles to cultivate in. It would undoubtedly be many times faster to cultivate in such an environment than normal. There was also a massive secret art pavilion inside the Dao Temple, which had countless secret arts and secret techniques. All of these secret arts were extremely precious, and could be read by anyone without any restrictions. The Tao Temple didn't even restrict them from teaching them to outsiders. In other words, they could freely pass on any secret art and secret technique inside the Tao Temple to their own sect. There were also visions in the Tao Temple, demonstrating the mysteries above the Emperor Realm. Now the Emperor Realm masters of Void World knew that there was an open heaven realm above the Emperor Realm, and if one wanted to reach the open heaven realm, they would first need to condense a Tao seal. Then if they wanted to complete their Tao seal, they would need to refine cultivation materials of appropriate elements and orders. What was most shocking was that these materials were all readily available in the Tao Temple, but they could not be taken at will. It needed a certain amount of contributions to the Tao Temple. As for how to gain contribution, the deacons were unable to figure this out because their time in the Tao Temple was too short. Only one thing was clear: if a sect's disciple was chosen by the Tao Temple, they would be able to obtain a certain amount of contribution points. The more disciples were chosen, the more the contribution points they would receive, and these contribution points could be exchanged for resources in the Tao Temple. After the revelations from various deacons, the great sects no longer held any doubts about the Void Tao Temple. They had originally thought that it was the Seven-Star sect's handiwork, but now it seemed that it was indeed a miracle bestowed on them by the world, the heavenly way guiding them in their cultivation. Everyone had already understood the requirements to enter the Tao Temple. Apart from the chosen deacons who were freely allowed to enter and exit, entrance to the Tao Temple depended on one's aptitude. If one's aptitude was outstanding enough, a dazzling beam would naturally descend from the Tao Temple, as long as they presented themselves to it for an incense stick worth of time. Truly, the profundities of the heavenly way were endless and not something that could be fathomed by ordinary people. At this point, the sects no longer had any objections to the Void Tao Temple, and all of them ordered their disciples to pay their respects to it. After all, their sect could gain contribution points and exchange them for resources as long as their disciples were selected. Although these genius disciples were the foundation of the sect's future prosperity, cultivating them would require a great deal of time and effort. How could they be compared to the temptation of exploring a higher martial Tao on their own? What's more, the disciples who had been taken in by the Tao Temple still had their names registered under their original sect, and their connection to it had not yet been severed. If these disciples were willing, they could travel between the Tao Temple and the sect at any time. The entire Void World was bustling with noise and excitement. Since the appearance of the Void Tao Temple a month ago, multicolored beams would appear, taking away individuals with extraordinary aptitudes each day. After the Tao Temple Master Miao Fei Ping and the many Emperor Realm deacons entered, the Void Tao Temple officially began operating. In just a short month, the Tao Temple had taken in over 500 disciples, each of them a genius who would be carefully cultivated by any sect. Now that Miao Fei Ping and the other deacons were taking care of them though, Yang Kai didn't need to intervene until they had advanced to the Emperor Realm. The Tao Temple disciples would definitely increase over time, and when these disciples had broken through to the open heaven realm in the future, they would become a force that would help the human race resist the Black Ink clan. The power of the World Tree clone was beginning to show. Furthermore, in order to perfect the Tao Temple's secret art pavilion, Yang Kai took the time to pay a visit to Blue Sky Pass War Materials Hall, and spent a large amount of military merits to exchange for secret arts and secret techniques from the various cave heavens and paradises. These secret arts and techniques would be considered priceless treasures, and not easily released to others if this was the 3,000 worlds, but they were quite common and accessible on the Black Ink battlefield. After all, even the Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory Eye, core secret techniques of myriad demons heaven that would never be passed down to outsiders, could be exchanged for with military merits, so what of other secret arts and techniques? It did not take much time or effort to build the Void Tao Temple, as everything in Yang Kai's small universe could be decided by him with a flash of his thoughts. After the Void Tao Temple was on the right track, Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to it. Currently, the Void Tao Temple had just taken in its first disciples, and they had not been cultivating for too long. It would still take some time for them to mature. In addition to refining cultivation materials, most of Yang Kai's time was spent on comprehending secret techniques. As time passed, his strength slowly and steadily increased. Until one day, something pulled his heartstrings. He immediately focused his attention on his small universe. When he laid his eyes on the figure sitting cross-legged in the Void Dao Temple, he finally muttered, "Is it time already? Since that's the case, I shall let you decide for yourself." Inside the Void Dao Temple, Miao Feiping happened to be refining the last element power to complete his Dao seal. According to the ancestor, once he succeeded, he would be able to split heaven and earth apart within his body and break through the shackles of the Emperor realm, thereby advancing to the open heaven realm. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to take that final step. There seemed to be a thin membrane that could be broken with a flick of his finger standing in his way, but he couldn't seem to touch it regardless of how he tried. Martial Peak, Chapter 51-29 Choice. Miao Feiping's temperament was undoubtedly firm and steady. He did not falter even in this situation. Until he suddenly heard the ancestor's voice. Logically speaking, if one were to be disturbed at such a critical moment, their mind would definitely be shaken. In the best-case scenario, they would suffer from cultivation dissonance, and in the worst-case scenario, they might even die on the spot. Nonetheless, this did not happen to Miao Feiping, because at the same time the ancestor's voice was transmitted to him, a gentle force stabilized his state of mind, allowing him to avoid this calamity. Even the berserk Emperor Qi in his body calmed down. When he opened his eyes, Miao Feiping saw a smiling man standing in front of him. It was none other than the ancestor. Miao Feiping hurriedly stood up and respectfully bowed. "Disciple greets ancestor." Yang Kai lightly nodded. At this moment, he was nothing more than a soul avatar, just like when he traveled across his small universe all those years ago. Nonetheless, the soul avatar in Miao Feiping's eyes was equivalent to the arrival of the ancestor's true body. He didn't dare to show any disrespect. "It's been hard on you all these years." Only 20 years had passed in the outside world since the establishment of the Void Dao Temple, so 80 years had passed in the small universe. Over the past 80 years, the number of disciples the Void Dao Temple had accepted had reached over 2,000, each and every one of them a dragon among men. With Miao Feiping acting as the temple master, the deacons chosen by the Dao Temple all diligently guided these disciples. He had truly worked hard over these years. After all, the cultivation of these chosen disciples wasn't high. Many of them were children who had never cultivated before. Taking care of them was indeed a daunting task. There were many benefits to managing various affairs of the Dao Temple, the most direct of which was that one could obtain a fixed amount of contribution points every month, and these contribution points could be exchanged for cultivation resources in the Dao Temple, but the downside was that it delayed one's cultivation. If not for this, Miao Feiping would not have taken a century to finally reach this point with his aptitude. Disciple is honored by ancestors' concern, but it was not difficult at all. Miao Feiping replied respectfully. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement. "Right now, you're just a step away from the open heaven realm. But if you want to reach it, you must make a choice." "A choice?" Miao Feiping was puzzled. "Ancestor, please explain." Yang Kai continued, "With your aptitude and current foundation, it may be a bit risky to break through to the sixth order, but the risks aren't that great. Do you know why you still haven't been able to break through even after being in a retreat for so long?" Miao Feiping shook his head. "Perhaps this disciple is slow-witted. Perhaps I will not be able to comprehend the fleeting opportunity to break through even if I put in all my effort. But ancestor can rest assured. This disciple will definitely redouble his efforts in cultivating, so as not to disappoint you." Yang Kai chuckled. "If you can be considered slow-witted, then there aren't many smart people in Void World." Miao Feiping humbly replied, "Ancestor is too kind. The reason you can't break through is not because your comprehension or aptitude is lacking, but because of the environment. As long as you remain in Void World, you will never be able to break through the shackles of the Emperor realm and advance to the open heaven realm. Why is that? Miao Fei Ping looked confused. Yang Kai replied, looking at him with a smile. Because Void World is my small universe. Miao Fei Ping was rooted to the spot, stunned. Yang Kai continued, when Emperor Realm cultivators condense their Dao seals and gather the powers of Yin, Yang and 5 elements, they will be able to form a small universe world inside their body, thus advancing to the Open Heaven Realm. The Open Heaven Realm is divided into 9 orders. 1st to 3rd order is the low rank, 4th to 6th order is the mid rank, 7th order and above is high rank. Low rank and mid rank Open Heaven Realm masters' small universes are immaterial and illusory, while high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters' small universes are solid and tangible, just like this void world. Every Open Heaven Realm cultivator has their own small universe, and the world force of that small universe is the foundation of the Open Heaven Realm strength. Even if 2 people cultivate the same secret art and comprehend the same grand Tao, after they reach the Open Heaven Realm, the world force in their small universes will naturally be different. This kind of difference is unique to every Open Heaven Realm master. Other Open Heaven Realm masters might be able to refine it for their own use to increase their strength, but if the difference is too great, it will instead become impurities that destroy their foundation. If you broke through to the Open Heaven Realm inside my small universe, the world force you unconsciously release at the moment of ascension will contaminate my foundation and affect my cultivation, so I cannot allow you to break through in Void World. This can be considered a restriction of the entire Void World. Do you understand? It was not that hard for Miao Fei Ping to understand, but after learning that the world he had been living in was actually the ancestors' small universe, he was still shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. If you want to enter the Open Heaven Realm, the only option is to leave my small universe and enter the vast outer universe. Yang Kai's eyes became solemn. However, the environment I am in right now is not safe. If you leave Void World, your life will constantly be at risk, and you will have to fight against powerful enemies. Even with my strength, I may not be able to protect you. Miao Fei Ping muttered. Is this the choice ancestor spoke of? Yang Kai nodded his affirmation. That's right, whether to remain in Void World as an Emperor Realm Master, or take the risk and leave Void World to achieve the Open Heaven Realm is up to you. In the face of such a sudden choice, even an Emperor Realm Master like Miao Fei Ping was a little hesitant. Yang Kai observed his expression and lightly nodded. You can take your time and inform me after you have made a decision. Saying so, his figure gradually started to fade as he prepared to leave. Before he could go though, Miao Fei Ping suddenly raised his head and asked, Ancestor, are junior sister Xiaoye and senior brother Xiao Yibai still in Void World? Yang Kai's figure solidified again as he shook his head. They left long ago. Miao Fei Ping let out a long sigh. Although he had suspected it, it was only now that he got the confirmation. He lightly nodded his acknowledgement before asking, Since junior sister Xiaoye and senior brother Xiao Yibai have long since left Void World, I assume they will advance to the Open Heaven Realm in the future. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying, Naturally, but their situation is different from yours. They are currently in another great world, where they don't have to be worried about external threats. So there is no need to worry. May I ask what order those 2 will reach when they break through? If everything goes according to plan, they should reach the 7th order. 7th order. Miao Fei Ping chuckled. As expected of those 2, but the difference between the 6th and 7th order is only 1 order. The difference isn't too great. Saying so, Miao Fei Ping cupped his fist and declared his choice. This disciple wishes to advance to the Open Heaven Realm. I ask Ancestor to help. Yang Kai looked at him, slightly narrowing his eyes. Have you thought your decision through? Don't try to compete with others, only follow your heart. Miao Fei Ping declared, shaking his head. It is not about comparing myself with those 2. It's just that we cultivators have cultivated for our entire lives, taking one step at a time. Also we may stand at the peak and see the extraordinary scenery from above. If we are going to stop halfway, why should we cultivate at all? Since I'm presented with such an opportunity today, This disciple does not want to miss it. Not to mention, Ancestor is fighting powerful enemies, and while this disciple might not be talented, he is willing to assist Ancestor in battle. Yang Kai happily nodded. Your heart is righteous indeed. Since that is the case, I shall grant your wish. Miao Fei Ping once again cupped his fist in gratitude. Many thanks, Ancestor, but after this disciple leaves, who will manage Void Dao Temple? Please make a decision. Yang Kai asked, who do you recommend? Miao Fei Ping pondered for a moment. Deacon Tang Wen is steady and virtuous, he is also fair in his conduct. He is a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so his cultivation is enough to convince the others. After this disciple leaves, I believe he will be the appropriate choice to assume the position of Temple Master. Tang Wen. Yang Kai meaningfully looked at him. He's not from Seven Stars sect, he seems to be from Stalwart Pavilion, right? Miao Fei Ping justified. This disciple believes that the Ancestor created the Void Dao Temple to select talents from all over the world, presumably to fight against a powerful enemy that this disciple doesn't know about. Since that is the case, this disciple doesn't dare to have any selfish motives. Seven Stars sect has been rapidly developing these past few years, and has already become the #1 sect in Void World. If another elder from the Seven Stars sect were to take over the position of Temple Master, I'm afraid that he would become too arrogant and dishonor Ancestor's original intention to create the Dao Temple. Yang Kai agreed with a smile. You're wise. Since that's the case, Tang Wen will take over the Void Dao Temple. He pondered for a moment before continuing. Let's put on a show before you leave. A show? Miao Fei Ping was puzzled. Half a day later, Miao Fei Ping summoned all of the Void Dao Temple deacons, and announced that he would be advancing soon, and that he would like to take care of Void Dao Temple's affairs before entering retreat. The deacons were both shocked and envious. After working in the Dao Temple, they naturally had a better understanding of the open heaven realm than others. Everyone had been working towards this goal all these years, but the fastest among them had only refined 3 materials, and was still far from breaking through. When they suddenly heard Temple Master Miao Fei Ping say that he was about to break through, they were naturally extremely envious. Although they were envious, they still congratulated him. After making some arrangements, Miao Fei Ping made a trip back to the Seven Stars sect to inform the sect master Shang Guanji and the elders that he was about to enter retreat to break through. Soon, all of the Emperor Realm Masters in Void World knew that Miao Fei Ping was about to break the Emperor Realm shackles. The Emperor Realm Masters were naturally looking forward to it. It had to be known that this was the first time in the entire history of Void World that someone was about to rise above the Emperor Realm. Whether he succeeded or failed would affect the future development of the entire world's martial Dao, so it naturally garnered a lot of attention. Furthermore, personally witnessing this breakthrough would be greatly beneficial to them in the future. Miao Fei Ping soon went into the retreat. All the top sects were constantly trying to find out whether Miao Fei Ping had succeeded or failed in his retreat, but none of the deacons knew, because after Miao Fei Ping went into seclusion, they had received no word from him. No one even knew if he was alive or dead. On a certain day after about a month, Void World suddenly shook as dazzling multicolored lights filled the sky and a powerful aura suddenly overflowed from the Void Dao Temple. This aura clearly surpassed the Emperor Realm. The higher-ups of the various great sects were beside themselves and immediately turned their eyes towards the Void Dao Temple. Under everyone's gaze, a figure suddenly stepped out from the Void Dao Temple. It was none other than the first Temple Master, Miao Fei Ping. But at this moment, Miao Fei Ping was surrounded by a dazzling glow, making him look like a deity descending from the heavens. The aura emanating from his body made all the emperors yearn to achieve the same. Martial Peak. Chapter 5130. Miao Fei Ping advances to the open heaven realm. Thunderous rumbles shook the world. Wind blew fierce as the sun and moon dimmed. Many weaker cultivators who didn't know what was happening couldn't help but bow their heads and pray to the heavens when they saw this. Miao Fei Ping's aura surged as the might of his grand Dao filled the air. He then looked down and started speaking. His voice shook the world. After my breakthrough to the open heaven realm, this world will no longer be able to accommodate me. After my departure, the Void Dao Temple will choose a person to serve as the temple master. My fellow brothers and sisters, please assist them. Saying so, he turned his head towards Seven Stars Sect and nodded slightly before taking a step forward. When his feet landed, space shattered like a mirror. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. After a long time, the shattered void gradually returned to its usual state, but when they looked again, Miao Feiping was nowhere to be seen. He had disappeared without a trace. The entire world was devoid of his aura. He had shattered the void and left this world. Many of the Emperor Realm Master's hearts skipped a beat. Judging by what Miao Feiping had said, he had already broken through to the open heaven realm. Void World was unable to contain him after breaking through to the open heaven realm. So he had no choice but to shatter the void and leave. Although they didn't know where he would go after leaving this world, it was obvious he had gone to a place with a higher martial Dao. This was the first person to break the shackles of the Emperor Realm and break free from the barriers of the world, causing a sensation that shook Void World, and which would not be forgotten for hundreds of years. At this moment, in addition to the shock brought about by Miao Feiping's shattering the void, the various sects and deacons were also concerned about something else. It was who was going to be the next temple master. The Void Dao Temple had only been founded 100 years ago, but all of the disciples it had taken in these past 100 years were extremely talented. In just a short time, these people had achieved many things that ordinary cultivators would never be able to achieve in their lifetime. One could imagine how these disciples would become the cornerstones of the entire void world in the future. They might even advance to the open heaven realm, shatter the void, and leave just like Miao Feiping. Who would not want to have such a powerful force in their hands? Be that as it may, Miao Feiping, the first temple master, was chosen by the Dao Temple. And before he left, he said that the next temple master would be chosen by the Dao Temple. Who would be appointed as the next temple master? Many sect masters were already thinking about how to contribute, so that their elders or deacons could become the next temple master. Nonetheless, their various plans and schemes were destined to be futile. As soon as Miao Feiping left, a beam of light descended from the Dao Temple towards one of the deacons. At the same time, all the deacons received a message. The second temple master is Tangwen. Tangwen himself hadn't expected that the position of the temple master would fall upon his head, so he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It wasn't until the various deacons all paid their respects to him that he reacted. Just as Miao Feiping had stated, Tangwen was steady and virtuous, so even though he had obtained the position of temple master, his conduct was still the same as before. He quickly raised his hand and addressed everyone. Fellow deacons, please don't think that things will change after this. Treat me like before. There is no need to be so polite. I hope everyone can help me in the future. This Tang will manage the Void Dao Temple together with all of you, and will not let down the world, nor Temple Master Miao. Much to Seven Stars Sect's disappointment, the second Temple Master position had actually fallen on Tangwen. Nonetheless, they felt much more at ease after thinking about the various cultivation resources that the ancestor had bestowed upon them over the years. They believed that the ancestor must have had his own reasons for doing something like this. There would be no Seven Stars Sect today without the ancestor after all. So, although they were disappointed, they didn't complain and instead worked even harder to cooperate with the Void Dao Temple. The matter of the Void Dao Temple had come to an end. Miao Feiping's breakthrough to the open heaven realm, and his act of shattering the void had been a sensation throughout the world, causing the Emperor Realm Masters to cultivate even more diligently. Everyone yearned to break through to the open heaven realm as soon as possible. At the same time, on a universe fragment outside Blue Sky Pass, Miao Feiping was advancing to the open heaven realm. When the Emperor Realm Masters of Void World witnessed him shatter the void and leave, they all thought he had broken through to the open heaven realm. But in reality, he was just following Yang Kai's script. He didn't know why the ancestor was doing this, but since it was a request from the ancestor, he naturally would follow it to the dot. After leaving Void World, Miao Fei-ping began his true breakthrough to the open heaven realm. His aptitude was originally only enough for him to advance to the 5th order, but because of the World Tree clone's feedback, he could now advance to the 6th order, though he had to take some risks. No one could help him break through to the open heaven realm, not even Yang Kai. The only help he could provide was some experience in breaking through to the next realm for reference. On the universe fragment, not only was Yang Kai here, but also Feng Ying and Bai Yi. They were naturally not here to watch a spectacle, but to stand guard. After all, this place was on the outskirts of Blue Sky Pass, and the Black Ink clan had been a little reckless these days. If some ignorant Black Ink clansmen came here and disturbed Miao Fei-ping's breakthrough, it would be a disaster for the latter. Fortunately, everything went quite smoothly with no Black Ink clan interference and no dangerous moments during the breakthrough. By the time the dust settled, Miao Fei-ping had advanced to the 6th order open heaven realm. Yang Kai, looking at his excited face, couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He recalled how he met Miao Fei-ping for the first time when he was just a boy. He was quite a mischievous kid who bullied Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye from time to time, relying on his age. It wasn't really bullying though, just children being children. Years had gone by in the blink of an eye, and now that boy had broken through to the 6th order open heaven realm. Seeing the sight before him, Yang Kai couldn't help wondering how his 3 disciples were doing. However, Yang Kai estimated that they had yet to break through to the open heaven realm. It wasn't that his disciples' aptitudes were worse than Miao Fei-ping's. Zhao Yibai was indeed lacking in terms of talent, but Zhao Ye's aptitude was incomparable, and his 3rd disciple, Su Yi's aptitude wasn't bad either. Furthermore, since all 3 of his disciples had obtained one of his Grand Dao's true inheritances, their future prospects were limitless. The reason Miao Fei-ping had advanced so quickly was mainly because he had been living in Yang Kai's small universe, and had spent a different amount of time cultivating compared to his 3 disciples. Recalling how this brat came from his own small universe, Yang Kai suddenly felt like was watching his own child grow up. Ancestor. Miao Fei-ping excitedly walked over to Yang Kai, obviously unable to contain his joy at the success of his breakthrough. Disciple has not disappointed ancestors' expectations and successfully advanced to the open heaven realm. Yang Kai lightly nodded his acknowledgement. Advancing to the open heaven realm is just the beginning. You are now a 6th order master, so you have a high chance of advancing to the 8th order in the future. However, the cultivation of the open heaven realm focuses on accumulating strength over a long period of time. You must not become arrogant or impatient. Never try to rashly push yourself to advance. Miao Fei-ping respectfully replied. Disciple will remember. Afterwards, he turned to Feng Ying and Bai Yi and bowed, thanking. Many thanks, martial ants, for protecting me. Feng Ying waved her hand and stated. It was nothing, don't mind it. Bai Yi, on the other hand, had a reserved personality and simply nodded without saying anything. Feng Ying continued. But brat, you call him ancestor, yet you call us martial ants. The seniority is a mess. You've actually lowered our status by several generations. Miao Fei-ping didn't know how to respond. Yang Kai suggested as a smile appeared on his lips. You're right. How about this? Don't call me ancestor from now on, just call me martial uncle. How can I do that? Miao Fei-ping looked distraught. Yang Kai stated. On this Black Ink battlefield, all humans only have one relationship, fellow comrades who share life and death. Whether it's ancestor or martial uncle, they're all just titles. If you find it difficult to call me martial uncle, you can just call me squad leader. Miao Fei-ping honestly replied. Disciple will call you martial uncle. It's up to you. Yang Kai smiled. Let's go. I'll bring you back to the Great Pass to register yourself. You've just arrived here. You still have a lot to learn. After leading Miao Fei-ping back to Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai took him to the Western Army headquarters and went to Zhongliang, explaining Miao Fei-ping's origins. Zhongliang was already aware that Yang Kai's small universe had many humans living in it. Moreover, these army commanders were very optimistic about the future of these humans because of the existence of the World Tree clone. Be that as it may, a cultivator needed time to grow, so no one had expected to see results so quickly. Today there was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Tomorrow, there would be more 6th Order and even 7th Order Masters. These Masters would become the backbone of the resistance against the Black Ink clan. As such, Zhong Liang readily registered Miao Fei Ping and issued him an identity token. Under Yang Kai's request, Miao Fei Ping was assigned to the Dawn Squad, becoming a member of the squad. Afterwards, Miao Fei Ping had to find a place to live. Blue Sky Pass had many places for the soldiers to live though, and many of these were unoccupied, so this was not an issue. After Miao Fei Ping asked about Yang Kai's residence, he chose a place nearby, not minding anything else. In any case, he was still a newcomer. He didn't have any military merits to speak of, and because he had just advanced, he needed time and resources to consolidate his cultivation. Without military merits, he did not have anything to exchange for cultivation resources. Fortunately, Yang Kai had a lot of resources on hand, so he gave him a few and told him to go back and cultivate. Miao Fei Ping naturally didn't dare disobey his orders. On the way back, Miao Fei Ping uneasily asked, "Martial uncle, the show I put on before I left looked quite spectacular, but if someone else were to break through to the open heaven realm, wouldn't it be exposed?" Yang Kai explained with a smile, "In the current void world, who else do you think has a chance to break through to the open heaven realm besides you?" Miao Fei Ping answered, "There are many of them, and although they're all completing the powers in their Dao seals right now, a few will reach that realm someday or the other. There is quite a good chance of that happening." "Yes, there are many of them, but they are different from you. You can leave Void World and come to Blue Sky Pass, but others cannot." "Why?" Yang Kai pointed around and asked, "Look carefully, what's common about everyone here?" Miao Fei Ping observed them for a moment before replying, "All of them are 5th Order Masters and above. Even 5th Order Masters are rare. Basically all of them are 6th Order and above." "That's right, basically everyone here is a 6th Order Master or higher because this is the Black Ink battlefield where we are fighting against the Black Ink clan. If their order is too low, they won't be of much help here. In fact, even the 5th Order Masters you're seeing are only in that realm because their cultivations regressed from the 6th Order." Miao Fei Ping pondered for a moment before asking, "Does Martial Uncle mean that those who cannot break through directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm are not qualified to come here?" "Precisely." Disciple understands. Understanding suddenly dawned upon Miao Fei Ping. Martial Peak, Chapter 5131 Scouting. Yang Kai had opened Void World and brought him to the Black Ink battlefield as Miao Fei Ping's aptitude was enough to advance to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm directly. Although there were many Emperor Realm Masters in Void World, according to what he knew, there was not a single one who could refine 6th Order material except him. There were a few who could refine 5th Order materials, but they had obviously not met Yang Kai's requirements. As such, they would probably never be able to leave Void World. Only the disciples chosen by the Void Dao Temple would be able to leave Void World in the future and advance to the Open Heaven realm, because all of them had outstanding aptitudes. The order of the Open Heaven realm they could reach would definitely be higher, so most of them should be able to meet Yang Kai's requirements. Miao Fei Ping's strength had greatly increased after entering the Open Heaven realm. Also, he had suddenly arrived at an unfamiliar and dangerous place like the Black Ink battlefield. He had many things he needed to learn, but the most important thing right now was to stabilize his cultivation. After parting ways with Yang Kai, he returned to his new residence and began refining resources. Recently, the Black Ink clan was a little restless. It had been almost a century since the last war between the two races concluded in the Blue Sky Theater. The Black Ink clan had recovered its strength after so many years, so they were obviously looking to start another war. The Black Ink clan was not afraid of their loss in strength, but the lives of every human were extremely precious. So, the Black Ink clan had been employing the strategy of sending an army to besiege the Great Passes as long as they had the strength to fight for countless years. Nonetheless, they failed to conquer it after so many attempts. The human race might not have many soldiers, but each and every one of them was an elite. They were able to rout the Black Ink clan every single time, relying on their warships and the unique advantages of the Great Pass. After countless cycles of offense and defense, countless millennia had gone by. Now that the war was about to begin again, Blue Sky Pass was preparing. Blue Sky Pass was bustling with the activities of the Open Heaven Realm Masters. All those who were in retreat all year round were undoubtedly preparing for war. Blue Sky Pass had no clue where and when the Black Ink clan army would strike, and it had always been like this. Mostly, the initiative of the war was in the hands of the Black Ink clan while the human race could only passively defend. Of course, there were times when the humans also attacked. For instance, the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass attacked the Black Ink clan's territory last time under the leadership of their old ancestor, which resulted in the Black Ink clan's retaliation, and a war breaking out. If it weren't for that war, Yongkai wouldn't have been able to escape the Black Ink clan so easily and arrive at Blue Sky Pass. Another example was the recent battle at Inyang Pass, where the humans were the first to attack, but that was mainly to coordinate with Yongkai's actions. Most of the time, the human race's situation was quite passive. Although they were forced into a passive position, Blue Sky Pass was still trying to gain the upper hand. At the very least, they needed to understand the timing and direction of the Black Ink clan's attack. One squad after another was sent out to serve as scouts to investigate the movements of the Black Ink clan army and obtain intelligence on them. In the past, Blue Sky Pass had also taken similar measures, but the scope of the scouting party's movements were limited because they didn't have the universe arrays as a safeguard. By the time they discovered something, the Black Ink clan army would usually only be a day or two away from Blue Sky Pass. If the scouts were slow, they would be at risk of being wiped out. But now things were different, owing to the existence of the universe arrays. The scouts were able to move more freely, and their safety was guaranteed. The effective range of the universe array became the range of the scouts' movements. This way, they would be able to predict the enemy's movements and make early preparations. As a special operations squad, Dawn had many members and elites, so it was naturally the most suitable for such a mission. A year after Miao Fei Ping broke through to the Open Heaven Realm, he received Yongkai's summon and promptly came out to report. The over 30 members of Dawn's squad were assembled together. Out of these, 6 were 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, including Yongkai, Fengying, and Bai Yi. Such a lineup was exemplary, even considering the entire Black Ink battlefield. Under everyone's attention, Yongkai spoke. It's been almost a century since the last war. The Black Ink clan is making a comeback. Dawn has received orders from the army commander to temporarily act as a scout and keep an eye on the Black Ink clan's movements. We won't engage the Black Ink clan army this time. We're only responsible for collecting intelligence. Nonetheless, the battlefield is full of dangers and uncertainty, so I hope everyone will remain vigilant. I expect every one of us who sorties to return alive. Everyone nodded. With everyone's morale raised high, Yongkai nodded slightly, signaling to Fengying. Fengying stepped forward and handed out a jade bottle to each squad member. While she was distributing the pills, Yongkai explained, "These are purifying Black Ink pills that were developed a few years ago. I believe I don't need to explain much about the effects of these pills. Everyone knows that if you are accidentally invaded by Black Ink strength, you must take this pill as soon as possible to ensure your safety. Of course, you can also use the universe transference law to return to dawning light. The purifying light can also disperse Black Ink strength, but we can't always account for sudden accidents. If you are unable to activate the universe transference law in time and become invaded by Black Ink strength, this purifying Black Ink pill can be used to save your life. Although the materials to refine purifying Black Ink pills aren't particularly rare, there aren't many alchemists inside the pass who can refine this pill, so the supply is limited. Each of you will receive 2 pills, and each one of them is extremely rare and precious." While Yongkai was explaining, many members were examining the jade bottles in their hands. They had naturally heard of the purifying Black Ink pill before. When it was first developed, it had caused quite a stir in Blue Sky Pass. The corruption of black ink's strength had always been a thorn in the human race's side that could never be removed before Yongkai came to Blue Sky Pass. Yongkai's appearance had brought the purifying light that could dispel black ink's strength, which had played a huge role in the last war against the Black Ink clan, greatly reducing the human race's casualties. Be that as it may, the purifying light was sealed inside the purifying Black Ink battleships, so it was necessary to use the universe transference law to return to the purifying Black Ink battleships to be treated. Because of the importance of the purifying Black Ink battleships, they were usually placed inside the pass or in the rear of the battlefield. As such, once one used the universe transference law to return to a purifying Black Ink battleship, they would need to travel a great distance to return to the battlefield. Furthermore, when they used the universe transference law, they couldn't be disturbed for several breaths. But the purifying Black Ink pill was different. They could take the pill even if they were locked in battle against a Black Ink clansman. Thus, they would not need to disengage and find a safe spot or rush back to the battlefield after they were treated. It could be said that the purifying Black Ink pill and purifying light both had their own pros and cons. With the combination of both though, the problem of the Black Ink strength corruption had been almost completely solved, allowing the humans to relax and fight against the Black Ink clan without restraint. After ensuring that every member of the squad was given their purifying Black Ink pills, Yongkai raised his hand and ordered, "Move out." Ordering so, he took the lead and flew out, closely followed by the rest. When Yongkai led his squad to the west gate of Blue Sky Pass, hundreds of other Open Heaven Realm masters were already gathered here in groups of 10 or so. Clearly, all of them were members of squads. Seeing Yongkai's arrival, many people came up to greet him. These people had either received Yongkai's life-saving grace or had heard of him. Yongkai naturally responded and greeted them one by one. There were also some arrogant fellows who nitpicked at them from afar, but none of them came forward. The main reason was that Dawn's squad was too eye-catching. Compared to the dozen or so members of their squad, Dawn had over 30 people, 6 of whom were 7th Order Masters. Other squads only had 3 7th Order Masters at most. Dawn's squad's lineup made many squad leaders drool. A moment later, a figure descended from the sky. It was none other than the Western Army commander Zhong Liang. Zhong Liang's dignified gaze swept over them before he spoke. The mission this time is to gather intelligence. If you are outnumbered or think you can't defeat the enemy, avoid engaging the Black Ink clan. Suddenly, one of the squad leaders grinned and asked, "What if we can?" Zhong Liang glared at him, obviously blaming him for speaking out of turn, but he still responded, "If you can wipe them out, you should naturally thrash those bastards." Everyone immediately burst into laughter, dispelling the tense atmosphere before the expedition. Zhong Liang continued, "The Black Ink clan also has scouts, so be careful and avoid them. If you find any traces of the Black Ink clan army, report back immediately." After he was finished speaking, he raised his hand and shouted, "Open the gates!" At the West Gate Spirit Array barrier, the Array Masters changed their hand seals and opened a gap. A solemn expression took over Zhong Liang's face as he cupped his fist and shouted, "This Zhong wishes all of you a prosperous martial Dao and a triumphant return." Hundreds of soldiers cupped their fists in return before rushing out of the exit under the leadership of their squad leaders, painting a spectacular scene. Outside the pass, the squad leaders summoned their warships one after another before their respective squads boarded them. After everyone had boarded, the warships left streaks of dazzling light as they scattered in all directions. On the Dawn squad side, Fengying had also taken out dawning light. The squad members skillfully boarded the warship and took to their respective positions. Yongkai, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar dawning light, couldn't help but furrow his brow and ask, "Senior sister, did you spend your military merits to modify dawning light again?" The last time Yongkai had gone to Yinyang Pass for a mission, so he had handed dawning light over to Fengying for safekeeping. By the looks of it, dawning light had undergone a lot of modifications, and had become even more powerful. Especially the spear artifact at the front section of dawning light. It was incomparably large and radiating an extraordinary aura. At a glance, It was quite obvious that it was the work of some artifact refining great grandmaster. If this thing was activated with the power of the array, its might would definitely be quite fearsome. It could even pose a threat to a Black Ink Clan territory lord. If it was powered by the 7th Order Masters of Dawn, they might even be able to put up a fight against a territory lord. Feng agreed with a nod. That's right, only a stronger dawning light can ensure the safety of its squad members. The upgrades are worth their price. Yang Kai helplessly sighed. You're about to break through to the 8th Order, so you should at least leave some military merits to exchange for cultivation resources. I also heard that you could use the military merits to exchange for some pointers and insights from the 8th Order Division commanders. Senior sister, you should be a little more selfish. Feng smiled and waved her hand. I've made my preparations already. You don't need to worry about me breaking through to the 8th Order. Besides, the military merits spent on modifying Dawning Light were yours. In any case, you have a lot of military merits. Yang Kai rolled his eyes at her as he laughed. Fine. After the two boarded the ship, the Open Heaven Realm Masters responsible for controlling Dawning Light poured their energy into the spirit array. The next moment, the warship shot out into the void, leaving behind a dazzling streak of light. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5132, Venturing into the Depths. Dawning Light eventually stopped in their designated area. This place was already quite far from Blue Sky Pass, and even a 7th Order Master like Yang Kai would take about 10 days to return if he flew alone. This place was basically the limit of Blue Sky Pass's universe array's range. This distance was extremely suitable for scouting. If they discovered the Black Ink Clan army, they could instantly return to Blue Sky Pass, allowing the humans time to make preparations. Even if they encountered any danger, they would still have a chance to use the universe transference law to escape. It could be said that they could safely fight or retreat from this location. Yang Kai landed Dawning Light on a universe fragment before ordering his squad members who were proficient in spirit arrays to set up some concealment and defensive arrays. This way, even if the Black Ink Clan were to pass by, as long as they didn't carefully investigate, they would likely miss them. This place was now the temporary headquarters of Dawn Squad. This arrangement could be considered perfect. They could secretly hide here and monitor the movements of the surrounding forces. In fact, this mission wasn't too dangerous. All they needed to do was investigate the movements of the Black Ink Clan army. Be that as it may, Dawn was different from the other squads. Not only was the arrangement of its members luxurious, but Dawning Light was also special. Dawning Light also had the universe array personally arranged by Yang Kai, as well as some purifying light sealed within its hull. Strictly speaking, Dawning Light was equivalent to a smaller-scale purifying Black Ink battleship. Dawning Light provided Dawn with a far greater degree of mobility and freedom. It exponentially increased their range of activity. Other squads simply could not match this. After completing some basic arrangements, Yang Kai handed down a series of orders, having the 7th Order Masters in the squad lead 2 or 3 6th Order members further in different directions. This way, if the Black Ink Clan army were to mobilize in this region, they would be able to discover them sooner. No one had any objections, so the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters each chose 2 or 3 aides and dispersed. Dawning Light's side still needed someone to stand guard, someone powerful, so Bai Yi was left in charge. With someone as strong as Bai Yi assuming command, along with the other Dawn squad members and Dawning Light itself, so long as they did not encounter a large number of powerful Black Ink clansmen, dealing with them would not be a problem. Yang Kai himself then led Miao Fei Ping, and ventured in a certain direction. As his main objective was scouting, Yang Kai didn't choose to just rush ahead as fast as he could. If he did that, he would just be painting a target on his back. Only by flying at a moderate pace could he conceal his presence. There were only 2 inconspicuous figures in this vast void, so if one didn't carefully search for them, they wouldn't be noticed. Are you nervous? Yang Kai looked at Miao Fei Ping, who had a mix of anxiety and excitement on his face ever since they left Blue Sky Pass. It had been over 10 days since then, but he still wore the same expression. Ah. It wasn't clear what Miao Fei Ping was thinking, but when he suddenly heard Yang Kai's question, he quickly replied, "No, I'm not nervous, but I'm curious about one thing. Some of the senior brothers told me that the Black Ink clan is full of strange creatures. Disciple is very curious about what the Black Ink clan looks like." Yang Kai chuckled. "Just as your senior brothers said, there are all kinds of strange creatures among the Black Ink clan." Yang Kai had taken out Miao Fei Ping from his small universe to advance to the open heaven realm, and it had only been a year or so since then. So the latter's understanding of the Black Ink battlefield, the Great Passes, and even the Black Ink clan was extremely limited. Although Miao Fei Ping had fought many people in Void World over the years, all his opponents were human. Naturally, he was a little unsettled after being thrown into this kind of battlefield to fight against an alien race, especially after listening to some information about the Black Ink clan from his senior brothers in the squad. He imagined that all of the Black Ink clansmen had 3 heads and 6 arms, and were extremely sinister and violent. "Martial uncle," Miao Fei Ping humbly asked, "the senior brothers said that if those from the Black Ink clan and those from the human race are in the same order, the Black Ink clansmen are generally somewhat weaker than us. And the lower the cultivation, the more obvious the gap is. Is that really so?" Yang Kai slightly nodded his agreement. "The reason why there is such a difference is because the way the two races grow is different. Our growth is a result of many years of accumulation and hard cultivation, but the same is not true for the Black Ink clan. They are born from the Black Ink nests, and as long as they have enough resources and time, they can continue to grow endlessly. Although their growth does require a certain amount of time and experience, in general, it is much shorter than the time required for humans to grow. Essentially, they rely on external forces to increase their strength." Miao Fei Ping suddenly came to realize. Then their foundation should be unstable, right? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying. "You can think of it that way, but it's not comprehensive. The gap between the two races' masters in the same realm grows smaller with the increase in strength. For example, the gap between a royal lord and an old ancestor is basically non-existent, while the gap between an 8th Order Division commander and a territory lord isn't very large. Of course, if they were to fight one-on-one, any 8th Order Division commander would have the advantage over any territory lord." Miao Fei Ping became very concerned. Although that's the case, the Black Ink clan has Black Ink nests, and from the moment they are born, their strength is comparable to the open heaven realm masters of the human race. So how will we be able to eliminate all of them? Yang Kai asked with a smile. "Who told you that the Black Ink clan members are as strong as open heaven realm masters since birth?" "Isn't that so?" Miao Fei Ping was greatly surprised. Yang Kai shook his head in response. "Of course not." He had more say in this matter than anyone else. After all, no one had spent as much time among the upper echelons of the Black Ink clan, or had a deeper understanding of the Black Ink nests than him. The Black Ink clansmen we encounter on the battlefield are at least low-rank Black Ink clansmen. They are equivalent to our low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, and are basically used as cannon fodder by the Black Ink clan. Every time the Black Ink clan army goes out, low-rank clansmen make up the majority of their forces on the battlefield. Any human master can easily wipe out a large number of low-rank Black Ink clansmen with a single move. But after the deaths of these low-rank Black Ink clansmen, the Black Ink strength in their body will disperse and condense into Black Ink clouds, which create an advantageous battlefield for the Black Ink clan. In contrast, humans are quite cautious of Black Ink's strength and Black Ink clouds. Even so, we have no choice but to kill these low-rank Black Ink clansmen. When the two races fight, they will take the vanguard and charge at us. So if we don't kill them, they will charge into our formations. So their cannon fodder tactic is extremely effective. Miao Fei Ping lightly nodded and listened attentively. The high-rank Black Ink clansmen are stronger than the low-rank Black Ink clansmen, equivalent to our mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. They can be considered as the backbone of the Black Ink clan's army. Although they might not be a majority, like the low-rank Black Ink clansmen, their numbers are definitely not small. They pose the biggest threat to the human race. Miao Fei Ping asked in surprise. Aren't the greatest threats to the human race the feudal lords and territory lords? Yang Kai nodded with his assumption before explaining. Feudal lords and territory lords are indeed powerful, but how many territory lords do you think there can be on a single battlefield? They are often the deciding factor in battle, so they do not act recklessly. As for feudal lords, there are many of them, at least more than seventh-order humans, but feudal lords cherish their lives dearly. It's not easy for them to become feudal lords, so none of them want to die. They may be brave and fierce in battle, but only if the wind is blowing in their favor. Once things turn south, they run faster than anyone else. So that's the case. Miao Fei Ping was absorbed in his thoughts. These are the ones that you can see on the battlefield, but the Black Ink clan actually has many lower-ranking clansmen who are known as Black Ink serfs. Black Ink serfs. Those who have just been born in the Black Ink nest, and cannot even be classified as low-rank Black Ink clansmen are called Black Ink serfs. They are equivalent to the human cultivators before they reach the open heaven realm. These Black Ink serfs aren't of much use even on the battlefield, so they are never brought to war by the Black Ink clan. Basically all of them stay in the various territories of the Black Ink clan, and absorb ambient Black Ink strength to strengthen themselves. No human could surpass Yang Kai in terms of the understanding of the Black Ink clan. After all, no one had been able to disguise themselves as a Black Ink disciple and live in the Black Ink clan's territory for so many years. Even other Black Ink disciples who were saved later rarely knew much about the Black Ink clan as during their time. They were treated as servants and slaves, never trying to gather intelligence for the human race. It seems that the growth of the Black Ink clan is not easy, Miao Fei Ping sighed. Why do you say so? Miao Fei Ping explained. Martial uncle, you see, the Black Ink clan must first be born from the Black Ink nests, becoming the weakest Black Ink serfs. And when they somehow grow into a low-rank Black Ink clansman, they are dragged to the battlefield to serve as cannon fodder. Perhaps they survive long enough to grow into a high-rank Black Ink clan after experiencing a few life-and-death situations, but even if they grow into a high-rank Black Ink clansman, if they are down on their luck, they might lose their lives on the battlefield at any moment. If they are lucky enough to survive many wars, they will finally have a chance to become a feudal lord. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement. That's right, but does that mean that our growth as humans is easy? Which open heaven realm master hasn't walked a thorny path and painstakingly cultivated before they could reach their current realm? Forget about others. You yourself have gone through much trouble to reach here, haven't you? Miao Fei Ping respectfully replied. Martial uncle is right. He then asked again, Martial uncle, where are we going? Yang Kai stated, Don't ask, just follow me. Miao Fei Ping obediently responded. With Dawning Light as a transit point, the Dawn Squad's range of activity was much larger than the other squads. It could be said to be twice as large or even more. Naturally, this made them even more suitable for scouting missions as they could venture deeper and obtain more information. Of course, Yang Kai also had another plan. Since Miao Fei Ping had just arrived here, he knew nothing about the Black Ink clan. So, Yang Kai wanted to find him a few suitable opponents to practice with, so that he wouldn't become flustered on the battlefield. Although Miao Fei Ping would not be directly engaging the Black Ink clan owing to his sixth-order cultivation, mostly remaining inside Dawning Light to power spirit arrays to kill the enemy, it did not hurt having a few exchanges with the Black Ink clan, and understand their characteristics a little. On top of that, Miao Fei Ping had just advanced to the open heaven realm not long ago, so he needed to fight to properly consolidate his cultivation. It had been 100 years since the last war between the two races in the Blue Sky Theater, and the Black Ink clan had been showing signs of deploying troops recently. In light of this, it wouldn't be difficult to find a few Black Ink clansmen to practice on. The reason they hadn't met one before was because the scattered Black Ink clansmen didn't dare to casually approach the Great Pass. But now they were basically in the territory of the Black Ink clan, so it was natural to run into them. As expected, Yang Kai found a suitable target less than a day later. His powerful divine sense allowed him to detect the approach of the nearby Black Ink clansmen. There were several hundred of them, and their leader was a feudal lord. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.